Welcome. Futures are slightly higher across the board as markets look to start the week green after a third straight week of losses. This holiday shortened week will include the European Central Bank rate decision, and we're expecting a 75% basis point hike. August PMI and ISM services data is due out today, in addition to speeches from some Federal Reserve presidents. OPEC has announced a 100,000 barrel per day production cut, reversing last month's identical rise. Overall, stocks are coming off the first 6-day losing streak in the NASDAQ since 2019. They closed down 1.3% on the NASDAQ, S&P and the Dow, both finishing down 1.1%. That was a July, that's the lowest the S&P's been since July. Individually this morning, shares of Bed Bath & Beyond are trading lower after the tragic suicide of the company's CFO, Gustavo Arnal. CVS Health looks to expand its healthcare portfolio as it acquires Signify Health. And of course, we're all looking forward to tomorrow's Apple event, with their far out event where they're going to be announcing some new features for the iPhone 14. It is Tuesday, September 6th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Here we go with the big board. As you can see, the S&P up about 0.6%. The Dow somehow leading the way, up 0.75%. The NASDAQ up 0.5%. Crude oil's been back and forth, sort of teetering positive, negative after that aforementioned action by OPEC. Ethereum having a pretty solid weekend, up 5%. Of course, as always, we start things off. I'll bring the boys in. No, I am not Brendan. Brendan getting a much-deserved week off here. I'm back from Dallas. We've got Luca in the house. We've got Sean. Gentlemen, of course, we're going to start out here, as always, this opening brought to you by the True Trading Group, our sponsor for the morning. Look, I missed a couple of days in this market, and it looks like it wasn't any better than it was when I left. However, things are starting off a little bit more green this morning. So I feel like, Sean, are you changing that bear into a bull yet?
Yo, what's up? Yeah, welcome back. Glad to see you made it. And yes, that is not Brendan there, Luca. And you are not Neil. But all right, yeah, let's get ready to rock and roll there. Yeah, thank you, Luca, for joining us one more time this week. And it's great to have Neil back in the captain's chair this time, and not beside me, but obviously you hear how he's killing it. I mean, this man of many talents up on there. So thanks, Neil, for stepping in for Brendan, and best of luck. And Brendan, he sent us actually a picture. The guy's just chilling out.
Just on the beach, yeah.
You saw that, yeah. He's on the beach. Yeah, he's living life right now. But yeah. I don't know. What do you think? I still feel pretty bearish, to be honest with you, about all of this. I feel like we will bottom out eventually, and we'll talk about some charts and we'll do some things like that. But yeah, September 13th, of course, we get the CPI reading, and then the 21st, we're going to get the next rate hike, which is looking like 75 points. I'm not ready to do anything until we see that CPI number on the 13th. And when that comes, as long as it comes better than expected, I think the bottom could be in on some of these. And I'm talking about like that June bottom. But you know, we're on the precipice of testing some of those meta lows. We talked today about AMD a little bit and where that's going, how the semis have kind of led this market to the downside. You're going to get some money coming out of some of these meme stocks like a Bed Bath & Beyond today for unfortunate reasons. And, you know, it's just, are we turning around? Google's at like 108 or even lower, looking at bottoms there. Amazon's been taking a dip as well. But how much pain really is there left? We'll see. It was a fun ride in today. I was a little bit late. The school's back. Not here in Toronto yet, though. For some reason, you know this, Luke, I know you don't have any kids, but today is a PA day.
Oh, really?
In Toronto. Yeah, so it's supposed to be their first day back, but they're getting our PD day, Professional Development Day. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so I thought they were supposed to go back today, and then the wife's like, no, they're going back tomorrow on Wednesday. So congratulations to all the parents out there. You're getting the kids back. You can relax a little bit. But yeah, life goes on here, and we're going to have a lot of stocks to talk about. And how are you doing today?
Doing great, always good, you know, enjoying the day, enjoying the weather, you know, like I think everybody can agree, especially in, you know, Toronto, depending where you are, but, you know, September rolls around, cold winds come in, you know, start to feel, you know, kind of feel that vibe. And for me, it's like swinging season is beginning. You know, like markets are going to start moving. And, you know, the real question that I ask myself is, how long does it take for big money to make decisions before they deploy all the capital, right? Everybody back at their desks, you know, like school's back in session. So, you know, like everybody's kind of off, summer's done. So, yeah, let's see what we get exactly. Hoodie season, chill vibes. I got the hoodie on.
Yeah.
I got the Trader TV hoodie on. Where is it? Here we go.
Got that money.
And, oh, it's, man, these hoodies.
You got
10
the
out
I'd
of
rather
10.
be trading at
10
the
out
back.
of 10. And yeah, let me just share this very quickly, see if everybody could see that.
There we go.
I'd rather be trading, man. I'd rather be trading, and you know, it's a good time to be trading. You know, pretty excited. So yeah, we'll see what we get in terms of like my expectations, like bullish, bearish. I mean, I'm not too sure. I'm gonna let kind of the market decide. You know, like we got a lot of bottoms. We're close to bottoms on some of these names. So yeah, we'll see if we get continuation to the downside. I almost want to. I mean, October I want to say is like historically bearish. And September, I'm not really too sure what to expect. So you know, we'll see. We'll let the market decide what you know what it wants to do. And then react accordingly.
And speaking of the markets, we don't always talk about oil, but as I mentioned on the offset, I mean, OPEC basically reversing what they did last month. But yeah, oil has been actually sliding this morning. So we started up a few percentage points when I woke up and then slide to the downside. They made that 100,000 barrel per day cut in October, and now they're saying they're a little less optimistic that a quick Iran nuclear deal revival could be on top. That could be a pretty big move there. But look, there's concern about weaker demand. I'm looking at one individual name here as you see oil prices moving around. Oxy trading up about 1%. Well, what are our thoughts here? Pretty weak market last week, obviously. And then you get this whipsaw action on crude oil futures. I'm looking at Oxy up about 1%, which is par for the course among other names. Anything we're seeing in energy or that we're thinking about for this week?
Yeah, you guys are right. That is a nice little hoodie there. Yeah, so look, for oil, obviously we're going to watch what OPEC is going to do again. I still feel like Russia is going to be controlling a lot of, you know, obviously a lot of the dominoes here, the chips as they continue to fall, because you're right at, again, like we made this move up to 97 last week, which is fantastic off that 85 bottom. We thought we were just chilling. I don't feel like much has changed here, you know, in the oil environment. You know, OPEC has, like I said, a lot of the cards here, but also Russia is has started to turn off gas right now. I feel like it's going to be a cold winter. Energy prices, that's all the talk there in Europe, up 3 to 4x from last year at this point. You know, when people are putting aside a couple grand for energy costs, and they're going to wind up, it's going to be a couple of $10,000. That's going to be a little different in how that affects people. So I don't know. I mean, I don't think that we can really cut down demand for oil. So it's obviously going to be on the supply side with China. I mean, some of this move down was China's COVID and some re-shutting down of China right now. So if they can get that under control, I just feel like this $85 mark here that we keep looking back in November is going to be one that's going to look to hold. So I'm still looking for that to hold. I don't think, I mean, I know you let off with some stories there on oil, which I believe there's a little note, I think, in our watch list. Make sure we actually did our show there on the watch list on Friday, and it was actually a really great little note here that we're now delivering the watch list directly to your inbox. So makes it real easy to review and look over everything. So definitely check that out. But yeah, so for oil today, look, I still think you buy. I mean, if you're going to look at oil stocks, I think you got XOM, which was on a really nice run that's come back a little bit. Oxy still remains, you know, the darling of the Dow, or it's not even in the Dow, but the darling of these oil names to the upside. But I still think that XOM still remains pretty good, bouncing off of 100. You're still above the 50-day moving average right now, and you're even into a level right here of about 92.50 if you can ever come back around here just ahead of the 50 period. I still think you buy these names. I still think you buy a name like CVX, but the name that's sexy to everybody right now is Occidental. Occidental's been on a crazy run, obviously because of Warren Buffett and just because of the price of oil and quite frankly how they're operating. I mean, they've kind of been so solid the last little while. There's only something like a handful of names that are above the 50-day moving average right now, and a lot of them are going to be in energy. So here's Oxy on the daily chart, still trying to hold out, and there's a key level of again of 67, 68 bucks. So I still think we want to go long these names. I feel like the bull story is still in case for oil. As you come into more production, hopefully more factories are starting to open up now as we get more and more workers back after the summertime. You're getting the COVID policies back, hopefully getting back under control there in China. And then you get Russia and Ukraine, doesn't seem to be any settling, and the winter is upon us. So I feel like oil still has a lot of work to do. But as far as Oxy is concerned, you have some of these bottoms that you're going to keep looking at. As long as the NASDAQ is up today and the S&P is up, you're going to have some resistance for oil. But I like it. I think there's some room to work there, and I think 68 is a good little level for Oxy as well.
Yeah, for sure. Just kind of eyeing the same levels. And a lot of the times I ask myself, I mean, like we had Warren Buffett like dump into Oxy, right? So, kind of feels like, long term the oil trade is good. You got these bottoms, and the real question I ask myself is who is really selling these very, very aggressively into the bottoms, right? Into the bottoms. We've already broken those kind of resistance levels. Just quickly looking at my daily chart here, it's like we had the channel, then we kind of broke above. This is Oxy. Then we kind of dip below, but look at this. This support held at 55. Now, we are a ways away from that, but I almost want to tell myself that like this topish area could potentially be short-term support. So kind of like that 68 to 65 area buy zone for a potential next leg up. So, yeah, we'll see if that can continue. Definitely interesting to watch.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Oxy actually myself today, but I'm going to get this one out of the way because Applied DNA didn't make it to our watch list here, but they are up 15% pre-market. They launched monkeypox testing service in New York State, so it already pulled back a little bit here. Off of $3. I only bring it up because I look at this daily chart. We've seen this story before, right? Like you get something which is pulled back. You had a little bit less, traction in the last couple of bounces that it's made, and right back at a key level at $3. And I also want to jump out there, and for anyone that's looking at Signify Health, why it's up significantly today, they're being bought by CVS for $30.50 in absolute cash. I don't know if there's any small caps that you're looking at in particular yourself there, Luca, but this APDN does look a little bit spicy. I'll tell you this, and Sean, you'll know my luck on this one because right after our fantasy football draft ended, our buddy in Dallas had a power outage for for the next 12 hours, and when we got back, my daughter was selected for random testing. So we had to go straight from the airport to do some random testing for her. She was a trooper, and she got waffles after it. But I'm almost a little bit surprised about this PD day. I hope my daughter is going to school today because that's what I thought when I left.
Oh, God, I hope so. Well, you got the wife over there running it. And it's true because if I didn't have mine looking after it, I'd been like, kids, to school you go. But one of our friends here, Neil, that just got back also selected for random testing. So I hope that test comes back okay. And that's too bad about the power outage. But come on, man, the guy doesn't have a generator? Come on. Our friend's like a baller. He should have a generator. But there's no way I would have one either. So I don't have one. When we were during that power outage that we had, I think it was last winter there. Yeah, we were a couple days without power, so that kind of sucks. Have you looked at APDN yet today? There was the other one, Hype, that we were going to talk about a little bit as well here today. On our Higher, HYRE was another one of those names that we were looking at today, up only a small 55% again. They announced a $100 million revolving line of credit here, significant fleet growth. Just reading our note right now. So there it is, a nice little move up for HYRE today. Still making those moves up 11 million shares right now. 1150 we've already hit. You take that down and we go long. So we're going long, 1150. We're going long through 150. But the thing is, if you're going to look at this like others do, and you want to play on little pullbacks, a pullback to 120, and then a go is on start here for Higher, now up 63%. And again, another one of those names that is on our watch list. I'll be looking to make these trades. I think I have little tier levels here on AMD, NVIDIA. Shopify is going to be a big one, hopefully for myself as well. But I like this Higher one, Neil, as you ask about some low floats or some small cap names here. This should be a good one. Let's just double check before I go over to you, Luca, to see if you have any other names here. HYRE, we'll just type it in here. And I got to shout out Luca for this one. He brought actually from the midday show floatchecker.com to us, which I'd never heard of before. Only 19 million shares right now float on that name and only 11 million shares to the short side of it. So, you know, this is another one of those names that could go here. HYRE on new financing. I feel like, you know, the action here with a lot of the volume, as you can see in this 120 area, I feel like that's a go spot there. So let's watch HYRE, unless, you know, Luca's probably got something on the mind. The thing about these small caps, you know, once the market opens up, obviously we have such a great, you know, track record with our audience here. They identify some of these floaters for us, and then we'll go over there and hammer them. But is there anything else you're looking at?
Another name I'm looking at here is CEMI. I think they were awarded a $3.2 million contract from the CDC. Again, this is a, you know, sub-dollar if you're into that. You got that $1 level to play off. Not, like, we are a ways away, right? 30 cents away, so it is quite a bit away. This is the daily that we're looking at here. But, you know, as you can tell, like, it's like it kind of makes that resistance level, like, going into the 80s. Then you had a kind of crazy volume when it really did break above 1. So for me, this is on watch. Are we going to get to 1? How is this going to react? Are we going to get over that, like, 85 resistance area? You got the 50 period, which I now put on my charts just to have that kind of clean look, right? So we got the kind of short-term EMA. We got the little bit of a long-term EMA sitting right at the 80, right? So, you know, if this thing wants to kind of gain steam, get over 85, get over $1, then for me it gets interesting. And yeah, shout out to the chat always for bringing up all these small caps that kind of move, because, you know, I'm sitting here a lot of the times and I'm chilling. I'm like, all right, I got my watch list and, you know, what's moving over here. And then I just basically look up and I see like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, you know, shout out to you guys for always kind of bringing the fire every single day. It's like I don't even really need any scanners. I got one chat and you know, that's the kind of the day and age that we're in. So it's kind of awesome. So yeah, appreciate that always. So yeah, shout them out as you see them moving. You know, HYRE, probably the hot check of the day, 12 million traded. CEMI is, you know, back burner for me. If we get going, then things probably get interesting.
And we've got some upgrades and downgrades to talk about here today. I'm standing in front of all of the interesting ones because, hey, if we're going to have a green day, why not get some good names that we recognize on the upgrade board? We know Wolf upgraded a Tesla here. They're up about 0.8%. But look down here. This is the one that interests me. DraftKings up 2%. You know what starts this week. You know what's good. It's the NFL on Thursday when the Bills are going to beat the defending Super Bowl champions. So you see DraftKings up 2% here. Coinbase even catching an upgrade. Strong weekend for crypto, relatively speaking, as they catch a bit of an upgrade. FedEx, however, catching the downgrade, down 1.65%, 225 price target there from Citigroup and the CME Group, which is probably interesting to us traders out there. But yeah, FedEx is one on there on the downgrade list. Might bear watching here because a lot of times they can be a bit of a harbinger for danger when they're weak in the markets. But some nice names on the upgrade side of the board there. Tesla will be on my watch for sure.
Yeah, big names there. And yeah, I'm a little worried about Coinbase trading that to the long side, to be honest with you. I mean, I have DraftKings up here. I just feel like there's more under the hood to Coinbase than just simply crypto. Like, it's just, it falls way too fast and doesn't go up fast enough. Like, I mean, sometimes there are these little moments of, you know, greatness in Coinbase where, I don't know, again, I don't know if these charts are going to load up, but we had that one rip when Blackstone came in went from 71 up to 105. It might have even been here. It was down. Yeah, it was. Anyways, this is going to take a while. But look how fast this thing, there it is right here. So there's the big move up to 115 or 116. I mean, look, like what sparked this from 60, from 40 all the way up to 116? This is basically just a meme stock right now that can get pushed around, and the bids and offers absolutely evaporate on this thing. Like they went down to $53 back in July, and then it was up to 115 just a matter of weeks later, right? And on that news, and then all of a sudden it broke that 75 area that we were talking about right here, and since then it's just been drifting to the downside. I'm not going long at all this name until we break above 75 bucks. Sure, you're going to miss 10 bucks to the upside, but I just feel like there's something up with these plays. Anybody can get into crypto right now. There's really not too many barriers to entry. You can even buy an exchange on pennies on the dollar, which some of these guys are doing. Look what FTX is doing with Sam Bankman-Fried, things like that. You can even pick up Robinhood, some of these other names, Square, stuff like that already have wallets built in and the ability to get going on crypto markets. So until Coinbase can prove itself on the institutional side of things, I just don't look at this 20-minute chart and too excited about any kind of an upgrade. Now I got to read the That's the thing. When you get upgrades and downgrades, and we're sitting here looking at all these charts, and there's 8 names on that upgrade and downgrade list, it does become hard to sit there and sort of analyze and say, you know, is it a valid upgrade, downgrade? You know, why are the reasons for this? Maybe there is something behind Coinbase and why this name needs to rally right now. But for me, I still think it's an ultimate fade. Bitcoin's still below 20,000 right now. Ethereum, although like Neil mentioned, up to 1,600. I just don't feel like Coinbase is much right now. I'd short this name into the 70s. I mean, if you really want to give it something, I mean, there's that 74, 75. Now, as a day trade, I don't know. It's only done 71,000 shares. I'm not super excited about any of these levels. We could break below 64, you know, if that happens. But then you have that ultimate bottom that happened on Friday down here at 60. Well, that's actually 64. So it'd have to break this 65 level and then break that 64 in order to get interesting, which we could easily do today. I think DraftKings, I know Neil was sort of teasing the NFL there, but honestly, I mean, college is back, which is huge also. And I don't know, is DraftKings going to be the one that works? It's bouncing off the 50 period. And we talked about putting in the lows. I don't know if these names are going to put in any lower lows now. The June lows down here, this one looks like it bottomed in May, was $10 clean, came back, revisited that, and now you're hovering above the 50 period. I like this for a long. I think if you come back to 15, which is right where the 50 period is, you could buy this name and see what happens. We dip down there, bounced up, we dipped down again, now you're taking it higher. I actually like DraftKings for a long, and it's not because of the NFL, but hey, you're going to see many more ads coming through now, I would assume, with DraftKings. I've been seeing them with the PGA, and they're advertising everywhere. So it's not, you know, that's the burn rate that they have. Customer acquisition is huge for a company like DraftKings, but I think if you get back down into the low 15s, it's a buy from here.
Yeah, you know, and one of the things I'm looking at is DWAC down 21% right now, getting absolutely crushed. That $20 level, interesting to me. So, you know, we'll see what happens there. Guys, just to keep in mind, like, this thing, everybody, okay, first of all, everybody hopefully remembers, you know, the day that it went to like $175. I remember that day. That was on October 21st last year. That was absolutely insane. And we have not seen the level that we're at now since that day. We are now below, you know, making new lows here, below 20. So just kind of like to keep things simple for me, this will be SSR, keep in mind. So, you know, like SSR, a little bit of a more challenging short. I'm not really sure if I'm going to get too aggressive with it, but, you know, you have that kind of looking like a double bottom here. And then now we're below. Now we're below. You know, you had the negative news, negative catalyst. You know, are they going to receive funding? What does the future outlook look like for this company? So, you know, you'll probably get some resistance. Like, if I had to guess, you probably get some resistance at like 21, 22, just based on this kind of double bottom now that we're below. But yeah, for sure, that $20 level definitely looks very interesting, just to kind of give you guys perspective from the 1 minute here. You know, looking like it cannot even get above that 20 area in the pre-market. But again, you know, 150,000 shares traded so far. We still got like 40 minutes to go. So, I mean, there is kind of some time there to gain steam. But again, it's, you know, 150,000 shares traded. You know, like I really like to see lots of volume when I consider putting on lots of size. So for this, maybe mid to small size for myself. But we shall see. You know, pay for short. So I got to look into that one.
Interesting thing about them, of course, at stake for this deal that they didn't get through, 1.3 billion cash infusion, which would come through if they could actually get this extension, but they did not. The story's right here, guys. If we can pop to my screen for a quick second. Yeah, they agreed to merge with Trump's social media company, but they did not get support for that 1-year extension to complete that deal. It looks like they needed 65% of the shareholders to vote for the proposal to extend the life by 12 months for it to become effective. As you said there, not a ton of volume, which is a little bit of a disappointment for the traders out there, to be sure. We like to see a little bit more volume than that. Something that is moving a little bit here. Just want to pull up Iveric Bio. This is IC, ISEE. Some of you might be familiar with that name, trading in the last few weeks there, but up 32%. They got top-line data from the late-stage trial of its eye disorder experiment drug. So IC making some power moves to the upside, while DWAC is downside. I'm with you. I'm actually with you, Luca. I was looking at this and just saying, okay, well, I mean, below $20, below resistance there, makes a heck of a lot of sense for short. But, you know, I want to trade something that is moving. When I look over at what IC is able to do, I see, well, it's a horrible pun there, but I see something which is doing a lot more volume, up 25%, has a positive news catalyst. It has come back, so maybe this is something which is giving us a little bit of a high there. So DWAC, I see a couple of names worth watching out there in small cap land.
Yeah, oh man, I hate having these pun names that are going because, you know, it's like, oh, I see you, and Neil's already, oh, this is your pen? Whose pen is this?
No, not mine. I don't know.
Okay, some random.
Oh, it's yeah.
Whose
there
pen?
you go.
That's my pen.
Oh, I was gonna, like, it was literally
I'm
right
trying
here.
not
I'm
to
like,
touch
what is this
anything here,
doing?
you know?
Right here,
It's the
okay.
iPad pen.
Yes, that's right. It touches the. Okay, I don't know what that's doing over there, but that's the iPad pen. Okay, here's my pen. I picked it up and was like, that feels differently. Thanks to Trading Group there sponsoring us for this first show as well. Click that QR code and do the wonders on that one. IC is another one of those names. Look, DWAC is going to be one of those funny ones because it's just, we still have CFVI as well. I mean, you guys already hit the nail on the head here, down to 20 bucks. You know, because it's still a SPAC, the only thing guaranteed is your $10. So that could, again, get chopped in half, but I'm feeling like something's going to get done there. More news to come on this. It's funny because it's only 163,000 shares. I'm wondering if a lot of the interest is now out of this name. You would think on a move down 21%, I know Luke already covered this, but you would just think that there'd be a little more volume to that. So I'm going to wait to see. I believe this is an early halt candidate for sure. And I just don't know which way it's going to halt. I mean, it could halt to the downside or to the upside. Are people going to be frustrated with this and dump it? I mean, it's been just a dramatic move here for DWAC. This is just in February, 112. You know, I mean, there's a lot of stocks that made these highs in February, but for a company that never really existed, I mean, this is a big move to the downside. And I shouldn't talk too negatively about it. We're not going to get into politics here, but it's an app that I'm not sure how heavily downloaded it is. We don't have it here in Canada, the True Social, and then now you get that news coming through. So I would just watch out for some of these bottoms. It's not like it wasn't here before. We started to dip down pretty early there. We've already broke through that 25. Now that you're breaking through 20, if you're going to go short, you could use 20 as a top. I don't know what to do about that either. And then your IC here again. I mean, some of these names, you know, what goes up must come down. This was a decent name, up to $14. Now got hit back to the downside, and then once again taking out this 50 period to try to move back up here on the daily. So, you know, you have that 14 high on IC. Now it's really starting to go. So here we go, man. I mean, this one, it's just made a bottom at 1140, looking to take out 12. I think if we could do that, then we start to run. I'm going to go long now that I see this. I think I'm going to go long here at 12 because this is a name that sort of made that bottom there. So I'm going to put like a 1202. Oops. Can't use that stop order in the pre-market, but I'm going to use like a 1202 break here, go a little long and see what we can do on IC. There it is right now, breaking through. Let's go long. So we're now long on IC. We have that bottom right here that we'll just wait for 1150. I mean, I didn't put off enough shares here. That's going to make a big difference if 1150 breaks. So we'll hold out for that. A lot of upside move here, a lot of movement. You're finally starting to come into some green candles. The largest green candle of the day is right here at 8 o'clock, but that's an 8 o'clock dump, so I'm not expecting anything through that. Now we have some real volume coming in, 11.6 million shares. Let's see if it holds that bottom of 1170. That's probably not a horrible reload. I think we'll do that as well. And then we'll get dumped out here if it takes out this 1150 on the bottom for IC. So we'll test it here. We'll see if this one, we'll see if it can go back up to the upside here, but we'll test that back down to 1165 or 1170 there, and then use that bottom wick as our route at 40 here. So that's what I'm trying to do with IC right now.
Yeah, and I see, you know, just looking at the float here, 100 million and, you know, free shorts for us. So hopefully free shorts for you guys as well, or, you know, cheap shorts if you are thinking the flip side on that one. Somebody sent a super chat. Thank you so much for that. I just wanted to quickly cover. Would you buy Palantir for long-term portfolio? So in this case, I mean, here's the thing. I don't like to say buy, sell, you know, like, I don't know, your guess is as good as mine type thing. But, you know, it's kind of, you kind of have that bottom to play off just looking at the daily. Like dragging over my daily chart here, you know, you kind of had everything make that bottom. You know, now we're back down at the 7. You had the IPO price at like $9 or $10 when they initially listed. I mean, in terms of what the company actually does, I think it's kind of cool. I think some of the contracts that they have are cool. But, you know, everything's going down, right? And you don't want to fight the trend. So for myself, I kind of look at these things and I say, well, look, I mean, the trend is down, right? It's just going down, going down. And when is the reversal going to come? I guess everybody's asking themselves the same question. You know, for myself, I say, if we do bottom out, and this is like long-term perspective, like we're looking at the daily here, like this is just down, 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 and this thing really hasn't had enough steam to get above that 13 area, 13, 15 area. If you think there's upside in the name, and if you think things are going to turn around and we're going to push towards high at any point, maybe you build a position into a potential breakout. But again, if this thing is just going down, it's like every time it looked like it was going to go up, down again. Looks like it's going to go up, down again. So for myself and my own personal portfolio, I really want to see things working for me before I really, load the boat in a high conviction name. So, lots of things to consider. Obviously, trade your own book, whatever makes sense to you. But, you have that kind of that 750 area bottom that it looks like it bounced off, 1, 2, 3. Is this going to be the fourth bounce that then brings us back up to 10? I guess time will tell.
We'll tell. And just a quick look at the European markets here, because I noticed a little something. We have, England, they just had their new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, has come through. They're up 0.25%. Germany up 0.9%. France up 0.33%. You'll see even Sweden, Switzerland, Turkey up 1% there. However, I can't help but notice that it seems like all of the Italian power has gone to our trading desk here, and Italy is one of the only couple markets to the downside in Europe here as we look. Just my 2 cents. I don't think it has anything to do with YouTube, but Germany very strong to be sure. And then I want to come over to our social sentiment board because obviously we've just talked a little bit about DWAC there, and of course that's to the. I don't know why it's going to be green, and that's in that section. AMC is going to be on our social sentiment board as well. This, of course, the size of the box, the amount of social chatter that has been going on, and you want to be looking to things that have catalysts. And once again, you have the SPY on this board. So the actual S&P 500 ETF is going to be on our social sentiment board. WHLR. A mover, I believe, from last week, moving. I wasn't here, but certainly on Friday, a bit of a mover on the social sentiment board there. And of course, Bed Bath & Beyond, for obvious reasons, heading to the downside and is going to be on the board. But notice this one here, NEO. I think we finally have a day where every time earnings season rolls around, we're never entirely sure when NEO decides that they're going to release their earnings. But I did see a note this morning that we'd finally get some NEO earnings, I think on Wednesday of this week. I'll double check that. But it's always a bit of a moving target when it comes to NEO earnings. But certainly going to have a look at that WHLR. I wasn't here to trade it on Friday, but it looks like it's going to be moving a bit again here today. So obviously Bed Bath & Beyond leading that social sentiment board as we were discussing.
There is, oh man, I don't know if you saw that stock, but IC just went up to 12.20 there today. You have to put up with dad jokes, Luca. So
that's fine.
Normally it's probably your dad telling them, but today it'll be me and Neil probably. But just went up to 12.20 there and just stopped. So I did not have an offer. Lesson learned. We'll now stick an offer there. See if we can take 20 cents. Remember, our risk is back down to that 11.40, 11.50 area. So ultimately, we're thinking for a little bit of a higher move, but it just did stop there at 12.20. So we're going to take that risk off the table. Sorry, we're going to take out 20% is all that I have sitting there. And the next level's up. I really think we can test a little bit higher than this, and we are looking for a reload back down here at 11.70. It wouldn't be a reload. It would be an average in. So there we go. So, we did have that sponsor up, so now the position boards are going on that. So there we go. And it's trying to take down this $12. What was the stock we were just talking about? Bed Bath & Beyond. We had a couple different names here that we were looking at, talking about some of those mean ones. Neil came up with another name there for us as well. Unfortunately, though, Bed Bath & Beyond today down that 15%. We sort of know the story there. The CFO committed suicide, unfortunately, over the weekend, amidst a lot of accounting. And, we know the way Bed Bath & Beyond is, whether or not they're actually doing anything that's suspicious or not. Now you got to sort of look under the hood, right? And it's sad to have the story like this, that this is why the stock is down. Would rather it be down, obviously, for business-related reasons. But sometimes whenever there's smoke, there's fire. And I think that's what people are probably doing right now, heading for the exits. We talked about why that was a very dangerous trade, to respect that $8 level, but I still feel like you're still there. Here's the daily range. Oh, no, sorry, I wanted the 20-minute. Yeah, here's that 8 that we kept bouncing off of. We talked about it was 8.50. The only risk to that bounce was that this happened, right? You come in the next day or a couple days later and you're automatically below that $8. So I feel like if you were going long based on it holding the bottom. Now you have an out, and it's not going to cost you that much. Like, I think if you could get out right now and then reevaluate your trade moving forward, I think that's probably the right move to play right here. The 50 period, which is a legit 50 period, is down here at 750, so 775, sorry. Now that you've broken that, I just don't really see the reason to still be in this stock. Like, I get it that maybe this isn't the reason to get out. I fully understand that. But, I mean, the bottom could still be tested here. $4 to $5. And, you know, just like Palantir, I believe in the company as well. But, you know, when the market doesn't like a name, it can bring it down a hell of a lot more than 15%, right? And so I get a little nervous about Bed Bath & Beyond here. I said in my note that what we're going to do at the bottom is you just fade it at 8 and then flip long if you break 8. I mean, you just got to say to yourself, hey, look, if there's going to be momentum, it needs to get back to the upside right now. It's only done 2 million shares. We know it was doing 100 million last week. So for me on Bed Bath & Beyond, here's $8. We held it a bunch of times. You're now below it. So to me, it's a sell, and it's on unfortunate circumstances and unfortunate situation with that CFO. And I just feel like, hey, look, whenever there's smoke, there tends to be fire. We've seen that. Remember when Snapchat, I think it was Snapchat, Luca, that first came out and said that iOS was a problem, how they were asking, and I see it now that I've switched over to Apple as well. They ask on every single app, do you want this app to track your data?
Yeah.
What do you think everybody's going to say?
No.
No, right? Android wasn't asking that. Like when I had the Android app, they weren't asking that. Now that Apple switched over to iOS, you saw Snapchat come out. They reported some horrible numbers. I'm talking about a year ago or so. And then that was followed by Facebook getting smacked for the same reason, followed by Google getting hit as well due to the ads and everything like that. So I just feel like sometimes where there's smoke, there's fire. And to me, I think it's a smart decision to get out of Bed Bath & Beyond, wait for some strength to get back in.
Yeah, you know, thoughts on BBBY? I think for myself, it's just keep it simple. It's like you had that bottom that, you know, Sean was mentioning from last week, that $8, $8.50, and it held just very, very nicely for so long. And now we're below, right? So it's like everybody is looking at the same chart. Kind of looks scary for longs. You know, like this was the run up. This was the action before, kind of holding, you know, got the negative catalyst per se. And, you know, now we're below. So, you know, is that $8 level going to now act as resistance? For myself, I absolutely love these plays where, you know, you got this overhead resistance. It looks very, very clean. You got the 50 period lined up there. So, you know, that $8 to $8.50 now potentially acting as resistance. And somebody in the chat said it themselves, you know, a fade to 5, right? That's kind of what it feels like. I mean, keep in mind that, you know, down 15% right now, you know, will be SSR. So less shorts are involved. They're not smashing the bid. So it's going to have maybe less velocity to the downside, maybe not. But, you know, you're going to have that kind of bottom out area around like $4 or $5. So, you know, kind of looks like it, right? Looking at this, just kind of feels like we could get 6, 5. You know, if not today, maybe this week, maybe this month. But, you know, not looking good for longs, that's for sure.
Just worth mentioning here, of course, that on the 23rd of August, Arnall and Bed Bath & Beyond were actually sued over accusations for artificially inflating the firm's stock price. And I think that's what you're certainly getting at there, Sean, with, you know, there being something there to it. There is a bigger story. Chip stocks are slightly up. I mean, obviously, we've been anticipating and we've known the chip deal was signed, but now there's some details coming through. $50 billion, not as big as it was anticipated being, but a couple of key points there. There'll be several programs: National Semiconductor Technology Center, $11 billion there, and $28 billion that'll be doled out to companies in the form of grants, cooperative agreements, subsidized loans, and loan guarantees, the majority of which going to potentially companies which are actually producing on American soil. And that sort of leads me over to, you know, we look at NVIDIA here today. One of the things that's been pretty common is looking at Intels and Microns, which might benefit more directly from those. But hey, I mean, when I was here last week, I was short in Intel every single day. NVIDIA has been bouncing off some pretty interesting levels here on the daily chart, at least attempting to, I should say, bounce off some significant levels on its daily chart as it's broken through 140, now getting down to that 135. So thoughts on the chip stocks here today in light of this? You know, sort of expected we get an update. The chip bill's already signed. Can they show us some strength?
No. I don't think so. Yeah, just No, we cannot. I actually have NVIDIA for the long, and I'll talk about that. Neil highlighted that 140 level for sure. I just have written down here 80s for AMD. I remember last week, I'm keeping these sticky notes here for if I ever somehow figure out how to make an NFT or if we want to do that, just to be fun with that in case we do something. Because, Trader TV Live is going to have a SPAC soon, TTVL, Luca. So get ready to roadshow it, and we can all be billionaires like our friend Chamath there. Anyways, I just wrote down that momentum right now. 80 was the bottom, but maybe they want to test it one more time. That's what I'm looking at right there. And then I have NVIDIA for the long if we're able to get long and go over. Thanks for all the likes and everything. I just see a couple retweets there and a couple likes happening. Find it at Trader TV Live. Just a quick little rundown here. Shopify is going to be one of my biggest plays today, and I hope to talk about, well, we'll have a lot of time to talk about that. But I just think long. We got to get back over those last 2 days for NVIDIA. So thanks for highlighting that level, Neil. I think that's pretty key as well. But here's AMD, man. Look, we were short this name $84 on Friday. That tanked all the way down to 80. That was a good trade before we went long, and then that busted it up. The key thing is, as the trade of the day happened, you got to go one way first. You got to think about which way you think this market's going to go. I feel like the market can hold today, which should mean we put this bear into a bull. But at the same time, I'm trying to trade price action. And right now, the NASDAQ is making this move back to the downside. We've come here, I think it was even Thursday or Friday. And again, Neil wasn't here, but I feel like the market was up in the pre-market at least decently one of those days. It was 1 or 2%. We could check the charts, or 1.5%, and then we wound up just tanking off the open. Well, look at AMD. AMD, again, trying to respect some of these highs, and we kept trying to go long, as you can see right here. Didn't work, but that short was huge off 82. I want to go short again. It's just a matter of finding the levels. We held this 79.80. I wrote down on here, 79.80 should probably be the real level, but it's a psychological 80 that's going to break. So we'll wait for this 79.80. But if you're going to go long, I feel like going long in front of 80 is legit. Hold it to 79.80 and then wait for that breakdown. If you're thinking this is going to be a long day for me, I'd rather wait for that level to come through, hit it on the downside as this market continues to come through here. It's just been such a disaster for the stocks and for the semis. Look at AMD, a beautiful move back down, and then it crushed that 50 period, broke that easily back down to 90. Now you're chilling out here, that ultimate bottom of 70. Like I said, I don't think these June bottoms get filled or tested, but we're getting pretty darn close right now, being back down to 80. So that's a level there for AMD. I want to go short this name just because it's been so disastrous. The shorts printed every single day. But then you go over here to the big guys. Still, what, a $300 billion, $400 billion market cap here for NVIDIA. They're leading the way. But again, there's a dramatic move to the downside. Broke a whole bunch of levels. There's that 145 support that we thought was going to hold. So then we go to that June bottom, and this one's broken now. So if there's going to be any names that is broken, I think this is the only one out of the major tech names, I'm talking about big cap here, that has broken that June bottom. But that June bottom is still 140. So when you're looking at 140 again, and again, here's us on NVIDIA, tried to play the long off of 140. You see how we went long 140, and we actually got 140, 150. Then we went long again and got out when it broke through 139.50. So I'm looking at a very similar play here one more time. So for this time, it's going to be on breakouts. We got to break that high right there of 141. It's actually 141.50. I feel like if we do enough work to come back to 141, then that's what we'll take. I don't really want to go 140 long, because you've run into tops here at 140.50, then you have 141.25. To be more exact, this play, Luca, is more like 141.50, but I like it to come back to the upside if it gets going. Like if this market is burning and we don't have the short in AMD, which we won't, right? Because if it breaks 80 and doesn't hold that break, then we get out. So if the market screams to the upside today, which I'm not sure it's going to scream, but if it does, I look at a 141 breakout on NVIDIA. I feel like that's the right play. If you're going to look at a daily, it looks like that, but let's look at a 20-minute quickly, and here it is. Just taking out a couple days here. Let's go back. Let's forget like September never happened and take out 141.50. So that's going to be my play for NVIDIA. Whether or not that happens or not, I'm not sure. And there it is right now. Spin it early for one trade at least, as IC is now starting to go back up to the upside right there. So a nice little take early on IC. Now let's see if this one can go back up to VWAP and take out a 1250 level. Those are my plays on NVIDIA. And Neil, you missed it, but we'll throw it to Luca. But he hit that 140 short the first time. So congratulations on that trade. What you got in store for us today, Luca?
Yeah, it kind of interesting to me. I think that 140 level, that was the previous low. That was the smashable short that we had from Thursday. And, it's been a level of interest. It's been a level of interest. On Friday is kind of the same level. In terms of long short, I really like to trade these kind of high price names when they're doing a lot of volume. And then when they slow, even slightly, I'm like, you know what? Let me stay away from this. Let me kind of, focus on what I do well. And speaking of what I do well, AMD, obviously easier for me to trade. And that $80 level, I think everybody's looking at, like you mentioned, it's kind of interesting. And I almost want to say that, looking from a daily perspective, kind of bottoming out at that 78.50. And this is just, I guess, alternative perspective. It's like 78.50. It's like we broke that and then we started to flush before we bottomed out, right? So we did test that 78.50 on September 1st. And now we're sort of consolidating, right? So if the market does want to fall down, then, that 78.50 breakdown, maybe we head towards 75, 74 area. But, quite a ways away. Are we going to get a big red day to start the week? I'm not 100% sure. To the upside, that 82 makes sense. And, obviously 84 would be a gift, but I'm not really sure what would give us the steam to get there today. Just speaking towards the overall market on Friday, we were up and we were at 4,000 and we were kind of moving around, dancing around. And I'm like, are we going to break 4,000? Are we going to hold 4,000? And, Prad came on and it just free fall Friday from there. So, kind of funny the way things work. And, maybe it's just classic action, right? It's like midday, and I came back to my desk, looked at everything, and things were just falling off. And I was like, all right, is this the market that we're in where we're just going to kind of do nothing all morning and then just like really fade into like the latter half of the day? So, that's something I'm looking at. Not really sure if we break down through 80 on this one right off the open and just kind of flush with the rest of the market. I mean, we are up 0.5% overall on the yes. So okay. Will be interesting to see what happens. But yeah, if that 80 breakdown reclaims back to the upside, the last thing you want to be doing is holding that short because we do have that kind of bottom area at 79.80, 79.50 short-term support, 78.50 more of like a swing trade support for myself. And then, yeah, if we break that, I mean, maybe we test that 75 area.
Just before you go back to Neil, you're welcome, JD, for IC. I don't know where it's going to go from here. I just took out 20% there, but that's not what I want to talk about. There's some people on the chat here going back and forth, and it's just like, talking about they don't know which direction they want to take. Not us, but even you guys as well. And I feel like we're the same way. You got to wait for this market to open up. I don't feel like you need to be trading every single day, every single opportunity that we talk about here on the show. I think we're going over some names, going over the watch list, and I think that's very important. But at the same time, and Prad says this all the time too, that cash is a position, right? And you don't need to be in names just because you sort of have that itch to do it. Obviously, trading is life, and Lucas Sweatshirt says it all, man. I'd rather be trading. So I'd rather be in this market than out of it. But at the same time, you really got to figure out what amount of risk you want to put at this. There's a major event coming in a week, right? We've talked about that literally 1 week coming on the 13th when we have the Fed coming through with, or not the Fed, the release of CPI. So, you can obviously stay in some cash, stay in some powder here, but I think that some of these opportunities exist and are worth taking. And if you're going to look anywhere, the chip names are a great spot to look there, Neil.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. And one thing that we're going to be looking at today and tomorrow for sure. Tomorrow they have the Apple event. Look, it's an interesting name, of course. They're far out iPhone 14 event. It is tomorrow at 1 p.m. However, this story that I found a little bit more interesting here for today, just in terms of relative strength, that Apple's been gaining on Facebook and Google in online ads after the iOS privacy change here. And, the interesting thing is, of course, everyone's aware of the change that they made. Still looking pretty strong is Google, but they're really catching up on Facebook. As Facebook adaptation fell 3%, while Apple was rising 4%. Google 94.8. They actually declined 2% in adaptation as well. So you have a bit of a challenge coming to that absolute duopoly that's been happening, that's been going on for years now between Facebook and Google, with Apple checking, I think, now at about 15%. Little bit of a note there, not to dig at Snapchat, but TikTok overtaking Snapchat on the lower end of that scale. I think 3% up to over that 2% that Snapchat had 3% for TikTok. But yeah, the big story, Apple gaining ground in online advertising. So can that make them relatively strong compared to the rest of the group? Only up 0.5% here, just more than that today, but they've held up rather nicely. I see us above that 155 at least, so things didn't get completely out of hand. Yeah, the Apple event's tomorrow, but certainly some signs of strength relative to Google in the long term.
Again, I think you sell the rumor, buy the rumor, sell the news. So it's tomorrow, so it's almost time to sell. Look at IC. We just got 1250 right there, so that's a good one there. We'll just catapult that name outside a little bit. We only have 60% left as we've been getting some out because now you're at that risk to reward spot that we like, including a dip back down in now into 1150. We may not even take that because the move's happening right now. I wanted to talk about Google's dominance at the same time as Apple's dominance. I mean, I think they're both in the same story, and they're both looking super strong for long-term plays. But to me, Google is more of a buy now if you do have a long-term portfolio because you are at these eventual bottoms. I mean, I feel like this is going to be the bottom. You're going to go all the way back to April of last year where you're back down here at 106. Now, I know this includes the split, right? So you're back down here into 106, 107 again. Some of these bottoms that were made after the split, you make the move back to the upside, you come back in, you test that 105. So, back down into here, I feel like these are testable levels. And honestly, as much as Google and Apple and Facebook and Snapchat and all that talk about advertising, it's just great that someone's talking more positively about advertising. And if it's going to be Apple, it's going to be Apple. There goes IC as well, breaking now above the VWAP and starting to take off. So I'm sitting here. My next out's going to be 1280, just for you guys that are watching this. This is a very, very good trade. So we'll drop down some cash on that one. But I do want to always trade Apple. I know Luca actually is a big fan of Apple as well here. Just making moves. Again, today it's done 1 million shares, which is pretty good for Apple. Your rate bouncing off the 50 period doesn't get any better than that. People are going to step in this market and buy Apple almost every time it dips down. You can see this move that it had. Like, look at the move to the downside. Sure, there's a move, but there's also a lot of buys in here as well. It's just, it couldn't stop that move in June. But look what happens when it goes back up. It just goes straight fire to the upside. Now tomorrow you get new phone release. Many people are going to be upgrading on an upgrade cycle. I mean, that happens every year. Whether or not, when you have the pros right now, there are some advantages to not flipping over because the phones are so good. But at the same time, new releases. Great. Oh, wow. IC is motoring right now up to $13. So we'll go moonshot right now on this. Yeah, yes, sir. That's a good trade there. So we're in the money $1 on IC. But let's just go back to Apple. I know you have some talk about this as well, Luca. That bottom there of 155, that holds, man, and it's a party. But I really feel like, all this talk, Apple's up 0.57, the market's up 0.43, so Apple is going to be relatively strong today heading into that event. So any dip buys in the market, yes, I see. That's a good one to start the day. Any dip buys in the market, I feel like you want to be there with Apple. So for me, if there's going to be one that's relatively strong, we'll take Apple, but I want to see the reaction in the marketplace first.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with that. And having that 50 period right below and the way that it just seems to be closing right above that 155 level, from a long-term perspective, it's definitely looking really, really good. You have the bottom to play off. And if we really break down, obviously, Apple being a name that's going to kind of whip around, touch a bunch of prices. So it's one of those things that you don't really want to have a hard stop on, but obviously, watching that overall general level, I mean, look at that, man. That's super clean. It is holding this level, and if we break that 155, we'll be down here, then maybe we get a breakdown. But again, we got the positive catalyst coming in tomorrow, probably be strong, if the overall market wants to hold, you got some kind of potential whipsaw action. So it'll be nice, if we get a dip off that, maybe take a long there, and then, you got a very clean out. But I do like that, buy the rumor, sell the news, or short the rumor and cover the news, whatever it be. That is the theory that holds the test of time. So why not do it again and again? And I want to quickly drag over a Google chart that I was sharing with the guys. And obviously I got my snippet tool, drawing my lines. This is Google. This is the daily, right? We're getting that and sorry, that's very, very small, but we're getting that sideways action on the daily. We did the split, and it's kind of channeling, right? And you could argue this is this is a bear flag, right? We are creating some sort of bear flag pattern. And the question I'm asking myself is, we have the 200 period moving average right here. This is on the daily, so just kind of drawing it down. Like, are we going to go back up, test, and then potentially go down? You know, kind of one scenario that I'm thinking, you know, like maybe. And again, something else to just share very quickly, because not a lot of the times as day traders, we're not looking at, you know, the monthly chart, but this is the monthly. This is the monthly on Google. You know, you had that very, very strong run up, and keep in mind, this is COVID, right? This is the COVID crash on Google. So you had the drawdown, then you had the kind of extreme run up to the upside. Now we officially broke trend, right, with this candle, and now we're creating that sort of bear flag. So obviously, you know, bear flag, it's like, are we going to break out and go back up, or are we going to kind of break this neckline here or trend line here, you know, test that 105 area, break that 104.75-ish, and then go for 100 tests. So I think, you know, if we do, for whatever reason, break the 105, obviously far away from it right now, you know, but if we break that kind of 105, 104.50 area, I want to believe that we're going to get 100 tests, and then you get that like 92-ish area support. So, you know, definitely interesting. I don't always pull up the monthly, but when I look at this, I think to myself, man, if we break down, you know, if the overall market breaks down, you got the catalyst ahead, you know, maybe we do end up breaking down and continuing if that support area does not hold.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, you have some fantasy drafts, and the next thing I know, there's like so many messages coming through. It's great. Those of you that are in fantasy football, get ready, especially when Neil comes back on the desk. We will be continuing to talk. Although I haven't had the opportunity, Neil, to really analyze our pools draft, because I drafted in another pool yesterday where it was basically the start of a dynasty pool. So I had to do a little bit of work there. I did miss Treylon Burks in that, but I think you got Wilson in ours, right? Yeah, so I got Garrett Wilson. I'll throw it to Neil in a second. I just want, people are wanting the imbalances, so let me do that quickly. So even when Neil and I aren't beside each other, we're still trying to look at each other for fantasy. NBEV, NLY, NCLH, just those of you that are asking, it's a pretty easy day here on the imbalance locator. Buys and sells mixed in there. There's Palantir, someone asked about that. That's a small little buy. Ape shares are a buy. CCL's a buy. Other than that, there's not much on here. Mullen, because we're, you know, the price of Mullen, 288's not that big. We did take out a piece there at 13. We talked about that for IC, that high of the day right there, 13.14. But let's go over to Neil at the big screen. Only 3.5 minutes left. Let's see what small cap he's looking at.
I don't mind that you didn't get Burks. It depends on what you picked, right? I'm looking at Hyde here today. They got the 100 million revolving line of credit up significantly, up about 70% or so. But I want to highlight, I'll come back over to the daily chart here. You got this 150 level. Obviously, psychologically, stock goes $1, it goes 150. You do have it breaking out from that dollar range, getting into that 150 high. I did grab, if you look at the stair step up, if you're into that sort of a thing, I did grab the latest dip in front of 130, taking some out into 140, playing into that 150. Potential breakout coming here on higher car. So this is another one of those movers. IC is moving, higher car, both to the upside. DWAC, as you guys know, to the downside, but still so light volume on DWAC. Needs to pick up a little bit.
All right, some great talk there for whoa, shit. As if you were right there. I didn't even notice that. Oh, beautiful. Thank you, Randy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I can't believe that hasn't happened more, because, like, wow. Thanks, Randy. He brought the Spros. Thank you for that. Let's have a quick Spro.
Somebody was asking too. They're like, "Oh man, Brendo's gone. Who's gonna bring it?" I was wondering. I'm like, "Oh man, like I got used to it."
Randy.
Oh, beauty.
Yeah, I got to keep the tradition going, right? So thanks, Randy. And then I was literally just grabbing it, didn't even realize. No, it's all clean now. I feel bad if I got that. Thanks for that, Randy. I don't want to mess up your work there. By the way, the desk is looking awfully sharp, that new one, thanks to Randy and company, and thanks for those Spros as we go as well. Okay, one trade I want to talk about quickly, because I see Tony's on the bell. What up, Tony? Hope you had a good weekend there, my man. We are getting ready to break 30 on Shopify. Okay, I got to call up a different chart because of the split just quickly here. Let's just look at this. If you guys can find a better chart setup than this for me, then please do it. I mean, right now, you could draw lines going down here. You're starting to get into a flag this way, boom, boom, that way. This is my E-signal chart, so unfortunately, I'm not going to spend time doing that right now. But look at this. Look at this 30 break down here. It's bounced off that numerous times. Now the NASDAQ's about to turn red. Shopify will die today, I feel like. You can have your outs not too high on this name, because again, names that are heavily shorted tend to go back to the upside on failed breaks. So I feel like right up to here, 30.60, 30.70 on a break of Shopify. This is a name that, not that I'm willing to lose everything on, because we don't do that here, but you break that 30, and look, I know we broke it at the close on Friday before bouncing back up. Closing trades are a completely different beast. We talk about that all the time. So I'm looking at Shopify short here right off the jump, and hopefully I get it. There's only 40 seconds left right now. Luke, you got a quick trade for people quickly?
I don't know. I'm looking at Meta too. Like that 160 bottom from last week, we kind of bounced off that level, and potential, and then we kind of broke down end of day and then reclaimed. Opened above that 160 again. Keep in mind that understand the names that are going to touch a lot of prices, and understand the names that are going to be very clean. Meta is one of those names going to touch a lot of prices, move around very quickly. So just kind of factor that in to your trading. Yeah, market looking like it just kind of wants to fall off here. So we'll see what we get there. Maybe some whipsaw action, some dip buys. We got 5 seconds to go.
Yeah, we only got 5 seconds. The countdown's a little off. 3, 2, and 1. Let's go, Tony. We are now open. Thank you so much to everybody for watching. Thank you so much for being here with us. And thank you so much, Bed Bath & Beyond. Early trade. We are now in that name. Let's see where it goes. It is starting to go back up to the upside. Right now, Bed Bath & Beyond, it did take down that pre-market bottom, which is why we got short. But we didn't. I mean, again, you have a big wick down there to 710. I'm gonna get out of some of this if it takes maybe 750 and regroup. Bed Bath & Beyond short, IC as well. We've got some of these plays. Let's see where we go from here. Bed Bath & Beyond right now, 750.
Yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond, watching this one as well, just falling off, wants to break that 7 maybe. Guys, keep in mind, if you're trading New York stocks, you want to make sure that the name is open before you kind of get involved there. My rule, I got my orders out, I'm chilling, I'm waiting. But at the same time, I'm like, you know what, like I got to wait and see, kind of let these levels set themselves up. Let's see if this thing wants to test 8 for a potential short. That's for me. Watching this, you got this kind of high in the pre-market at 755-ish area. So, potential scale into that short for then the reversal. So we'll see what happens here.
All right, so a couple positions on board right now. IC is coming back down. It's fine. Bed Bath & Beyond not really doing too much. We're waiting for a 760 break. We could be wrong on this. I mean, this name could jump right back to that upside. I feel like the story is just so sad that I just rather be short this name and take it out. Hey, if it rips up to the top, we'll get out of that one pretty quickly. There's no doubt about that. And here we go. Now we're starting to cash out. My number one name on the board now is Shopify. We've talked about that. Look at this thing make a move back down in. This is a big trade for me, so let's see if we can get some more profit. Oops, sorry, in the wrong screen. We'll see if we can get some more trade on Shopify. There's that 30 break. It's the number one name here on the sticky note, so there we go. Put some risk onto Shopify. Let's see how low we can go. We just got a 65 bid there. I don't really have a target for Shopify, but the short so far is printing, and there it goes, man. Yes, sir. There goes Shopify, making new lows right now. So far, so good on this name. We just got to worry about Bed Bath right now.
Yeah, Bed Bath just got that fill short, 750 there. So let's see where this wants to go here. I think if we break the 760, then there's potential to really, really run towards 8 there. So I'm going to watch this short, starter size just to kind of keep my eye on it. And, I'm going to let it float around there. AMD now below that $80 level. I'm watching 79.50. Are we going to really rip through that and kind of sell off? Guys, keep in mind the overall market. Had that little bit of a dip, now kind of reclaimed there. I don't have hard levels, and there goes Bed Bath & Beyond. So now we're at 765 there.
Good thing I got out there.
Somebody mentioning, they might halt Bed Bath & Beyond. I don't know how accurate that is, but I'm definitely watching this position. It's floating around and kind of gives the feel that, it sometimes feels like it is trading like a small cap. It's really, really moving kind of in and out. So I'm playing off of that $80 level. Kind of average into this. If we break, $8 level, and if we break like 8, 8.10, and just keep kind of zooming to the upside, then definitely wrong there. So obviously manage accordingly. AMD approaching that 79.50 area, so gonna keep a look on this one as well.
Yeah, so we actually went short AMD as well, so this is going to be a good trade for us on the short side of this market, like we called, baby, like we do at this time. Look at Shopify all the way to the downside. What a crank this one is, man. This is the number one name on our sticky note. You know what else is on the sticky note? How are you feeling, AMD, right now? So here comes a move, bang, to the downside as we take down those lows. We could have got a little more excited with AMD at 80, which would have been a lot nicer, but so far so good here as we're starting to bank out some of these trades, man. Shopify continues to work. There's 29.40. Like, what is the low on Shopify here? I need to find out what the all-time low is. Neil, if you can have that post-split there for Shopify. I feel like we just made it right now. I got to look at better charts to find out for that. But AMD, did we just bounce off 79.50? I know, Luca, you were looking at that level, 79.50, so that could have been a bouncing off spot. We have our best out is 79.52, so far so good on that one. But this is retracing back. Okay. Let's take a little bit more out here in case this market does want to bounce for us, just in the general scheme of things here. Shopify still continues to work to the downside, but yeah, maybe AMD has seen better days here for sure, but we take that short, we hit it. But let's not get too excited. This market could easily retrace back. You're just turning positive again on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I'm kind of watching AMD here off that 80 level. If we get back above that, I'll just get myself out of this one and kind of recalibrate. Again, it is a market that can dance around, right? And we do have these bottom areas. So it's like if we are not failing at these bottoms and we quickly reverse, then it's like we break 80 to the upside. I mean, this thing could be at 81, 81.20, break the pre-market high, and you know, off to the races. So obviously anything's possible here. So make sure to continue to manage risk there. Just watching my BBBY. Now it decides to go a little bit sideways over here at that 770, 775 area. So maybe potentially add to this one as well and see if we get a kind of reversal point.
All right. Yeah, we're still. Oh, Neil, what's up?
Just quickly, the 29.76 is it's like a triple bottom from 2019, but Shopify has been significantly lower than that. But that 29.76 or so is a monstrous level. Just watching this Organovo achieves a 3D tissue model for Crohn's disease. This one is on the move, ONVO, catching big volume off the open as it did try to reclaim $3. I'm looking at this $3 level as an obvious sort of line in the sand. It gets through 3, potential for a breakout, but it just reversed off of that 3 even. So you got some pretty monster levels coming back in from 2019 there, Sean, on Shopify, but clearly traded significantly lower than that previously.
Yeah, okay, yeah, perfect. Yeah, that's what we're looking for, the 52-week low on that. So, yeah, we've just been getting some out. So that's 79.60, talked about 79.40, some key levels. Let's just keep getting some out. So there's AMD, right? So we just took more out, by the way, as that went above that 60 level. We're less than half right now on Shopify. I'll take out one more piece right now just in case we do retrace back down. But the trade that a lot of you maybe are looking at here is AMD. We have averaged into that short at 80. But like Lucas said, we're not going to trade this one lightly. If it wants to start to go back up to the upside because the NASDAQ quite simply wants to go, then we have to be here and respect the fact that AMD will rip everyone's face off if it needs to. So I'm not going to sit here and question that trade. I'm on IC here at 28. I don't really know why we chose 28, but you know what? It doesn't matter. Spin it right there, 1328 right there. A nice little out for IC as that came all the way back up. I'm actually going to cancel the reload now and then just watch this thing fly. We only have 20% left, and there goes IC. Yes, sir. Dropping down that money and flossing it off a little bit there for IC as that continues to go up. 80.50 is my out here on AMD, so we'll take that when it does come through. NVIDIA still cranking lower now. Tesla actually holding up fort right here. Luca, I don't know if you're in anything right now, but Tesla holding it up, just pretty choppy, but still positive despite this NASDAQ move down.
Yeah, one thing was kind of glancing at it, and again, this thing is not really doing volume, DWAC not really doing volume, but when you have that kind of pre-market level where it's setting itself up, it looks like the 1980 to 20 area is going to be good. If we get above that, you get that explosive action. So this thing actually broke 20 and made the run to 22. Nice 10% move in the first couple minutes. I was thinking, do I take the long here? I don't know. It's not really doing volume, guys. The spread on this thing's like 25 cents. So I just watched it start printing 20, then 20.30, 20.85, just jumping around. Looks really clean on the chart, but again, the way that the action actually goes down is a little bit different. I missed the reload up there at Bed Bath & Beyond at the 770 area, which is unfortunate. It is SSR, right? So it is a challenging trade. Like if we're coming back down and I'm trying to, hit the short, I'm just not getting the fill there. So I'm going to have to kind of, live with my fill over here. And, now we're finally in the money. Basically break even, but I'm looking for a move back down, maybe to the 7 area, maybe get some tests. You got the pre-market lows at like 720. If we break 720, we're probably getting that 7 test. And then, yeah, who knows, man? Maybe I'll hold this and see if we actually get the 5 test today. But yeah, anything's possible. And I didn't actually get the bid on Apple. I wanted that at the 156 initially. But yeah, maybe we get that test now. I mean, the market, I'm really going to let the market decide. If we're going to go down and Apple wants to break and really, really sell off, then okay. But, maybe for me, Let it break 156 right now and kind of dance around. If it holds 155.80, then maybe we get that bounce back towards VWAP.
All right, Luca. Yeah, great call on all of that, man. Good looks on these. There goes IC up to 14, man. This is really a nice trade. But you know what really is the banger for me is going to be the Shopify trade. It's down into the 30s right now. So, you know, we just took a... What's going on with my keys here? You know, just because it's down here doesn't mean it's going any further, but it was a nice little flush to the downside on Shopify. So let's just take out one more piece here into the 40s if we can, which we should be able to. There it is, 47. And then we just got a 30 bid, but let's wait a little bit lower. I mean, if this market keeps on tanking, then good on that. There it is. Let's go, man. So we just got another Shopify bid. We are also catching some bids right now on AMD, as this has really pulled in for us as well. So, you know, all the way back up, we respected VWAP there, which is a good sign. Our latest short on a reload, of course, was 80 flat. So where's my reload button? Right there. So that was a good trade on the reload. But again, trying to respect some of these bottoms here. So that's the key for me. Like, you know, is this market going to continue to go down? You're only down 0.17. Remember, we are a week away from possible destruction in this market for CPI. But at the same time, maybe the CPI is going to not be as bad as we think. The market's starting to catch a bid right here. Look at AMD. Wow. AMD shooting up now, catching my interest. What's up, Neil?
Very quickly here, we have Edenix is halted to the upside. They announced an uplisting to the NASDAQ capital markets and closing a $25 million public offering in common stock. So ATXG just halting to the upside a couple of minutes ago. It looks like it'll resume in a little bit there. We always talk about the halt page, so always worth going over onto NASDAQ Trader. No resumption time, but it should be just a 5-minute halt for ATGX, expecting that one to come back open. But some big moves happening in that IC, as you mentioned there, Sean, and as well, have a look at just a quick look. Be careful about that HYRE. That's starting to come back in. It's rejected that 150 level and pulling right back in. So that 150 on the daily chart, that is now turned into a bit of a barrier here again at the open. It's holding forward in front of 125, but that 150 break is certainly looming.
Could you do me a favor? Is there anything on AMD here or NVIDIA or something? It's going a little crazy because, I mean, it's not on, maybe it's NVIDIA found the bottom at 135 and they just want to go on this. I don't know, because the market was cruising downside there. AMD was cruising and all was well. And then all of a sudden it went for a little jaunt to the upside. Hopefully it's just the market figuring out what it wants to do with AMD, and hopefully the end decision is down. But right now it's looking like it's getting more aggressive to the upside. Not that I expect anything. Don't look too hard there, Neil, for it. I don't. You know, there's probably nothing going on. It's just, it is moving a little differently than many of these other names, what I can see. Meta is a strong name, though. So some of these names continue to work to the upside, although Meta right now is starting to point down. It was trying to take out some tops there as well. So, you know, this is just a little funny one. There goes AMD. So, oh, that sucks. We've been averaged into there it is. Now we take our last trade there, as it looks like it's going to break back above 80. So yeah, AMD is definitely catching a bid here. These chips are starting to really rocket to the north side now. NVIDIA maybe breaking through 137 could be a trade. There goes AMD. I have no idea what's up with this. This is absolutely nuts right here. I'm going to take NVIDIA breaking through 137 as a possible long trade. But yeah, for right now, we're getting our back broken here on AMD as this just continues to rip up, as the NASDAQ might have found a bottom there, who knows, but there goes Advanced Micro. This is always, like I said, this is always the risk when you're trading this name, that it could just blow up, man. It's well traded, it's well watched, and there goes AMD just ripping up to the upside there, and we're out, quite frankly. That's it. 80-60, we take some profit, then give some back. There goes AMD to the upside.
Yeah, you know, I tried the Apple long the first time. It looked good. It was bouncing. We got all the way up to 156.15 area, and I was like, okay, we're bouncing. Things look good. Then we broke down, so I had to get out of that. But here's the thing. If at first you don't succeed, maybe it's still good. Maybe it's worth a try. We're still getting some selling that's coming in. But again, this market, that whiplash action, for myself, I really like to react to these things. And it's like, if we are selling off, I don't really want to jump into the kind of, the short. But then if we whip back and, shorts are offside and then we bounce back, the bounce back is violent, right? So there's money to be made there. So, took the long again, kind of scalped some out over there. And now, if that 156 holds, I kind of want to hold this. But, if we get below 156 here, I think I'll just get out of my position, take the win and kind of reevaluate.
All right, I'm going to just reload this short on AMD. I just don't. That feels like that was algos, or there was something there that was really riding this thing up. And look, it could break higher, and we'll get out on AMD. But let's get back in here and see if it wants to now go back to the downside there on a little bit of an algo bump. I feel like. I was sitting there watching it and couldn't really believe what was happening. Not to say we're going to be right on this, so we'll put there it is. So we'll put a bid on that. Yeah, right there. That was a good catch on the short, at least on that reload there. So a good catch on the short for the reload. But look, it still wants to get bought up. Let's see if we can get something out here in the low 30s, and then hopefully back down even lower than that. I'll put, shoot, man, it's not really breaking lower here like I thought it would. So, yeah, watch out for AMD here. What's up, Neil?
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to tell you that I see anything in particular on the chips, but it is worth noting here with that chip bill details coming through. Intel at the low of the day. As those moves were happening to the upside on AMD, simply watching Intel make some fresh lows. So definitely limited to, I should say, what you were watching there. Intel incredibly weak right now, actually breaking 31 on the daily chart and heading even lower than that. So find some relative weakness over there, but nothing in particular on those chip names. Yeah, couldn't find anything there for you, Sean.
Yeah, okay, that's all cool. Yeah, well, look, we went short. We got out of a third of it. Again, on the downside, now it wants to rip to the upside. So see you later on that one, man. We're not going to sit here and just keep making those same mistakes over and over again. Because if there's strength there and we're not able to find something, then, hey, they're just buying these names up. So good on that. We didn't want to, we talked about it. If it stayed under 80, fine. Those are those shorts that we wanted. We kept building them up. So we kept building up the shorts. Now it takes it out to the upside, and we have no choice but to get out. Like, I hope I didn't make the top wick there, but again, I feel like there wasn't much for me to do on that trade. So we'll wait to see if that goes to the upside. We didn't put on a huge trade. I do like NVIDIA. Oops, that's not NVIDIA. I do like NVIDIA breaking 137. That didn't come into play, so maybe there is something there, and maybe it's Intel. Like Neil said, that one's still hovering near those bottoms. So if one of them is going to fail, maybe it is going to be Intel. And honestly, yeah, that didn't even bump up. So what is that bottom on Intel? 30.95. I'm going short if we break 30.95 on Intel.
Yeah, and so still nursing the BBBY short. I want to believe that, like, if we break down, like, you see this pattern all the time, right? It's like it pops, it drops, it kind of dies, and then we just fade lower. Like, it is a negative catalyst. You want to be on the short side. For myself, I think the short side is good. So looking for that 7 test. I'm going to be patient with this one, and if we get to 7, maybe we could push 680. But at the same time, it's like I'll take my 50-cent win, my scalp, if we can get there now. If we get back above that 761, then I ask myself, why are we getting back there? Like, it looks like it's breaking down now. So, maybe get that continuation there. HYRE, hot chick of the day, is just doing nothing. This thing is absolutely dead sideways. And look at that wick off top. I want to say, okay, so this was 930, but how many times do we set the range, break the top, do a lot of volume, and then instantly drop back down? This was the 930 open candle, so it's not so much something that I would have taken. But I'm watching this. I like the 150 break to the upside. But again, this is not I don't want to say this is a low float. This is like 100 million shares floating. This thing is not going to move the way low floats. Anybody who's looking at the book right now, and let me drag it over to my, the tape over here. It's like you're looking at the book. Look at the size, right? These are lots, but like, look, this is not a low float. It's not tape teleportation action, right? So this thing is very, very thick. It would take much more for this thing to really, really get moving. But I still do like that 150 break. So my order is out over there. And yeah, guys, Apple, just to kind of give perspective here, it's like I took the long and I took the money and whatever. It was like a little bit, not too much. And I'm like, let me hold, because if we go, we'll go. But look, I get myself out. I create a winning trade. Apple, my best name, 3 names traded today. But now we're breaking down, right? Now we're breaking down. The market looking like it wants to continue downwards. And going back quickly over to AMD, it's like, this thing, I was like, okay, let me get out of this short because we could be at 81 like very quickly, and we were there, but now back down. So somebody in the chat said it best. They're like, look, I'm waiting. I don't know what the market's doing. I want to wait and let it tell me what to do and then react to that. I like that one as well. I'm in one short right now, waiting, kind of seeing, is this 80 level going to hold, and what's Apple doing around that 50 period on the daily?
All right, we just got into a new name alert. There was Amazon on some of those bottoms. Look what basically happened, by the way, to AMD. We got out there, we got back in at 40, but we just took an 80 print on that for 40 cents back into our pocket there on AMD. So yeah, this market continues to push lower. Let's see where we go. We do have a new position alert as well for Intel. We got some 95s, out 90s. Let's see if that one continues to make a move down. What's up, Neil?
Just out recently, it was services PMI was 43.7. Expected was 44.2. That's the lowest since May of 2020. So maybe put some pressure on the markets. But if you're looking for a low float name, Luca, I heard you just mentioning low floats. FWBI, 1.2 million share float. When I checked it, breaking the high, they're up 35%. I saw no news catalyst on this, so it could just be a low floater with a little bit of social media talk, as I was able to find. But this 440 breaking the pre-market highs just now on the daily. You can see the $4 break has already happened. Big time volume, big time runner. And of course, we know that catalyst of low floats and high short interest sometimes is enough. Looks like it's putting in a bit of a wick top there at that high of the day.
Yeah, for sure. FWBI, one of the names, I think it was a reverse split recently. So it was 4 to 5 mil and now down to 1 mil. You know, why not create a low float structure for your company and then watch it go to the moon? The only thing these guys are missing is SSR. So, you know, I mean, if they get that SSR action going, then gets interesting. Just to quickly drag over the daily for people to see here on this. This is when they did that reverse split, right? So this is the action and kind of dancing around. And, you know, when I look at these low floats and they have no spread and it's like 1 cent spread, I go, okay, let's go. Let's see what we got here. When you get like the 3 cent spread, 2 cent spread, you kind of, you know, if you've been trading for like a year, 2 years, you should know what to expect, especially if you deal with these things. So yeah, that kind of topish area, 450 area. I mean, this is a recent high after the split, right? So if this thing wants to really get going, if volume kind of pours in, you know, more algos get involved, then it gets interesting. Definitely on my radar moving forward. Something that I think I'm going to have to just drop off here is CEMI. Look at this, man. This thing just fell off. This thing is doing no volume. It is not going to make its way to 85 cents most likely, and therefore kind of drop it off. You know, something that I do that works really well for me, just kind of like a little tidbit here, is like you have a watch list, you have a bunch of names, and just to kind of give you guys an idea, it's like, look, I have a bunch of names here on the watch list, and as the morning kind of, you know, sets levels up, you see things moving, you're going over everything, you can just delete things, kind of, you know, narrow down your watch list and really kind of focus in on what's working for you, and then hit those ones hard.
Yeah, shout out Neil, everybody else right there, because we got some bangers on now for Intel. Intel short that 30.95, which was the day break at that time. AMD can basically, every day there's a stock that can go directly to hell, and so we'll put it there directly in there right now for the gates of hell, because look where AMD is going. Right back, trying to retest some of those lows of 79.50, and we got algoed out right there for sure. There was no reason, but again, like I'm sitting here and I'm learning. Like, the important thing is and I could just say this, like, and it happens all the time, like 21 years experience being in here, and you still learn every single day. Like, I could see that was just going up there and there wasn't much going on, but we've seen AMD just run so much. So the fact that we're still alive here today, I think is a good sign. Obviously, we're still alive, but you got to get out of the way when some of these moves happen, you know, and that happened right there for AMD. Our newest trade alert is Amazon. We've already taken out 10% there for 15 cents. Obviously, we're waiting for a hell of a lot lower on Amazon. It took down that Friday bottom right there of 126.50, so we went short. We don't have the greatest price. We have 42. We noticed it a little bit late, but there it is, a nice little move to the downside. Oil, I talked it up earlier as well. Oil, well, not talked it up, but that it was at that 85 level. It bounced to 88, up 0.5%, so Oxy and whatnot trying to work as well. There goes NQs though, right now down 0.37. Remember when Neil started the show asking about, you know, what did we think about this? And I kind of was like, you know, I consider myself a bull. I mean, I thought so anyways. But these last little while has definitely been turning me around. And there it goes. Like, look at Amazon right now. Stop crying over AMD, big guy. You have a nice little trade here on Amazon to the downside. And we still have a good trade on AMD. We just got rid of our shares, which kind of sucks. But we went over and picked on the worst of the bunch here with Intel. So that's going to be turned out to be a good trade there. And I want to thank Neil for mentioning that as well. Because, you know, otherwise, well, you know what? Like, if we would have left our AMD trade, we would have made 10 times the money probably on AMD that we did on Intel, but we did up our game there and put on a decent position there on Intel. So now, as this name continues to fall down, I mean, could we break 30? Like, this is at the same levels. Now, I know Intel gives a 2.5%, 3% dividend, but you're at the same levels now that, you know, you haven't seen in decades here for Intel as it just continues to go down. I think it's a good name. We've talked about this as an investment tool now moving forward because it's gotten hit so much and because you have the dividend and they're in a restructure. There is lots of bull cases for this, but the name just keeps on getting cracked lower. Look at Amazon, 125.80 right now. Hit the sirens for this one, big dog. As we continue to go to the downside right now on Amazon, let's put a bid out for there. Hit this, take some profits, and down we go. There, I heard some stuff in my ear, but I didn't hear Neil. Let's go for hot over to Neil.
Yeah, I got to buy some more packages from Amazon to get that stock getting back to the upside. Good short there, Sean. Last week's IPO, or at least one of them, SHPH, is now up 11%. This one, big move last week, obviously, pulling back down into earth here, but getting off these $12 bottoms, headed towards a pretty key level. If it can get to 20, you can see there last week at the end of the session, it did resist 20 even, but a $4 run just in the last 20 minutes or so, right off the open. Clearly just another one of these small float IPOs that gets a second life after crushing souls on its first day.
I like it. Crushing them souls, baby. Downside moves here. My guys from SneakerCon are doing a show coming up on September 17th. So we'll see you guys there. What's up to SneakerCon as well. Look at Shopify, pulls back in. Good trade on that one. Amazon now 80 cents in the money and still cracking lower here. So yeah, I was just telling Luca, like, we're positive on the day, all is well. But like, to lose on AMD, which is why it goes directly into the gates, is that we got out of it thinking there could have been a bull run coming on chips. We actually were getting ready to punch NVIDIA long at 137. Good thing that didn't happen. But like, you know, that would have just been, honestly, it could have been a nasty day for me. Like, despite me going short, we could have got killed. If NVIDIA took 137 there and then turned, I would have been like dead on that. Pissed off about AMD, but we did create, again, these big shorts, man. Intel's a big one to the downside. Shopify's a big one to the downside. IC was huge. I mean, that went to 14. It's now giving some back. I feel like getting out if this breaks back down below. Let's use the 200 period now, 1240 for IC. That'll be the out. But look at this name, man. As if. All right, I'm just going to put a bid now. I almost want to get out of out of AMD because I'm just whatever with it, but we'll hit the siren. It's still a great trade. Look what we're holding on now. People say, Luca, how do you trade this many positions? AMD, 80 cents in the money. Amazon, 80 cents in the money. Intel, 20 cents in the money. IC, 90 cents in the money. Shopify, 70 cents in the money. I mean, when you're short and the market's going down, it's kind of a rhetorical question here, Luca. You can hold your trades. It's not that hard when you're when you're the right way on that one. So hit them with some of your trades here, big dog.
Yeah, you know, absolutely. And one of the things I need to work on is trading a little bit more at once. You know, I'm kind of scanning the board here. Somebody asking about Snapchat. One thing I wanted to quickly talk about is, you know, we had that 1150, 1160 level in play. For me, I didn't really want to kind of chase the short. I'm like, it's a random level, 1130. Maybe it falls off, tests 11. Now we're getting that sideways action. It's probably really going to slow down. So, you know, not really on the radar for myself. But keep in mind that 1150 going into like 1170 area, you got that resistance. Then you got the 50 period coming in at 12, right? So for me, it was like, okay, if we get there, then for sure I'm looking short. You know, are we going to get the kind of same setup? But unfortunately did not set itself up. Just kind of fell off the open, kind of creating like a very short-term, you know, bear flag, I guess you could argue. But again, on the 1 minute, you don't want to really use these patterns because it's very short-term. And this is where the algos, you know, will get you. They kind of, you know, create these things and then watch them move. So another example here is, keep in mind the 50 period on Apple is at like 156. So now we are below, making you think, okay, the short is good. The market's fallen off. We're below the 50. Let's see the selling come in. And then when you least expect it, bang, breaks trend, moves to the upside. Next thing you know, we're back above. So that's something I'm watching. There's money to be made on both sides here. Obviously, if you were short this name, somebody said it before, you know, Apple short paying. Obviously, hopefully you're holding that because the trend is down. But But look at these bounces, man. Fail the first time, take a little bit more size the second time, scoop that in, and you know, like approaching daily goal for the day. So, you know, couldn't be happier.
Yeah, buddy. And
yeah, we'll see. We get some more action going here. That AMD 79.63 now. Kind of creating this little bottom here. I know, like, Sean's talking about this as well. So, you know, just to kind of cycle through all the names I'm looking at, like, this looks like maybe it wants to hold that 79 short-term, 79.50 area. But yeah, if we break down and get a 79 test, if we continue to sell off, then, you know, maybe we test that 79 and 78.50.
Bro, you're convincing me to get out of my shorts here, thinking that we could hold some of these levels, but let's see if that is the case. The only stock that we've messed up on, well, we messed up on AMD, we've talked about that, but Bed Bath & Beyond in and out. I mean, again, it was just a break of the pre-market. It did tank down for us and did give us a decent winner, but we didn't take it, and then we got out basically for the same amount that was. The 200 period, not that it was a 200 period at that time, we got out on what was the day's break of 750, got that out, now comes back down into the downside, so Bed Bath & Beyond continues to be a sore spot on my blotter today. Shopify, obviously not the #1 name on my list here that we crush to that downside. So let's just keep going, man. Yeah, you guys are right. Whoever, what's up? Watt, okay right here. Amazon shorts, let's go. Let's get Tesla, baby. You need the money. Okay, let's go look at Tesla right now, but we'll spin it for you anyways. As I see you there, KL on the chat. Let's go over to Tesla and look at that as we watch some of these other names just continue to bleed down. I'm a little bit nervous about Intel. Well, okay, Intel just took 75, so nervousness a little bit less than that as we just get 71s. There goes Tesla. I'm actually surprised Luca wasn't on this name. He was looking at it earlier. But again, a break of 270. Yeah, that would have been pretty sweet for sure. It held 270, just broke it just now. Right there, back down to 268. That bottom trying to hold as well. Unfortunately, I can't look at it on our charts because we don't have the breakdown properly for the split. But here it is on a 20-minute chart for Tesla, well below that 272. I mean, that looks great on that short. You're still approaching new levels. I think you wait. So many names have broken bottoms here, right?
Wow.
You can see me in AMD. Look at AMD.
Wow.
This is absolutely a disaster for me today. But there it is, 266. I think just because you asked KL, there's so many names that have broken below Fridays, Thursdays levels that you just have to wait for this to do it as well. I think 266 is a short for Tesla when it comes through, but that's the bottom. So, hey, if you think that this is a little bit of a trap here because the market has pulled back so much, then Tesla long off 266 also would work. But wow, AMD right back to day's low. I'm happy to have this as an 80-cent winner, but I'm really not happy to be negative on this name because we got blown out to that top side. But yeah, that's the one that's going to haunt me for a bit. Amazon, Intel, everything really working, man. Check Intel now. We just got we got a 70 and a 71 fill. No, sorry. I think we only got a 71 fill, but here comes 70 coming back in, and that's the low of the day. So we have many stocks short here, and they're all at lows of the day. It's, oh my gosh. Okay, AMD, guys, really cracking lower, which is great for our Intel trade. You see that one really pulling back in. So Intel's all good, baby, but it was all a dream because I did not read Word Up Magazine this weekend. And if I had, then I may have held this AMD because, man, that's a big size move down there. Red and black lumberjack with the hat to match, but no hats today, Luca.
Yeah, you know, guys. So I'm looking at Apple here, and I'm like, are we gonna bounce 155? Are we gonna take 155 and then kind of reclaim and jump back to the upside? We didn't. We were holding. We popped, and I was like, oh my God. Okay, the long is gonna be good here, and we were literally at 155.35, and a bid of 300 lots came in at 155.05, and the market ran to it like no tomorrow. And you know what? That to me confirms there's a program seller on Apple. They are looking for size. You know, like they are hitting the bids. So, you know, as much as the kind of whiplash to the, I mean, look at this. Like I took the long, I took my chance, but we're going to the downside. We're testing that 3,900 on the ES. This is wild, man. AMD going for that 79 test. Yeah, hold on to your shorts. Kind of feels like that kind of day.
We have happening now. I mean, is there much happening right now?
Well, yeah.
No, let's go over to Neil as we kid that. This is, again, one of our better segments because we can review every market worldwide. All right, it's not worldwide, but Neil's already talked about Europe a little bit. So, wow, okay. Neil, this market is absolutely collapsing. So what's happening now is more downside. Over to the man at the big screen.
Yeah, whew, it's going to be an ugly one here happening now. Brought to you by Chart Prime, offering top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, points of reversal, and many more to add to your trading strategy. Well, the strategy this morning, I mean, we're heading to the downside. We're green across the board. All three major markets were to the upside. Now you got the S&P approaching 0.75% to the downside. The Dow, which was leading the way, down 0.2%. You find the NASDAQ already cracking the 1% mark to the downside there. The Russell slightly red. There's not a heck of a lot to like. You even see Canadian markets heading into the downside as well there. There is no strength to be found. Oddly enough, my personal favorite market, Brazil, down 2%. Everything is getting absolutely shellacked, as they say. So like you said, Sean, hold on to your shorts. It is a huge momentum reverse. We talked about that losing streak from last week. At this point, we're primed to continue it.
Amazon primed to continue this one. That was a good one. You did good there. To the downside. Was that a take on Amazon Prime?
Short Amazon, right?
Right, good. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I liked it. You said you tried. I thought that was a good one. Yeah, there's Amazon right now. Amazon is the big one right now, so we'll spin this. Look at this trade, man. 126.50, breaking the bottom of the other day, and there it goes back down in. As we are just really motoring today, I mean, we have monsters on board right now. Like, you want to talk about the trades that we have. Amazon to the downside, 126.50, now $1.60 in the money. AMD on the short, that we just got taken out a little bit, but we hit that back. Look where this goes. Short right now, AMD, $80.36, $1.50 in the money on that. Intel, one trade, breaking 31, and now look, out. Got a lot out here at 75. Now we're looking at that 50 level, taking more out on that one. I still see you on this one. $12 break all the way to $13.40, got some out there. And the number one stunner for the day, Shopify, we hit this through 30 short and bang that to the downside as well. So far so good here. We're at our highest spot as all these shorts starting to cash in. It's sticky note palooza, it's short palooza, and the market is definitely heading to the downside. September 13th, man, it needs to save this market because we could be in trouble until then.
Yeah, trouble is around the corner, and yeah, definitely long-term want to favor the short side for myself, but we will see what happens next. Somebody mentioning FWI getting interesting over here. Just quickly pulled it up. Looking like it is holding VWAPs. You're getting the kind of wick-off bottoms here, but also the wick-off tops, right? And sort of creating this sort of bull flag, right? But the way I see this is kind of being manufactured potentially for a high of day break. And if we get the volume and the selling that comes in and we kind of quickly reverse there, then, it's going to be one of those classic small cap actions where it, has that sideways action, breaks the high, does a lot of volume, quickly reclaims in the same minute, and then flushes back to the downside. So just be wary of that, kind of lining up with the 440, 450 area. Would not be surprised to see this kind of go break that pre-market high of 440, do a bunch of volume in reverse. I mean, from a long perspective, this is holding. It looks good. There's potential for a move. But again, if we break and flush back down, that's kind of like not a really good sign for longs. I did not pay for shorts on this one. Maybe I'll look into that right now. But, 11 million shares traded, kind of getting interesting. And somebody saying thoughts on PXMD. Yeah, man, PXMD, I was excited to come into today, and I'm like, man, PXMD, if we're above 5, that break through 5 on the downside is probably going to be good. We had the rug pull going in on Friday. That happened in just like a flash of a second for anybody that was watching. But 5 was holding, and I was very excited for 5. But again, keep in mind, coming into today, look at the action. This thing is muted. It's only traded 500,000 shares today, so it's basically dead. Not something that I would trade or something I'd get too interested in for the day. And yeah, BBBY as well, just to kind of cover this one as well. Still holding the short. Looks like it's holding that pre-market bottom. This is why, like, when things kind of, really move to the upside, it's really unfortunate that I missed the short with size, because my plan was, short over there and then kind of cover some and then go for the move down. But at this point, I'm just going to hold for 7. That's my target. Holding pre-market bottom for now. But yeah, if we do break that, then we go down. So yeah, going to be patient with that one.
All right, some talk here about N to the I to the O right there. I don't know if you saw. Okay, Mark is messaging there. Okay, yes, I have. Yeah, okay. So Neil's on it. Okay. All right, so let's just look at Shopify right now as that continues to go down. Oh, what I wanted to look at was NEO. I'm still watching Intel trying to break above NEO. Sorry, that was Intel trying to break below. Just quickly Intel, because I don't want to talk about NEO as I watch this. There goes Intel right now. I got to put a bid out here. We'll just punch the 52s there and take some. There it is. We just get out 52 there. We'll take some outs as this is now coming in. I mean, this is going to be probably my biggest, net-wise, not my biggest. Shopify is going to be my biggest net-wise trade for the day. But there goes Intel just cranking lower. I mean, this one should easily be, but we don't have as many shares on as we still wish we did. Shopify, this was a name that, again, we're pretty light on it now. We have about 10% left of this position. But, I mean, this one breaking down through 30, definitely working and working pretty good. So now we'll see where we go to the downside. But we'll review these when we get back, but some nice trades here for Intel. And then that just bounced. So we'll go over that. Quickly, NIO. So, Neil dropped a story there. Like, do we even know when they're reporting? Like, I mean, I know that this goes back and forth. I feel like this will probably be a buy once they report, just because it's down so much. And it's not like it's down that much. It's just, it's been hit the last couple of days. It's 4 straight down days right here for NIO, 20, basically 19, 18, 17, right? So now that you're coming back in, you're still hitting new lows on the day down there at 17, 20. So I think that's probably worth looking at for a little bit of a bounce. You can see how the market here has not bounced whatsoever, but right now NEO is bouncing back to the upside. So I feel like if you're going to look for a long, it's probably in this name. Go back to the 20. Nah, the 20 is not going to show anything. You know what? I mean, take it at your own risk here, but I don't love the long. I just feel like if you do like it, the risk to reward is probably here, because the bottom of 17.20, whether or not that gets visited again, then we'll see. But that, this is probably the best one for risk to reward. If you're trying to go long, maybe on a 17.50 break, I don't mind that. So let's look. If the market does reverse itself, I actually don't mind NEO. Even though it's down 2%, I get it. Let's just check out what XPEV is doing quickly. Wow, that name always surprises me when it's at $16. Okay, so they're down 2.5%. So yeah, and then Li Auto, the other one, this is the one that was holding up in that 40 range. No surprise, it's down to 26, which we called also this would give up. But Li Auto looks a little stronger, only down 0.6 right now. So yep, the market continues its stomping ground to the downside, and I don't think you want to go long yet on basically any of these names.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking at everything. I'm thinking, I was just thinking, I'm like, where should I go long? Should I go long? I don't know. We got AMD, that 78.50 area, kind of coming away, coming down there. But guys, keep in mind that you want to also look at trend too. And I was quickly actually looking at CHPT, but it's kind of, really, really sideways, really choppy. So I'm going to stay away from that one. Looking at moving average, it's very simple, right? Like, we are holding trend. It's like we went down, holding trend, did not break, right? Did not break. Look, find levels and say, are we going to break trend? Then we go for the reversal. I don't exactly want to, catch a falling knife when it's not, in my favor off the specific level. So yeah, we'll see what AMD can do there. Somebody's saying, please check SAVA. I'll have a look here. SAVA on the NASDAQ. See, when I look at things, and right away, when I see sub 1 million shares traded, it tends to worry me, because, the spread can open up at times. There's not going to be that much volume, that much liquidity. In general, I mean, the name is up today 10%, but I've seen this name up way more before. I think from the daily, if you're looking at this, you got some resistance coming in at 31, so still a way to go. And you have the 50 period just below at 23, below that 25. I guess you could argue that 25 level from the morning, potentially a level to play off of. Now we're not really, close to that, being 2 points away from that. Maybe the name continues, maybe it doesn't, but again, I would expect that this chops around now that it kind of slowed down. Like, volume is your gauge, right? Did some volume in the morning, had the strong move up, now kind of sideways. So, maybe it holds this 26, this VWAP support area. But, it's not, my expectations for this one is unless volume picks up, it's not really going to have the steam to continue to run there. So, let's look at things that are moving. Meta now below that 160, I guess, with everything else, right? Below 160, below 159. Setting up, testing that moving average. Are we going to continue lower, or are we going to bottom out and bounce? I have no idea. But yeah, and also Google that 106 area. For me, it's the 105 area that I really get interested in. But kind of 1 point away. The name's already down 1.65%. Is this going to be a day that we started up 50 basis points and we closed down 2.5? Like maybe just like kind of crazy sell off there. So I don't know, man. Probably someone saying BBBY falling. Yeah, 27 cents in the money for myself. Oh man, I didn't even notice this bottomed out there. My target's 7. I mean, I think we came here where like a negative news. We're probably going to get to 7, so I'm going to be patient with that one for sure.
Yeah, great. Honestly, man, great call on Bed Bath & Beyond. I mean, for me, we let it rip up and we got out scared, really, the fact that this could have came all the way back up. So that's Bed Bath & Beyond. But let's start going over some of these shorts right now. Amazon really coming in, man. We take that 126.50 right there off of that break of Friday's bottom, and we hit it pretty hard. And right now, you are now in the money on this Amazon trade, if you have it with me, $1.50, and you're still making new lows right now. As we crank lower in this market, here we go. The market's to the downside. We had this all on the sticky note. Look at AMD, $1.80 in the money, making that move back down. So that name's come out. Although we did get stopped a little bit there when we took that out early at 80.50, but there's a nice little move down. AMD short 80.40 right now, $1.70 in the money. And then this one, if you're on PDT or you're looking for one trade, man, when the market started falling, we know we want semis. Look at Intel, boom, breaks 31. Now you're starting to get more out at this bottom of 30.40. We're getting lighter on this. Some of these moves are extending down now as the NASDAQ is down 1.38%. But really the trade that I'm happiest with and my largest trade today is the one hitter right here as Shopify was bouncing off 30 for many days and then eventually broke it, even pre-split there. You can see we'll bring down a daily chart here for Shopify. Look at that. There's the 30, bounce, 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 bounce. So many times, finally breaks today, obviously on market weakness, and down goes Shopify. So Shopify, Intel, Amazon, AMD, all to the downside. And we have IC long, which is down here at 12 and breaking up now through 14, back to the high of the day on IC. So hey, we now have 4 shorts and 1 long, and it's cash money as this market continues to the downside. And there goes, we just got a 40 fill there on Intel. So some nice downside moves here happening in the market for sure. It's sticky note and it's short time, baby. All right, Neil, break something for us, my man. Not break something, break a story for us.
I wish I could say I found news on NUTX here, NUTX, 35% to the upside. Don't see a news catalyst on this, but it has made some power moves in the past. If you're looking for longs in the market, there haven't been anything too strong unless you're looking at some of these small caps and some IPOs, but 35% just touched high of the day here at about 328 or so. But if you look at the daily chart, hey, there's room to run. I'm sort of looking at this 350 area saying if it gets through that, you got $4.50, $4.50 being the big level on the daily chart. Still trying to find out the catalyst here. It's not heavily shorted. The float's over a few 100 million shares there, but NUTX, one of the big volume leaders, and moving to the upside up 35%. And keep an eye on that SHPH. Still having some power moves, halts in both directions on SHPH.
Yeah, kind of wild there. NUTX, watching this one, 3.6 million, picking up. Holding trend, looking exciting there. So yeah, we'll see. And I'm just quickly bringing up the daily for myself. We got some kind of moving averages lining up here. Broke through the 50 at 322. And let me just quickly drag this over to show you guys what I'm looking at as well. You kind of break into the upside. You're getting the volume. Oh yeah, man, this kind of looks good. If we actually break, call it, give it some room, like that 350 area. Maybe this is the runner of the day. We'll see. Only up 40%, so definitely room to go there. Yeah, guys, I took a Google long as well. Okay, that wick is not real because I had my orders out. Kind of took a Google long off of that kind of ideology that, look, 106 maybe is the potential kind of sideways bottom. Now we play some games. It is 10-15, right? So you're going to get the break of lows and then the reclaim. Maybe the majority of selling is done. Maybe not. I don't know. But, if we really want to bounce and run, I think there's potential to get to that 106.50. So I tried it once, took it out, kind of 5-cent risk there. Tried it again. Now we're in the money, 20 cents, not too crazy. But, yeah, I think there's room to go. I mean, if we kind of break, look, we did break above the channel here, right? So if we, is it going to be one of those days that we just stay here for, break lower, or are we going to get a little bit of a bounce there? At this point, in the money, if we now break down and break lows, I got to get out of that one. But feels good, if the selling subsided, maybe we get that bounce action and get a nice 50, 70 cent move to the upside.
I like it, bud. This has been a big day for us here. So congratulations, everybody watching. And again, thank you so much. If you can hit the like button, we haven't even done a likes call yet. We have, wow, 8,300 watching, Luca. Big time movement there for us. Thank you, everybody, for watching. It's Luca, it's Sean, it's Neil here running the show for you. You have Pratt and Sharif coming up in about an hour, about 45 minutes, coming through at 11 o'clock for you. So please, let's get that like button going. I'd like to see if we can get 2,000 by open. That's pretty good. You've now found the best trading show on YouTube, and if you don't believe it, then, I mean, I'm not sure what else we could do to prove it. I mean, our production, you know, obviously some of the banter that's gone back and forth. But if that's like, that's not that impressive, what about some small cap takes? How you like, I mean, this is pretty good. We're firing off some sausage cannons. Yeah, I missed it. Right there. We're firing those off. Look at IC up to $14, right? I mean, I think some of these trades have been pretty hot fired today. There it is, 1.8K. Thank you so much. Without the viewers, Luca, man, I mean, we don't really have anything. So we want to just keep thanking you guys for stepping up, coming on the show with us every single day, providing the ideas in the chat. So we want to definitely thank that one for off, man. Yeah, Sharif's going to come. Hopefully the shirt fits him a little bit better. But, I mean, look, man, I wish that was a problem that I had. You know, that guy's got to have a license for those things walking around here. We've talked about that. All right, here it comes, man. Intel, we just got another mid-40 bid. Came through there, so that's going to be another trade. Is there anything you guys want to look at? Yeah, great community. This is what I'm talking about. Shout out to you, Diego, man, in the chat. Big ups to that, man. That's what we're talking about. It is a great community here, and we're just glad to be part of it and to sort of like build this with you guys. Neil, someone asking why Rivian is up. Let me just go double check that quickly. Rivian, R-I-V-N. Is it even up, or did we just get trolled there? Wow, okay. Yeah, Rivian, wow. Yeah, nicely done today. They cooking with not gas, but they're cooking with electric here. Nice little move to the upside, 33.30, starting to go back up there. So not really sure about that. So that's on me. That's my bad. I don't know what's going on there. We always go over to check other names. I mean, obviously Lucid having a little bit of a tough day as opposed to Rivian there. And then Tesla. I almost feel like Rivian had to have gotten upgraded. I didn't see them on the downgrade list, but that's all good. And then look where Tesla bounces. Shoot. Yeah, that's right. We have that split still there, but that's off the bottom there. We talked about 266 bounce. It bounced basically to the penny. 266.50 was the bounce there. So I hope some of you are able to get that. It's only $1.50 in the money now, but hopefully you're able to get some of that love down there for Tesla as the market may be turning around here, starting to bottom out and find those bottoms. So we could start to get out of a lot of these trades and just regroup, but maybe the bottom has been found on some of these names there, Luca.
Yeah, for sure. Eyeing that AMD 7850 bottom. Kind of interesting. Look at this, man. It's kind of going sideways, looking like it wants to break up. We had a moment here where it was, you know, took the position, just watching the tape very quickly, had some selling coming in. I think, you know, 7850 is probably the stop zone, so it's probably an area, you know, a lot of people got their stops, low a day. But at the same time, if we find the bottom, the perfect setup would be, you know, a break of 78.50, a quick reclaim, and that'll give you the steam to pop to the upside. If we are going to just go up from here, it's going to be more of like a slower move, a slower grind to the upside. So started my position, but I really want to see some type of action at that 78.50 area. Are we going to break and continue to go down? I don't have a stop there because I'm just going to let it go. I'm going to let it free float. I'm not entirely convinced that we will continue lower and sell off another 50, 60 cents. Like I just can't see it. So I would love for it to break the 78.50, stop everybody out, then reclaim, then pop to the upside. That'll give you the steam for the 50-cent move. If everything lines up perfectly, I mean, it could be nice, right? If we're looking at the 5-minute on the ES, given that same feel, you know, the wick-off bottoms here, kind of getting that, you know, like we're below 3,900, you know, lots of shorts piled in here. Is this going to be support? If we rip back above 3,900, there's room to go. And man, I mean, we're in a market where, you know, you think you broke the bottom, you think it's going to fall off, and then when you least expect it, it rips your face off and moves to the upside. Same thing happened on Friday. We're above 4,000 and look good to the upside, and then next thing you know, bang, like we just kind of fall off out of nowhere. So we're getting that break through AMD, that 78.50. You know, selling coming in and no break to the downside. And we only broke that by like 2 cents and we're already back above. So you know what, I'm going to add to this position. And if this holds, maybe we're good for a 50-cent move to the upside.
Neil, give it to us.
Just quickly, nothing I see as shocking on Rivian here. I mean, over the weekend, you had BlackRock selling 1 million shares. That's old news. There was this Cetera Advisor Networks that bought shares, but I can tell you that's like 15,000, so that's absolutely nothing. And then you have a couple of random tweets from the same person essentially talking about Rivian being strong into this market. We do, of course, have recently the tax credits, which could have a positive influence on the EV sector as a whole. But remember, Rivian didn't exactly qualify for those because their vehicles were too expensive. So nothing that I see incredibly exciting there on Rivian, but you can't ignore relative strength and the double top here at 33.25. Oh, goodness. You get to this 34 on the daily and things get very, very spicy into a weak market, but nothing specific to Rivian that's significant that I can find.
All right, good. Great update there on Rivian. All right, I'm starting to get out. We're almost out of all of these shorts. I don't know if that's the right call or not, to be honest with you. Kind of like how Luca went back and forth there on some of those levels. I'm not convinced one way or the other right now, period, about where this market's going to go. I mean, we could do a little bit of a deeper dive. Like here's the NASDAQ on the 30-minute chart. I mean, we are just downside right now until we get a retracement back up to we just took 12,000. I mean, that was something that we didn't even really talk about. So, looking at that, I think you could stay short until you take 12 again. I mean, that to me makes a lot of sense. And here's what 12 looks like on the minute chart. I mean, it just came right into it and didn't even really think about stopping. Honestly, there was no bouncing whatsoever. And it's just a move straight to the downside. So if you were shorting the triple Qs, the TQs, or anything like that, the NASDAQ definitely paying you off just on some basic technicals. The ES, of course, is at 38.90 right now, 38.890 on the S. Here it is right here. So here's the ES making a move down. I apologize, I got to fix these candles. There it is right there, 38.93, sorry. Taking down 3900 as well. That one you had a little bit of resistance. As you can see, the S&P a little choppier there. Oil's kind of holding up. And although, the NASDAQ is really what's been leading this market to the downside, the S&P hasn't really been helping its case yet either. Some of the banks retracing a little bit, oil coming back in here today. As you can see, oil basically flat and right now back down. Oil's had to move down to 86 again, so there are some levels to look at for OIH and whatnot, XLE, things like that. Let's just check out Oxy. We haven't done that in a bit. Ooh, darn it, man. That was another short that we sort of talked about there earlier today, breaking some of these levels, 68.50, then back down to the downside. So I really feel like if you took out anything on Friday, some of those lows, which is why we have that Amazon trade on, it just took out Friday's low. And we couldn't find any other reasons, but there it is. Holy crap, man. Luca, to still be short these names, you had a reload on AMD, didn't you? Or was that long?
Well, no, I'm thinking the bottom is here. It's kind of giving me some action, but okay. I don't know. I mean, I'm not really super committed to this. Thinking maybe we get a pop at some point, but obviously the overall market has to kind of line up with it. Kind of spending time below that 78.50 area, then popping above, kind of makes me feel like maybe the long is good. But yeah, again, if it's not really going to pop and break trend, then, you can't stay too committed to it for sure.
Yeah, I don't think the long is that good, my friend, at this point. But, I mean, there definitely are some bottoms being formed. I mean, I'm over here on Intel. Did I just get? No, I did not even get a 40. Yeah, see, I can't even get a 44. Well, I mean, whatever. I just put it out. Let's see if we can get them now. Maybe we just punch 46s here and get a piece out on 46. But right now, we're going to watch out for Intel. There it is. We'll take a piece out there. But, yeah, so 46s, 45s. Maybe we're bottoming a little bit if we take out, I mean, there we go. We just got 44s again. That bottom, I mean, maybe we test that 39.30 there for Intel. I don't know. AMD is a monster. We're $2 in the money on that one. That could be the one that maybe retraces. I don't really see anything. I mean, if you're looking at a daily chart for Intel, I can't really find out anywhere. This is what the daily looks like. It's all cranking lower. But the market is what we really need to base it out on. And if this NASDAQ can take out this 11,980, then maybe we do start to run a little bit back up to the upside. So here we go. We'll do some more work and get back to you on some of these levels. But for right now, let's go over to Neil with small cap recap. I'm out of Intel right there at 1150. Forget about it. Maybe we do start to reverse this into the long. Let's go, Neil.
great shorts throughout the day, but small caps had been a bit of a different story here. A couple I want to highlight here. We did have higher car moving to the upside on our watch list, but it did reject this 150 on the daily after all. You saw it bounce a couple times off 130. The good news, holding this 120 to 125 bottom, but unless it can chew through that 150, you're not going to see too big of a move. Have to have some stops below that 120 mark to be sure. And then sliding over, I'm going to cheat here, I'm going to give you that IPO from last week. SHPH, several halts, and did break that $20 mark very briefly, getting up to $21. It's now holding a higher low at about 18. Several halts. I think you're going to see a few more on the day. This is nowhere close to being done. It is worth keeping in mind, SHPH, I mean, big mover, but it did have an absolute terrible session a couple of days ago on Thursday on that IPO. And then one last one for you, and this interesting barcode. You have a gapper here, FWBI, but I'm looking at this channel up at the top, and I was looking for a breakout at 450, but I think this is turning into a short. It broke the channel to the downside, and now you're holding the cluster below. And if you look, and I want to highlight this gap here from 3 to 4, where it made the move overnight. And if we do not break back above this 4 even, bigger gap to the downside, suddenly it's that short that looks like it's in play on FWBI. So a couple of small caps here to watch. That SHPH, I think it's got some more halts in it for the rest of the day.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely interesting. I want to quickly cover this, guys. Guys, look at this. I'm literally talking AMD bottom 78.50. And like, this is something for myself that I take size on, because I'm like, we have the defined bottom. I'm seeing the selling. And if we pop, like, we're really going to pop. So again, you guys know my style. I really like to get size in, get out, get the fill, and just make the day, make the day, make the week, make the month. And guys, look at this. Literally take the long, kind of stop myself out. It's like long, long, long out. And the first time, I'm also telling myself, like, because I trade a lot, the first time I take something, if it's going to be like a stock that touches a bunch of prices, I'm going to give myself more shots. I'm going to take a little bit less size the first time, because I'm probably going to be wrong. And I was wrong, right? It broke the level. And what did I say? I said I wanted to see it break down. Then that'll be the gas to the upside. And the reason I say that is because if we entice more shorts to get in on the low of day break, if they're wrong, they cover very quickly, because, I mean, look, you got to understand, too, that, like, the range, it's got range. It could really move, right? So you don't want to be short here, and then it kind of rips back to VWAP over there. So playing the flip side of that, taking the long, was in the money, stopped myself out, took the long again, and it was good size. And, we run to the upside. I was just telling Sean over here, I'm like, no, I covered it all at 85s. It's not a big deal, because I wanted to cover at 79. I'm like, if we're going to 79, that's where the fills are going to come in. So, I was like, I mean, 85s? Come on, why am I covering 85s? Like, that was a mistake. I covered once, and then I covered it all. It is what it is. But, like, if this thing wants to hold now, we kind of got the bottom set in. So, maybe there's another opportunity to get the long. But for myself, I really like the size in, the size out. That's the trade. Make the day. Pretty solid. And now if I'm going to build a long for a potential kind of rebound, I mean, look at the market, right? Like, we ripped back. We ripped back through 3,900 to the upside, and everything moves together, right? I'm in a Google trade as well. Because for me, Google is less of like a whippy, less in play name. It's not at the 105 level that I want to see. It's a little bit less size, so it's back burner. So it's like, okay, I'm really focused on AMD, and Google, I'm letting it ride. I'm letting it work for me. So we were in just below 106, took some out just in front. I wanted 106.50, but I was like, okay, we're already here. Let me just get some out. Still nursing the rest of the long, 37 cents in the money, so definitely can't complain. And this is a name that I'm probably going to hold. If we can get above that 50 period, maybe get a VWAP test. So I'll hold that. And if we break low of day on this, I'll get out of that, and it is what it is. And I'm quickly looking back at my BBBY short, and it's kind of upsetting, because this was on the back burner too, and I wasn't really watching it. And, my bids are at 7, which, maybe they should be at 7.15, because that was the bottom there. But, obviously focus on what you're sizing up on, and let the rest kind of do their thing. And the last thing I'll say, Solution asking Luca, what indicators do you use? So the thing is, with indicators, you got to understand they are lagging. So you want to use whatever kind of works for you, makes the most sense. I have VWAP as the red, the 50 period just added as the dark blue, the 50 period, and then the 13 EMA just to kind of gauge trend, is it holding and whatnot. So, I don't really rely on them too much. They're just there to kind of state the obvious for me. But again, you don't want to rely too much on indicators. Just allow them to kind of, confirm what you're already seeing.
Yeah, I love all that. Okay, so yeah, good. Look, I went long Amazon. Now the thing is that I thought it was like, so the march back to 12,000 was pretty strong there. That was a great AMD trade, but look where we are, man. We're right back to the low again.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I was able to get something out on this pullback back out to end the AMD trade. So we'll go balling on that last little bit of a short. But for right now, we're not balling at all on Amazon because I thought the move was done there. We hit that short at 126.50, bounced off 125. We got some good outs, and then we went long, and I'm trying to like hold some of this long back in on Amazon. But here it comes, man. It's screaming back down to the downside right now. So we're gonna have to try to hold on to this, but it is retracing back down, and I just got to cancel some of these bids here because we don't want to get too stopped out here on Amazon. But here it comes. I thought I had a lower bid on this. Where's my lower bid? I guess I don't. So let's just buy some right now if we can on Amazon. I thought I was averaging into this, but I guess not. So we'll cancel some of these trades. As here it comes, we just take another fill there. We're going to try to respect like 125.50 or so. If it breaks back down below that, then we'll get out. But for right now, we'll take the long and see what happens. And I'm also with you on Google as well, testing about that long for that, but I'm just making sure, okay, so my prices are right here on Amazon. There's a nice little move back. I do like Google to try to test these bottoms again. Like I said, maybe we have one more run into us for 12,000, but that failed pretty hard there. So if this market doesn't get back going up, then we've already had a confirmation fail at 12,000. So yeah, maybe that was the short. Got excited that the run was to the downside. We've seen the market retrace completely and go green on days like today. So I still think it's worth it. We're in the money here on Google. That IC, by the way.
Wow, look at that.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, IC, yeah.
Look at this, man.
I see you.
We are, yeah, there it is. See, now you're back, man, into that dad mode. I see with a $2.50 ripper right now to the upside as that's taking out day's high, even pre-market high. So I see was a good idea. Let's see if it continue to go. Intel as well. Remember I was like, oh, I'm out at 50 because that run? Well, look where it is now, 45. So yeah, not a great out there on that name. Amazon did battle back. Let's get a piece out on that one. But come on, get me into the 90s there just to take a piece out so we can have a better average price in case this, in case this is a fail. Amazon went into the money there for us. Oh, we did get a piece out there at 120. Okay, we did get a piece out at 126.07 there, but still, we need more. Let's go to the upside with Amazon, see if it can take out 126 here. Let's go. Come on, Amazon. Hopefully the market will rally a little bit for us, and that will lead Amazon back up, but I need to get more out, man. We have probably too many shares on this, but hey, the market's to the downside. Holding longs with shares you're not comfortable with might not be the best idea, but we're here to win, baby. So let's see. There it is, back up through 90s. We're back up to the high of the day for us, so all is well. But hey, it's a crypto minute with Neil at the big screen.
I like that. We should change the update to the crypto minute. I don't know if it'll be a full minute because, quite frankly, Bitcoin has not been the king of the swingers, according to Reuters here. A little bit of a story. It's just not the volatility you've been seeing recently, but it's just about 20,000 that we're holding below. They're actually just barely positive on the session. You're not breaking any major channels. You are still very much in the pocket. It's Ether, which has been showing some relative strength. This is something we've seen the last couple of months here. They are pulling back a little bit, but relatively stronger. Still up about 3%, was 5% earlier on in the session. But you can see a bit more of a significant break and then a hold of that 16,000 level happening. Pretty disappointing for Bitcoin, but on the other end of the coin would be the fact that you do have some stability, right? So you're starting to stabilize around that 20,000. Just needs to get back above that price, holding up pretty nicely. Some individual names worth watching. Of course, we haven't talked about Coinbase. Worth watching that chart as it's usually a little bit more volatile than the underlying. As we see Ethereum strong, Bitcoin no roller coasters these days.
Yeah, where is here it is. It's not like the only Bitcoin thing I can ever find on our board there. We used to have a few other ones, but congratulations anybody that's on said roller coaster. And here we go again. It was a great weekend. Barbecuing, everything. I think the barbecue season, man, is just around the corner. Like, we just passed it, but it's still coming up. You got football, you got everything going on. And there we go, barbecuing up some profits because there goes Google, man. We're long at 22. It's at 42, so a nice little win there. Amazon's trying to get excited as well. We've taken some pieces out here at 126. 126. We're now in the money 8 cents on this one. But the first long was breaking through 126. We're lucky enough that, not lucky enough, but when it fell back, I wish it didn't fall back down. But when it did, we were able to buy some there. So buying some of these dips, so far paying off a little bit on Amazon. But there it is, man. We were just at 126, and look at this fall down. The falls are much more dramatic than the takes otherwise, right? So just be careful here. This market is definitely not done moving around today. Like, we just take that out at the 50 period there for Google, and look what happens, man. It comes right back down. So yeah, way too early to celebrate any of these longs, but at the same time, maybe the bottom's in here. But look what we just did again, Luca. We just bounced right to 12,000, stopped on a dime, and came right back down in. So when that breaks, it's giddy up, but it's got to break first. So that's kind of why I'm trying to position myself long here in case we get the breaks, but definitely aware that, hey, you know, what we want sometimes doesn't come through. So let's be very careful with some of these longs.
Yeah, you know, definitely got to be careful on the long side. Something I want to point out is when you're in a trade, ask yourself how you feel, because humans all think the same, we all feel the same. So there's a good chance that if you're long, it's working for you, and then we come back down, a lot of the other longs are feeling exactly the same way. So, you know, I told myself the first time you're going to get that explosive move to the upside because we did not get it yet, right? So the first time it's a charm. And I was going to say this, and Sean was like saying something else. I was going to say, like, the second time it's probably not going to be good, but the second time you got a little bit of a bounce, but not the kind of bounce that, you know, you would hope for. It's not going to be the same as the first time, but that 78, and this is just an example on AMD that I'm using, that 78.50 level seems to be holding for now, but, you know, lining up with the overall NASDAQ and, you know, 12K there, I mean, I think, you know, if I had to, like, it's like you got the 50 period coming down, you had the overall sell-off, we're below the 79.50 area, which now lines up with VWAP. Like, up or down, like, your guess is as good as mine, but you got that 79 level with the 50 period, you know, and then you got that kind of bottom out action over there. For myself, I don't really know what to think right now. It's like I took the long, I scalped it out, I made the money. I didn't take it the second time. I don't know, like, if we spend so much time, like, around this level, is the long going to be good? I think somebody told me in the past, and a lot of people might agree with this, it's like if you have ample amounts of time to take the trade, is it going to be a really good trade? It's like, why is the market giving you so much time to make your decision? The market is difficult. The market moves very quickly, run by algos. If that's the right side, it shouldn't spend a lot of time there. And I like to tell myself this might be like a 10, like on a percentage basis, but for example, on AMD, if 78.50 is like the bottom, like look at this. We came down and we popped instantly. Like it spent no time at 78.50. So if we come back down again and again and again, and we spend so much time at that 78.50, I'm sort of asking myself, like, is the long good? It's giving me so much opportunity to take the long. You know, so maybe it's not good. Maybe it's like too enticing. Maybe like we're channeling before we take that next leg down. So for myself, because I don't know what to happen, like over here, I had a plan. I executed on the plan. It worked, and I made my day, and I was like, that's pretty sick. Now I feel like if I take it, I'm like kind of gambling, like hoping that it pops. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. If we get above that 79, like we broke it the first time, but if we get above it the second time and the market wants to continue up, I think I'm going to take the long here. You know, but way less size because again, this could be like top, pop, drop, and I don't want to be out of the money, so I'll risk 10 cents on this one.
All right, I just took the long with you there on that. Let's see if it wants to go. I mean, again, we don't want to like you just mentioned, we don't want to blow up our account just because we think the long is here. So let's just be very, very patient with some of these trades. Amazon is taking off to the upside, that's for damn sure, as AMD's trying as well. What's up, Neil?
Yeah, some things moving to the upside, some continuing to the downside, looking weak here. Just want to get to the home buyers because Citigroup cutting the home builders' price targets on weaker demand. Shares down across the board. Looking at DR Horton in particular, but they're down about 30% on the year. Toll Brothers about 40% on the session. But you look at this level from last week, 69.25. Bounced on a dime off that level this morning after falling 2%. Now holding at 70 even. So you got a huge level at 70 forming to the upside. That's potential resistance on TR Horton. It's attempting to break that now, but 69.25 key price. Always when in doubt, zoom out. The absolute bottom was exactly the same as Thursday's low. DHI now looking to reverse as well, coming off a very significant level.
Yeah. Bang right now for Luca and I. Let's go to the upside. There goes Amazon. Here goes everything. This is what you're waiting for, baby. The market is blowing up. We said if we took 12,000 one more time, this is what would happen. Amazon, huge reversal, man. Now 90 cents in the money on the long. Buy, 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 buy. Good trade on the long there. IC up to $15. AMD, what a take on that one. What a take, Luca. We have this, man. We bang that thing through 79. Luca chilling here to the side thing. This has been a big, big move to the upside. Oh yeah, Google. Bang on Google as that one goes to the upside as well. We've got a couple things going on. Luca, you having fun yet, my man? This is what we're doing.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, I was gonna say, oh yeah, hit that money because
There we go.
what
You
a
want
move.
the money?
Look at
You
this.
want the
We
money?
literally took the 79. I'm like, I'll try this. Like, I'm not gonna like kill myself here. But in the flash of an eye, boom to the upside, hit VWAP target, took it all out. I'm like, I hit target. I'm happy with that one. Google, same thing, wicked me out right at VWAP. That was awesome. Overall market making that push. NASDAQ not quite at VWAP, but let me quickly bring up ES here because I like to look at ES for myself. This thing right through VWAP, absolutely awesome. And everything just like fill. And I'm like, do I have to watch my BBBY short or is this thing gonna like work for me? Still looking good, so holding on to that one, not too crazy. But yeah, Google, nice winner. Apple had the winner from before, no long. I should have had the long there too, through 155, made sense, but unfortunately didn't. And AMD, man, like that's absolutely insane. Got the first move, got the second move. Now we're kind of cooling off here, but let's see what does this market want to do. That was absolutely crazy, up to the upside. Hopefully some of you guys had that as well. Man, hit the like button because I'm enjoying myself. Hopefully you guys are too. What a crazy move back to the upside there. And I want to quickly talk about FWBI, just kind of recap here. Look at this action here, and look at the volume. And let me just drag this up because sometimes the position board covers this for everybody. This is the example that I was giving. You have the sideways action, right? I was thinking maybe we're going to break the high, do a bunch of volume, then reclaim and give this exact same look. But unfortunately, we didn't. Well, I shouldn't say unfortunately, it doesn't really matter, but you know, like we didn't, but we sold off. But look at the volume. See like that little bit of volume increase. So essentially what's happening is it's just a kind of consolidation, makes the final push, it does a bunch of volume, then it quickly moves down, right? And then breaks the lows, breaks kind of the moving average VWAP, and now move to the downside. So this is a nice move for anybody that caught it. You know, you could have took like 50, 70 cents. Not too crazy, but obviously from a percentage standpoint, not bad at all, right? Like more than 10%, almost 20% there. So, you know, definitely clean. And if you're holding that, like this thing maybe going for that pre-market low of like 360 area there. So yeah, definitely interesting. I did not have it. I wanted it to really break and go. That's what I really get excited for on the small cap side of things. But, you know, nice job to anybody who had that short. I mean, you know, anybody who was long, like the break here, it's like everybody's getting out at the same time, right? So very clean, good example there. Nice to see that it kind of worked itself up. And HYRE, you know, is this thing now going to make a run and break that 150? Again, this is not a low float, so maybe it doesn't have that same action, but, you know, kind of died. Everybody forgets about it. Our shorts involved here, are they going to get squeezed? If we break that 150, maybe there's room to go, you know, 150 to 2 on a percentage basis. You know, not too bad. Yeah, exactly, Frank. No risk. No risk it, no biscuit. Oh, I like that, Bruce Arians. Nice. Yeah, no.
Do you know who Bruce Arians is?
No.
He's a coach in football. Yeah, it's all good. Funny guy there. He was the coach of the Tampa Bay. They wound up winning. He's had a historic career in the NFL for sure. But yeah, you are 100% right, man. If you don't take the risk, no bisque. As our man on the side there goes, no risk, no Rari.
Yeah,
and we'll
I like that one.
Yeah, we'll see what color his Rari is when we throw to him in about 15 minutes. But here we go, over to the big screen with Neil. At least it's a pretty mixed board. So if you've been a bear today, you've definitely had your opportunities. And now the bulls kind of start screaming out a little bit here. But let's go over to Neil with the big screen, baby.
Here we go. You've seen a lot of the market looking relatively weak and talking about those big cap names. So let's look at what else has been left out here. And you can't ignore consumer discretionary look services to the downside. Expedia, Win, LVS, Penn, all down 2% or more. Also looking at retail, relatively weak. Etsy getting the brunt of it, down 4%. Worth noting, there are some segments of strength which make some sense in this market. You have real estate looking strong, but look at healthcare. Pretty mixed board, led by some strength over in healthcare, with the exception of Moderna trading down 4.5%. They're getting crushed today. You know the semis are weak, but we've already talked about this. Not just Intel. I thought Intel was the worst. Intel down over 2%, but ON Semiconductors actually down 3% and leading the path. AMD 1.9, NVIDIA 1.5. It's across the board. You're not really going to be able to ignore it there. Consumer staples showing some signs of strength. I guess a bit of a flight to to security there is going to be on tap. You're going to see shares of Coke actually up 1%. So very strong, as that has been a pretty solid flight to energy. Flight to safety. Energy looking relatively weak across the board. Everything's red in that space. Oxy leading the way, down 2.4%. And here's one that sticks out. Netflix. Netflix down over 4% today. So they're bearing the brunt of it over in the media sector. Paramount down 3.6%. But wow, yeah, Netflix probably worth a look here in a red day as we're bouncing to the upside. What is the weakest names, or what are the weakest names that you might want to short those pops? And Netflix is certainly sticking out on this board.
All right. Yeah, thanks, Lucas. I guess it's working now. I don't know why it didn't work there, but okay. So just to review some of these plays, you know, what goes up must come down and vice versa, right? So we're getting lighter on all of these trades right now because, again, like I'm not convinced. Like Luca was talking about before too. It's like I'm not convinced which way this market's going to go, but you play the momentum. We broke through 12,000. We lined it up to get long. Obviously, it could have been a disaster if the market faded back out on us, but it didn't, and that's what you got to do, right? We joke about that Bruce Arians. We joke about things like that, but no matter what, it's true. And I saw Trader Pratt, we talked about this last week, tweeted something about how Michael Jordan's missed more shots in the NBA than anybody else, and he's also made more. I don't know if that stat is maybe not true, but I would think it might be on that one as well. So, you know, you don't get to have the shot unless you sit there and make it, right? So that's part of the issue when look at IC, first of all. Wow. Like as if this one, I mean, you know what? The thing about this is it's not even halting because it's been clean. Like it goes up, it stops, it builds a base, it goes back up, it's building a base again right here. The only time that you were ever really in trouble with this trade, well, first of all, that's the pre-market. As we look, there's where we took the shares, breaking through 12. Really? We had a test back there at $12.50, but you're still in the money 50 cents. And then you get a test back here around the 13 on that break. And since then, you are now really extended up. I believe breaking back down below 15 and we'll end our IC trade because, I mean, this is just all the way to the upside. You can see on a daily chart now, we are starting to break above. There's that level right there. Whoops. There's that level right there, 15 that we've taken out. So I believe on a little bit of a pullback, we'll get out of IC. So although I see the money in my account on this trade, I don't want to see it go the other way. So, you know, that's really cheesy, but there it is right there. 1480 break, and we'll get out of that. Let's make it 1490, okay, Luca? So 1490, we're out of that. As we watch everything else just rip up, I think we might have these longs, man. We're now 30 cents in the money on AMD. We're 70 cents in the money on Amazon off of those dip buys, and then Google. The one thing I said to Luca was, oh, shoot, because I forgot that. So we dipped by Google, but I also had a 50 take. And when that ripped up, I was like, oh, I have too many shares. So we did get some out in the 60s as Google's starting to kick back in now.
Yeah, you know, now absolutely chilling. You know, 10 minutes to go before we pass it over to the man, Prad, the legend himself. And people in the chat, you guys making me laugh, like this Kobe discussion. I'm loving this discussion. Yeah, Kobe missed, I don't know if this is 100% true. You could obviously Google it. You know, Kobe missed the most shots, but obviously, like, it's Kobe. You know what I mean? And yeah, Kobe definitely my idol. You know, you miss all the shots that you don't take. And you know what he'll tell anybody, man, never stop shooting. So for myself as a trader, I will never stop trading. I will never stop taking shots. That's why I take 4 million fills a day. Maybe not on the show because I'm more locked in, you know, kind of engaging with you guys. But yeah, never stop. If you think you're right? If you think, don't take dumb shots. But if you think it's a good shot, like never stop trying because, you know, good things happen to those who continue. Yeah, Larry Bird, GOAT, full stop. You know, everybody's got their guy. Everybody's got their guy. But yeah, man, Kobe, the Kobe mentality. I think everyone can agree with that one. You know, you can apply it to any avenue of life, and it's absolutely awesome. But yeah, I see going nuts. I'm kind of sad, man. I wanted that long. This thing is holding trend so beautifully. Hopefully, you know, congrats to any of the longs that were in from down here, a hold of trend. Just kind of zooming out over here. It's like you had the kind of dip. This is in the pre-market. Parabola action to the upside. You know, market opens, doing a bunch of volume, holding that 50 period, lining up with VWAP at 13. What a dip buy. Absolutely amazing. For the move back to 15, this thing is kind of crazy. And I'm looking at the daily. Is there any levels? But you got that overhead resistance. I'll drag this over very quickly. It's like you have the overhead resistance, so be cautious. You know, you had the move from 13 to 15. Doing a lot of volume. Is it slowing down? Is it now going to break trend? Is this going to create a double top, a head and shoulders potential? Something that I'm looking at. You know, it is 1050, right? It is 1050. So keep in mind the time of day. understand the positions that you're holding, understand the realistic moves of these positions, and pay yourself, pad the stats, and keep going, man. Keep going.
All right, I got news from Neil. What's up?
Just a couple of things here. One, CFVI moving here on some more Joe Rogan speculation. It looks like up about 8% or so. But you can see the last couple of days been breaking out last week. I know you guys were probably talking about this Thursday and Friday. But another break as it just took out the high and got to $13. So watch out for CFVI. And because I had to just here, guys, this is a quote from Michael Jordan. I think maybe people were talking about. He's missed more than 9,000 shots in my career. I've lost almost 300 games. 26 times I've been trusted to take the game-winning shot and missed. I've failed over and over and over again in my life, and that is why I succeed. So there you go. From MJ himself, he is the GOAT, as we can all absolutely agree on. But yeah, CFVI, let's not sleep on this one. It is definitely proving like it wants to be the champion today. If it can get through 13, a lot of room to run still here on CFVI.
Yeah, for sure. Wow. I mean, great quote there, but bang goes the market right now. Again, man, we talked about that retest of 12,000. Once we got that, we blow that to the upside. Look at Google right now, 61 cents in the money. Taking that long as that's making new highs right now. We still have this on board. Amazon, $1 now in the money off some of these bottoms, 125.50 and starting to go again. I mean, we might as well take some of these out. We are right back to that blast off point where we got some out last time. It did tick below the VWAP, so we got some out, but we're still holding this one strong. And then look at this, man. AMD retake 79. Thank you. Come again. A nice little move back up to the upside on that one. And then our IC, we almost got stopped out. We're long down here at 12. We're in now, trying to break through 15. Well, we broke through. If it takes down 1490, we're out. AMD, Amazon, and then the big dog. There goes Google as well. We stayed out of the Google short. We waited for it to bottom out like we said it would. Took some shots, and now shots fired with a nice little upside move as we are at the greatest spot we've been at all day now. We ran the shorts early, guys. I mean, check these Amazon shorts. Short the Friday's break bottom right there. Right there, break bottom, boom. That was worth $1. But once it started to get back up, we started to go long. Now we take that money right back. So far, so good here. And by the way, out of our Shopify. That Shopify was a 30 short, bang it to the downside, out on a VWAP break. Now look where Shopify goes. So far, so good here. Shorts early. Longs late. Great trading here. Let's go.
Absolutely great trading. Took another little cheeky long on AMD, thinking to myself, like, we didn't come all this way to not touch 80. And there you go. And there's the fill at 80. Somebody was bidding 300 lots. That was pretty sick. So I put my stop just below there. Going to cancel that very quickly. And the logic on this trade is very simple. We're going up so long, so long. And, but basically, like, no. If, on a realistic note, it's like, as we approach these even dollars, I love the magnet effect. And, now that we're back above VWAP, we had that channel, we held trend here. I told myself, we could easily break down. I don't want to take the long. If we get above VWAP, I'll come back. If the overall market goes above VWAP, we'll continue. So, yeah, taking the long here, a little bit of a cheeky long. If I'm long here, I'm taking more size. If I'm long up here, I'm taking a little bit less size. Going for that 80 test, because that's probably where the volume takes place. Again, it's an options thing. As we get there, you get a little bit of a magnet. You got to assume that it's going to touch, 80, do a bunch of volume, and then after that, it kind of feels like a gamble to myself. But look at that, man. Long, take some out, take the rest out at 80. That's another winner. Lock that one in. Absolutely solid. And somebody said BBBY is pissing me off. So I'm not pissed because I'm doing well on every other name, but I am pissed because what is this thing doing?
Be pissed.
It is not it's going sideways. It's holding this pre-market low. Like I feel like there's no reason to cover the trade. No. I'm channeling my inner Arun here. There's no reason to cover this trade. I'm not covering the trade. If we get back above here, 750, then I'll cover the trade.
Let's go. Drop that money down for Luca. Drop the likes in there, man. Is that some sort of like a cinnamon? What kind of a tea is that? Chai, yeah, okay. Smelling that,
wow, that smells amazing.
That smells all right. It smells all right. I'm not a huge chai guy, but it does smell real nice right there. So shout out to Sharif and Prad as they get ready to rock and roll. As these longs, Luca, dap it up. Good calls today, man, on the floor here. And a great job by Neil, obviously filling in for the unfillable shoes of Brendo. But the job continues, man. We don't stop here. We don't stop providing you high-quality content. And with that being said, let's go over to the big board with Money Talks.
Great shirt there, Sharif. I actually like that. Fantastic look, buddy. Gonna start with the US dollar here because obviously we get the market to the downside you're going to see the U.S. dollar strength and up 1/3%. But the key thing I think here is to look at the nice wick top you have through last week's high. So you go back into Friday, you had this top being put in, bit of a wick top there and a bit of a rejection. So if we reject this level, could come back into the downside. Maybe that'll be some strength for some of the equities out there as you get that inverse relationship. Canadian dollar not doing a heck of a lot, up 0.1%. British pound rising a little bit as they've elected a new prime minister. Some tax cuts they're talking about across the pond there. The euro, however, relatively weak as they're still having all kinds of concerns. The ECB is going to get their rate decision. They're expected to go 75 basis points on a hike this week. So the Aussie dollar and Swiss franc also to the downside there. We already talked a little crypto. It's an Ether day today. It's flat for Bitcoin. Ether to that upside. But watch out for a potential reversal. Could be coming in on that U.S. dollar. Been so strong all morning, and now you found a little bit of a top as the markets look to make their reverse.
Oh, man. Luke and I were just talking about how hard it is. I mean, we have Pratt and Shreve getting ready to rock and roll here, and we're just talking about how hard it is to sometimes trade those high-flying runners, especially in the midday. But the market's going crazy right now, so I think it's going to be an absolutely amazing show. Remember when the market, I mean, you're going to, Jesus, that's fly. You're going to remember there. I know, it's attacking the chai, I think, and then attacks me right here as well. But I remember when the market was down 1.5% or whatever, and I said, you know, this market could turn green.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't believe it my damn self.
No, it's
but
crazy.
there it is right there, the NASDAQ just poking its head above water temporarily there as Neil was up there as we took down 12.1. But look, we're getting lighter and lighter, man. Like, we only have about 20% of this Google left as it's at the highs right now. And I'm not channeling my inner Arun. I mean, I am a little bit trying to hold some of these plays, but at the same time, also making sure that we scalp some out. I mean, it really does suck when the market continues to run for you. But as long as you're long and you have some of the positions on board, then you should be fine. It's definitely one of those things where you love to, I mean, look at what Google's doing right now. We're now $1 in the money on Google. We're now at like, the amount of shares that we had on all of these were quite good. So we're really happy with where we are today. But again, only one trade went against us today, and it was this Bed Bath & Beyond. As it went all the way back, we got short and then got out. So this is going to be the nasty trade. But hey, like, I'm here to tell you, everybody on the show, like, we did step up and lost on this short right here on AMD, but we didn't stop, man. We took it again. We took it to the downside, then we banged this one to the long side right now. As you can see, AMD just hovering around these tops. I'm going to take a piece out here, just get out right there at 78 as it starts to rip back up. We only have a small piece left, but hey, you know what? We're at the highest spot we've been at. We're definitely over our daily goal right now, so all is well. We're making that cash. Big shout out to everybody for watching today. And if you please can, man, hit the like button. We've done nothing but give you guys, I'm thinking anyways, the bangers, right? So let's just blast this over there. Boom. Yeah, you like that one. What else? What else you want to have there here? Oh, you know what I'll do for me and you? Let's go. I mean, we might as well. We might as well go back to the roots here.
Beautiful.
Have the pizza guy running around for us. IC still going up, man. Google, Amazon, and AMD. Kill them with kindness, Luca, because we only got a minute left.
Yeah, guys, you know, absolutely great morning. Hopefully you guys all did well. I just want to address this super chat very quickly from Didi and Dave here. Just NASDAQ trading, took the long $700 US profit. Congratulations, man. That's absolutely amazing. And saying the show helped me make my moves. Thanks. Please like the show. Yeah, like the show, everybody, because, you know, we're sitting here free stream, giving you absolute bangers. I'm enjoying myself. Hopefully you guys are too. Definitely a really, really exciting day. And yeah, what a move. Like, look at this. I just kind of like collapsed this chart here. This is a V-shaped recovery if I've ever seen one. And we were looking for bottoms. And, you know, some of them, if at first you don't succeed, you got to kind of wait it out, give it that breathing room. And then, you know, you catch the long and you make that money and things are good. Things are good. And one last thing I want to quickly talk about before we pass it on is the daily chart on Apple, because it's like we have the 50-period moving average. It looks like it's a breakdown. It looks like it's breaking down. You get the wick off bottom. If we close above that 156, then, you know, justification for the long bounce and continuation. So I thought that action was coming. That's why I was trying my luck there, but just kind of premature long there. But, you know, still locked in the win, so definitely can't complain. We'll see what happens, you know, going into midday for the rest of the day. I mean, this market's pretty exciting, man. We're going sideways. We're going down. We're going up. Money to be made on all sides. I mean, if you're short in the morning, great. If you're long at the bottom, great. Who knows what comes next? Are we going back down? Are we sideways? I don't know. Time will tell. But, yeah, definitely an exciting day. pretty happy with my overall trading. Hopefully you guys did well. Yeah, hopefully the guys are ready over there. We can pass it along.
We will. 2.5K. Thank you so much for coming out, man. That's, you know what? That's close, and it's close. I don't know. We got to find out what the record is, but it is close to that. And I'm glad that you and I can, you know, throw it over there with having the success that we did have on the show. So without any further ado, it's time for some midday madness. Let's go.
It's time for Midday Madness. You know it. Brand new week, brand new time to go. Look for opportunities over here. I'm your host, Trader Pratt. This is my co-host, Sharif.
What's up, guys? Great to be back. Shirt fits today. Feel good. You know, the market's just topsy-turvy. Kind of love that. This is the kind of market you can make a lot of money in or lose a lot of money in, Prad.
Yeah, that's exactly the way to put it. You know, you look like you're about to make money, then you're not, as the reversal comes in and the market just completely flips back to the other side. Couple positions that I'm in right now, as you guys can probably not see yet. So let's make it that our positions update over here by taking some profits on IC.NQ. Taking the high day breakout on IC gave me a bunch of profits to the north side. Now we're waiting to see how much more of a room to the north side does this stock have when the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 have reversed. NASDAQ putting itself back above 12K, now close to 12.100, where I believe we are supposed to see negative or rejections supposed to come in on the NASDAQ as we are near 12.1K, and we pushed right back to the downside. The market did start off green, then it turned back red, then it turned back green again, and now we're expecting it to turn back red one more time and stay red for the day. So let's see if that is the story, as we have some shorts on the boards that are paying us, some shorts on the boards that are burning us, but are now getting ready to pull back to the downside with the help of the market returning down.
Yeah, you know, it's a small cap world, and we're just living in it, guys. Today, you got obviously IC, Prad just mentioned that. GCT just made a move off 18.25 up to 22, basically. SHPH holding VWAP. That's up 21% on the day. You got AVYA making another move again, just, you know, getting rejected off that $2 level. You had another one, I think it was like, I forget what it was even, it was a different one in the morning. So it's small cap world. I love it. This is what I trade for you guys on this show for the most part. You won't see it up on the big board there, but I'm in a long here. One of the many longs that have been on IC today. I'm in at 15.26, so break even at the moment. You know, it top wicked after I got in at that 15.45. Didn't decide to take profits there. Looking for that break of 15.50. My stop is at 14.90 and something change. Yeah, I entered it in earlier, so I'm not exactly sure. It's like 14.97 or something like that, 14.94. So if it breaks 15 and doesn't hold as support, we'll get out, and obviously we'll keep it on watch because this has been a big boy today. Up 60% on the day after the market is up 16.75%. So very strong, love it. Here we go. I just got stopped out, guys. Tiny loss on IC. I got filled at, where did I get filled at? Yeah, I got filled at the 97s, like I said. And yeah, we're gonna wait to get back in this one, but I wanted to see it hold 15 here. Maybe I should have given it a little bit more room. Let's see what GCT is doing over here, because it is making a move. Not too much volume on GCT today, but it was super positive for us last week and the week prior. So it's done, it hasn't even done a million shares of volume. The volume just started coming in here at the 1050 time slot. That's when the volume started pumping. So we're almost at a million shares, about 710,000 shares done so far. Nice little bull flag there. This could be the 1 minute pullback where you got in. Let's see for the break of 2160. If it breaks 2160, we'll initiate it long. Let's put our stop right there, 2160, and then we'll give it to 2165. Oh, it just blows right past that. So let's see here. No, we don't get filled. Yeah, here comes the movement. Blows by 22. The spread on this one is a little, it's 40 cents. Jeez. I mean, the spread's usually pretty bad on GCT, but at 40 cents is a little too rich for my blood, Pride.
Yeah, just watching Baba at the moment. Baba has been bleeding for the most part. Punches short, which looked like the break of low a day. did get me some profits, was not happy with those profits, so I just held on to a little bit more, added back at the range high, now giving it to that actual range high as my stop, which never came into play. So a little bit out of the money on BABA, kind of the same on ON. ON did work out for me, was getting ready to punch out, then I was actually only going to give it to the range of this high, but I had to scale in onto this trade because I was waiting for NASDAQ to go reject 12.1K, and now scaling into ON. Let's see if we can capitalize on the move to the downside again. Most out of the money on the stock and most damage on a stock for me right now is ON, a semiconductor, not ETF, sorry, semiconductor equity, which also should be in that basket of Chips for America program, which I believe, I can't remember what the abbreviation is, but something incentive for production in America chips program, which is a multi-billion-dollar program for all chip sector, chip stocks. That is your NVIDIA, your AMD, your ON, Marvell, and so on. And we're looking to even Intel in there. So we're waiting to see how that catalyst is going to come and help them out to the north side. I actually thought that the market was going to go to the north side today as they already opened green, but market decided to want to blow up today and just push to the downside before we got that V-shaped recovery. And now that we have a V-shaped recovery around the areas on the market that previously had a bottom in, if you were to go look at the S&P 500 chart, the previous bottom 39.03, today's bottom 38.86, not too far from there. If you go look at NQ, previous bottom around 12K, today's bottom around 12.9K, so not too much of a move from previous bottoms on the NQ either. Some bottoms showing in around these levels, and this was the previous level that we were all worried about. That happened to be the negative 20% marker. Get off my table. That happened to be the negative 20% marker for the NASDAQ market and for the S&P 500 market, which put it into bear territory, and we're not too far away from that, boy. So still waiting for market to really crumble upon itself and go push down to these areas for myself, where you know I'll be looking to buy some shares of stocks on my own account.
Guys, just as we told you we would, we got into GCT. We got that 21.79 print. We took first scalp out here at 22, second scalp at 22.10, third at 22.25, and we got top wick here at 22.62. So really good trade on GCT right off. Took a quarter positions every time, 4 outs there. But funny enough about shoeing that fly, I went to Woodbine Beach on Saturday, last beach day of the year, right? And there were like wasps galore, bro. I don't know what brings them out during this time, but someone told me, and I don't know if this is accurate back in the day, they usually die around this time, so they become more aggressive. Like not winter, but like, you know, going into the fall season. Lucas is just, I think they're, so they become more aggressive.
Lucas, an insectologist? What are you?
I don't know, man.
At my house, they're going nuts.
Yeah, they're absolutely buck wild on the beach. They're kind of like, if you didn't have a drink to kind of calm you down, it was like quite frustrating to be around them. But yeah, I feel that. Great trade on GCT. Really happy with this one. Sat down. I looked at my charts that I had from the week prior, and it was on there, and it was moving. I'm like, what the hell? How come this is moving? I didn't see it on my scanner earlier. And it made a move at 10:50, so it's only been going for about 20 minutes. Keep aware, guys. This one is tricky because the spreads on it can kind of blow up. Right now, they're 26 cents, right? And sometimes it gets even worse. So a lot of slippage possible on this one. You know, it's up 16% on the day, so it's not anything to sneeze at here. And it's continuing to make newer highs. Like our out here was 22.61.
This market's a joke.
Yeah, what's going on, Fred?
Like we're actually gonna go ahead and head right back into pre-market levels after having that whole drop off. Like why have a drop off to begin with then? Why don't we just launch off to the north side and just keep on launching to the north side?
No volatility equals no money. True.
This is the joke.
For traders, anyway.
Recovery, and now we're gonna head right back into the 100-period EMA for the S&P 500 ETF over here. SPY Amex now positive by 0.5%, going straight back to green. It's like you ready yourself for a short day, and it's like, okay, I will trick you with the fake short day, and now push right back into the 100-period EMA to the north side, taking the market up positive for both of them.
Yeah, it's definitely been a wild ride. I mean, my levels on the ES, they are no longer relevant anymore, guys. It was, before we made the downward move off the bell, it was 39.25, which was the close, or 39.24, which was the close, I believe, on Friday. And then I had 39.03, which I believe was a low of day on Friday. And those levels just got blown through. You know, you see a little bit of movement and consolidation around those levels, but I don't even think they're relevant at this point. Let's see where we go to the high side. We got to start looking for levels to the long side here, it looks like. Where are we on the ES? We're up 0.3%, so we're up 14 points after being down, like, I think 30 some odd points. Super move. Yeah, you can't complain, man. As day traders and as swing traders, if we don't have any volatility, we don't have any money. So that's the way I see it. It may not be the way you like it, though. I see holding in at that 1485 level. It's above the 50 period move EMA. Volume starting to drop off a little bit on this one. So, you know, it made quite an aggressive move. I had a bit of a tussle with this one, ins and outs, sometimes profitable, sometimes not. It was you know, it looks good looking at it ex post facto, but, you know, looking at it now, you know, it looks like it held the trend line until it didn't, until around this 15 area right here. So yeah, hindsight's always 20/20. Moving back to GCT, it's starting to pull back a little bit off the highs that it made there at 2350. So now in that 2250 level, going to continue to watch that. Let's see what we got on the 5-minute chart for this one. See how it looks. Let's zoom in a little bit and get a better look. Yeah, so maybe a new high here. A new 5-minute candle to make a new high around 23.26 or so. We'll initiate a new long. I'm not going to dip trade this one because the spreads are way too wild, and you know I don't really know why it's moving, to be honest with you. What's the chat up to? ENPH looks good. Really? Not coming up on my scanner. Let's have a look here. ENPH. Yeah, okay. It's a $300 stock, give or take a few pennies. So yeah, we'll have to trade that one with small size, but it definitely is making a nice move there, up almost 4% on the day, holding above VWAP by almost $5 or so. So yeah, we'll keep ENPH on watch. Pride, what are you looking at? You looking at Snap?
Yeah, Snapchat pushing towards lower day, but I punched into short on SPY and on QQQ, so you'll probably see that update on my board just now. Punching short both of them instantly in the money, 20 cents or so. Look, I'm not buying this whole market move, right? If people believe in the longs, more power to them. I just simply don't believe in the longs. I believe in the market bearish for the rest of the year, man, honestly. And that's what I'm going to predict. I'm going to predict straight Nostradamus move, or sorry, Prastradamus move to the downside with a little bit of these fake traps with the V-shaped recoveries and whatnot. Obviously, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm here to just capitalize on the day-to-day move. We're trying to see if we can bully this market right back to the downside. Roblox short, SPY short, XPEV short, QQQ short, a bunch of other stocks also short. The only stock I am long right now is turning back on me, which is IC. I also see size on the ask over here on inverse gateway chasing the stock to the downside. So not necessarily the right thing that I want to be noticing. Okay, at least that size got taken out. They got tested. It was real size. They got taken out. And as long as the stock doesn't retreat back towards my average price, I'm not really complaining. I'm 12 cents in the money at the moment. We'll let the stock move around the same way we let all of our other positions move around. And yeah, Pratt is in shorts. I'm going to be trying to keep on loading into shorts over here. Twitter at the moment also popping up on board. So let's go check out what Twitter is doing. Twitter currently straight nose diving to the downside. I think, what was it? Elon did mention that there was more than 5% bots. Like someone came out and did a little bit of in-house research, I believe is what they did on it, or maybe a third-party research, and they just tweeted about it. Elon saw that tweet, commented on it, so it popped up on my Twitter newsfeed. At the end of the day, the point is there's more fakes than real accounts on Twitter. You probably see a million Sean's and Neil's fake accounts over there roaming around, and even those you know, fake robots that pretend to be female trying to slide into your DMs, and they always pretend to be traders for some reason. I don't know if you've got any messages on Twitter like
tons,
that.
Man,
like
yeah.
They all pretend to be traders, and they're like, "Oh, do you trade? I trade too. I'm from Macau." I'm like, "Oh,
leave me alone.
Leave me alone, please." Yeah. So too many fakes over there on Twitter. We know that this deal is most likely not going to go through. And if it does go through, we'll probably see the stock of the price of the stock shoot up to ridiculous prices to the north side. But right now, while we know the fear of the deal falling apart is still there, downside move every single day.
Yeah, a lot of people, you know, positing that old Elon there is trying to bamboozle a better price. You know, who knows what his actual intentions are, if whether he actually wants to back out. But anybody who's been on Instagram and ever commented on a picture sees that the bots are first to market. They're always commenting first, talking nonsense. So if it's anything similar to what we see on Instagram with respect to the bot accounts, there's got to be, I don't know how many there, but it's definitely polluted with that. What were we going to talk about? I was going to talk about something interesting, but you know, it'll come back to me. I'm still looking at GCT here. I'm looking for the continuation of this bull flag. So we have bull flag number 1 here, guys. This is the first one, and then this, you could have entered off this 2-minute pullback here. This would have been my entry to make the first green candle to make a new high. Obviously, I had sat down, and this is where I entered. So this is the second bull flag here. You know, after the second bull flag, you have to anticipate, not always the case, but you have to anticipate a period of consolidation or retracement. So I'm not going to be quick to jump into anything to make a new high here, whether on the 1 or the 5-minute candle. I'd like to see it retrace probably back to the 7 EMA on the 5-minute chart, and that at this point that will be $21. Well, that's a ways away, but the EMA will move up as the stock consolidates sideways. So that's what I'm looking for. I feel it's a little extended. I'm looking for, you know, a retesting of the 7 EMA on the 5-minute chart before I get into GCT again. Let's go and have a look at IC, because these are the ones I'm watching today, guys. Longer period of sell-off here. We're flirting with the 50 EMA on this one. Let's see what levels we can glean from this chart. I see an interesting level here at that 1380 chart. You have to assume 14 will be a psychological level. It got tested a couple of times here, and here. So 14 is definitely a level, also 1380, so that could be an interesting buy zone. VWAP is at 1360 with the 200 EMA being at 1370 or so. So a lot of, you know, I'm giving you a lot of levels here, but that's what you have to take into consideration with these small caps. Sometimes they respect them, sometimes they don't. Let's see. AVYA also making a move nicely above VWAP, touch that $2 level, kind of at $1.95 now. I'd like for it to break 2 and hold 2 before we initiate a long, or maybe you take a dip trade here off that 190 level off VWAP with a super tight stop, maybe at that 185 or 184 level. Give it 5 or 6 cents. You're not going to make too much off this one anyway, so be careful how much room you give it. Let's see what else we got. What else we got going on today, Brad? How are big tech looking?
No clue, but I'm watching my ETF shorts currently paying me 60 cents in the money, 50 cents in the money on both of them. So bearish direction is maybe the right call still. You had that pop out coming all the way back to the pre-market lows. I did not believe in the pre-market low breakthrough right back into pre-market highs and move above. Can you get off my hand, please? This fly is annoying me. But yeah, we're watching the market now pull back to the downside. We're in the money now on both of these positions, brand new positions that we punched in, and all the other shorts that were kind of just flirting with being in the money and not in the money are now getting ready to push a little bit more to profit territory. So let's go, market, paying us for the shorts. And if you're a bear, you're loving it. If you're a bull, you loved it, and you probably are already taking profits. If you didn't take profits after being a bear from catching that V-shaped recovery, then I really don't even know what to say anymore. And the same thing could be applied vice versa. If you're short, you already took profits, and if you didn't, like, come on, you just watched the market give you multiple points to the downside when it started off green, and you didn't capitalize on it. So always take profits. Nothing wrong with holding some for the bigger dream, but always make sure you're taking profits, clearing your board off of some of the risks that you put on the table today. Time to read some super chats. Not many super chats to go through today, so only one actually that we missed out in the morning, looks like. Thanks for the tip on IC. Loaded up on the MITS. Not sure what that is. Loaded up on the MITS. You see, I guess, yeah, either way, good job on the load up over there. And congratulations on your profit for Adam.
Yeah, interesting level here on the ES. We were trading obviously above that 39.25, 39.24 level, which was the close on Friday. Looks like we may make a little retest there. So I'm thinking maybe if it comes around to that level, I'll take a long with perhaps a tight stop, maybe like that 39.22 or something around VWAP. Apple just turned red again, so down technically 0.04% on the day. So yeah, we'll have to see. It's above VWAP, so it's not bad. I want to dabble in these big techs. It seems like it's the perfect day for it. But as I say that, IC just made a nice move off that 1463 level, now testing 15 again. But, you know, this one's a little bit tricky because I kind of burned on it a little bit today. Let's draw a little trend line and see what we get. Here we go. It looks decent. So maybe if we break and hold above that 15 level, we'll take a long. An interesting level would be that 1525, 1530 area here. It's a little bit tricky with this one. You never really too sure with these small caps because they move so aggressively. Oops, I just minimized that. Let's see here. Oh, wow. GCT made a big boy move right up to high a day. It actually broke high a day here, or tested it, 23.47, but we'll talk a little bit more about that after we get back from Neil, who's at the big board for social sentiment.
Thank you so much there, Sharif. Social sentiment board here, and as you can see, leading the way with the biggest mark is the SPY, the overall market with that big V shape. You're going to get plenty of trading opportunities there. Everyone talking about the overall markets, but this weekend there was National Theater Day. AMC still on this board here. However, a little bit of a negative sentiment there. There were some strong numbers from that little $3 program they had. I believe it was on Saturday. Unfortunately, you will see Bed Bath & Beyond. No shock to anybody. There's been lots of chatter, of course, after the CFO committing suicide. There has been an intern appointment being made by the company just now. DWAC to the downside. They did not get that extension. Shareholders not vote for the extension, which could cost them significant funding. You'll see FWBI. That's been the low float name of the day. Huge volume, about a 1 million share float there. WHLR. Not doing a ton of volume, but have noticed it's been big on this board all session long. And then, of course, CFEI, more chatter with the potential of Joe Rogan joining the team there. So that's about second or third day in a row that they've been on this board and looking strong to that upside. I have to point out there, Tesla's in there on the red and some of the other big cap names, but really that story has been to the downside, the Bed Bath & Beyond. But do not sleep on FWBI. We know what these low floaters can do once they get going.
Yeah, that Bed Bath & Beyond story has my head spinning all weekend, honestly. And I could put on a tin hat and talk about it forever and ever, but this is not conspiracy show with Pratt, so I'll save that for another time. Probably save that for my YouTube shorts or something. But no, right now, man, that's a sad story.
Yeah.
Can't really even talk about it without my head's going to some tin hat conversation places. But at the end of the day, Bed Bath & Beyond down 15% on the day. Trading very sideways, trading continuously in its channel at the moment. Just has your ranges on the upside and the bottom side. And just got to respect those ranges. You can constantly scalp it if you want to. If you want to be involved in that trade, you can constantly be in and out, as long as you're building into the right direction. If that right direction pays you, congratulations. But if it doesn't, then it is what it is. But yeah, I think I'm going to leave it at that comment over there. Don't really want to dive into too much of a tin-hat conversation topic right at the moment. AMC is what Neil mentioned. Apparently what Theater Week or whatever. I don't really, never heard that one before. But Theater Week on AMC, most likely not taking any advantage of that. AMC pushing down with the overall weakness in the meme stock basket based off of GME. Sorry, not GME, based off of Bed Bath & Beyond. Even GME, a little bit of week today, down 8%. Looks like GME off of no catalyst. So most meme stocks, most stocks in general, bracing for impact off of the higher inflation environments that we're in, and also Britain about to, or is it Britain or EU? I believe EU or Britain. I can't remember which one of them is supposed to be raising their interest rates soon. ECB, thank you. ECB should be raising their interest rates soon, and if that's the case, we already know our interest rates are coming up very soon. September 21st is, I believe, what the date is. We're all expecting a 0.75 basis point hike, and ECB is expecting the same. So let's see if that's what ends up happening on the 21st of September.
Yeah, guys, we live in a macro world, right, where what happens in Europe affects here and vice versa. Recall that September 13th is the CPI number coming out, and that's going to have a lot to do with the Fed interest rate decision on the 21st, a week later. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting time for, I think, the ES and the NQ going into that 13th. Interestingly, that's my mom's birthday, September 13th. So shout out to my moms. You know, super interesting time to be in. With the Fed kind of taking their foot off the gas a little bit, and then are signaling that they were going to take their foot off the gas, and then kind of changing that whole thing with the Jackson Hole speech, and ever since then we've kind of been looking a little bit to the downside, Brad. But let's talk a little bit about IC here. It kind of momentarily jumped above that 15 level, and then rejected right off it. So this trend line that I had drawn here probably needs to be redrawn a little bit to account for that rejection. So go ahead and adjust, and that's normal. Adjust your trend lines as the chart develops. They're not etched in stone, but it is kind of like creating a little bit of a compression pattern here if I was to look at it between the 50 EMA and the trend line. So let's see how that one ends up panning out. Just on the corner of my eye, GCT not doing much, holding that 22 to 22.50. A bit of a consolidation move on its part here. So I don't really have too much looking at the moment. DWAC was also on my watch list from earlier. Volumes dropped off significantly. It's considerably below VWAP, kind of like in a range between that $20 mark and that $21 mark. It's kind of holding in between that. So I won't be trading that. Let's see what else I've got on my radar here. Let's check the scanners. So, Rivian is up 7.7% on the day. That makes like 0 sense here. Let's see. Are there any news catalysts for me for Rivian? I don't see any. GM is finally paying a dividend again. No, that has nothing to do with Rivian. Why is anybody in the chat really knows the true reason for why Rivian is moving, pop it in there. Let me have a look at what you guys can find. But Rivian, we're going to have to put this one on watch because it's continuing to make a move up too, guys. It's not really consolidating at this point. It is the high of days 39.49, and it's trading at 34.39, and it's trading at 34.35. So 10 cents off or 15 cents off the high of day. Super interesting. Let's see what the chat is saying here. Not really anybody saying anything about Rivian at the moment. Let's continue to see what the GCT is doing. No, consolidating sideways. IC consolidating sideways, or a little bit of a trend downward from 15. So I don't really have much to watch on Prad. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm just looking for the news on Rivian. Apparently, Plug Power entered a deal with Amazon to provide green hydrogen systems and whatever. Not sure if that's going to, in return, help out Rivian somehow. Maybe they can help out Rivian with some sort of a power, helping them with better fuel cells, because we do know that they had issues with creating batteries, or at least useful batteries for how they claim to have really good batteries and everything. And during the test, it just came out like, yeah, you guys lied to us. You guys are absolutely fake, and so on. But maybe, not sure if Plug Power does anything of that sort. Hydrogen compared to lithium, they sounds like two different metals, if you ask me over there. One's a gas and one's a metal, actually.
Yeah.
So two completely different power sources, but not sure if that's what the deal is that's allowing the stock today to launch up about 7%. Maybe all they needed was a good long weekend break. Rivian needed a 3-day long weekend break to start being green on the charts over here. A perfect time for us to start looking for shorts too. As you know, we do not believe in this company. We do not believe in the move back to 140 anytime soon, especially with the market environments that we have been seeing. Our SPY shorts and our QQQ shorts are now 80 cents and 50 cents respectively. So taking profits on both of them is me over here. And XPEV, 15 cents in the money. So let's go take some profits on XPEV also. Shorts are still paying, and if you're long, nothing wrong with that, but just make sure that you know where your line in the sand is, and you're taking that out when the out shows up, instead of being greedy because you saw this V-shaped recovery. In your head, you're thinking, I've seen this before. The market's about to rip off to the pre-market highs and continue to rip off of everyone's faces. But if that's what you're thinking about, that you want to burn the bears, then you want to make sure that this market is staying above 12,100, which it can't figure out how to do so. So if this market can't stay above 12,100 on the NASDAQ market, the S&P 500 just barely staying above 3,900. Trust me, 40 points, yeah, woohoo, great, not excited. Barely staying above 3,900. We're going back down. We're going to doomsday events on these markets, and I'm expecting that.
Can you guys tell which way the market or Prad wants the market to move? I don't know if he's maybe hinted at it a little bit, but yeah, interesting about the Rivian chart here. We see a little bit of a double top right at that high of day. You know, it did break it by like a few pennies, but it didn't close above it, and it went right back down. So it might be an interesting short position here, especially if the market starts to turn, to take a nice little short off that 34.45 between 45 and 34.50. Starting to make a move back down here. So I'm going to keep Rivian on watch, especially extended up 7% on the day on, you know, no solid news. Going back to what you were saying about the hydrogen engine, like I remember Elon Musk coming on one of these interviews that I saw him on, and basically, and I'm not saying that this is accurate, but this was his take on it. He was like, the best case scenario for hydrogen engines is not even basically what the mid-level EV is at the moment. Like, and I mean, I guess maybe he means like the Model 3. So, you know, if you guys realize, Toyota put a lot behind the hydrogen engine, and they have a car in production in California called the Mirai. And, you know, when I was down there visiting my sister, I saw ample of those, but, you know, the infrastructure is not there for that. So a lot of the people have to have hydrogen delivered to their homes in order to make that work. Obviously, there's a lot more chargers than there are hydrogen delivery companies. So really interesting to see the competition and the dichotomy between those two different technologies and how some of the people feel about them. And as I'm saying that, Rivian just popped right up and now is testing new highs again. So let's see if it double tops after that 34.50. Maybe we'll initiate a short. The spread on it is super tight. It's like 1 penny. So you're not going to encounter too much slippage on this one, but it's just a matter of, I don't really want to go against the trend. It's trending up. It's up 7.5%. What makes me so good that I know exactly the area where it's going to turn? So I'm more inclined to take a long here, even if I can't get that much off it, maybe 50 cents or maybe even $1 if I'm lucky off this move. I'm going to continue to watch it. It's definitely on my side screen. Moving back to IC, yeah, still holding that 50 EMA like a glove. Despite the fact that it is making lower highs, it's not really making lower lows, which makes me feel like this is a compression pattern. You know, you could call this whatever you want, a descending wedge or what other synonym you want to use, but this is what I'm seeing here. I'm seeing a flat bottom around that 50 EMA, and I see it continuing to respect the upper trend line here. So a break of this trend line, I'm going to go long, or a break of the 50 EMA. I think I have to pay for shorts on this one. I'll go short. I'll monitor that one, and I'm keeping on the side. Oh, and just as I say that, Rivian makes the move. It broke above and closed above that 34.50. So I'm going to take a baby long here, and by baby, I really do mean baby. We're going to take a long on Rivian. We're going to get in at 54s. Yeah, we're in at 54s. We'll nurse this trade. If it goes against us, maybe we'll give it to the 70 EMA in and around 34.40. I haven't decided on that yet, guys, so, you know, don't quote me. I'm looking to add to my position here as opposed to scalping from it because it's not really the scalping type, or maybe it was once upon a day time, not really right now. We're already 6 cents in the money on this one. We're looking for more, guys.
Yeah, SPY was $1 in the money. QQQ was also $1 in the money, so I took some profits on both of them, and now market's moving back up slightly. SR in the chat keeps on asking me, have I used the powder that Ian suggested? I have used that powder, and let me just tell you, I am reaffirming that I think he got scammed on that powder, man. You got sold like what are those things called?
I wasn't here for that conversation.
No, you know when you get sold magic beans or whatever?
Yeah, okay.
Like I think he got sold magic beans, bro. I think this hairstylist walked up to him at the salon and is like, "Oh yeah, this powder, really expensive powder, will be really good for you." I use it. I do not notice a damn thing happening in my hair. Right?
Did you put it on?
I put it on. I don't notice a damn thing happening to my hair. I'll be honest with you. So but you know, I'll keep on doing it until it runs out. He claims it lasts you 6 months, so I'll hold on for 6 months until it runs out. But I don't know, man. I think whoever taught you that product, you just got scammed on it, and now you got me too, scammed with the system over there. You know, one goes down, we all go down together. That's the friendship motto.
It's a brotherhood, baby.
That's the brotherhood, exactly. Yeah. People also saying Brad just wants to watch the market burn. Look, I already snake oil. Yeah, I think he just got sold snake oil, man. That's what it is. But,
what is the story behind snake oil? Like, does it like have no function? People always say,
Yeah, it doesn't have function.
Snake oil salesman.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like,
it doesn't have a function,
Okay.
basically. It's
All
like,
right.
oh, snake oil this, snake oil that.
Right?
But
Okay.
like, I don't think snakes produce oil, do they? Maybe.
I have
maybe
no
they
idea.
don't. I think
I
that's
have
the
no
that's the
idea.
idea behind it, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, market moving back up to the north side quite a bit over here. We were $1 in the money on the SPYs, now only 20 cents in the money. A funny comment that Luca actually pointed out in the chat. Andrew Isola, John and Luca making money on the long. Brad comes in with 6 short positions. Well, it's actually 7 to be right. Let's get that number accurately. No, look, it's as long as people know where their setups are, right? My setups for the most part was short based today. It all worked out until the
What the hell
market
is
said, you know
happening
what,
with
we're not
Rivian?
gonna
Why is it
let
up
the Bears win
7.5%?
anymore, and it turned back around to the north side a little bit, and now we're fighting that shorts. Even though we are in the money, we're fighting these shorts slightly as QQQ and SPY keeps on flirting with these pre-market levels
Now
at
it's
the
up
100
almost
100
8.
period EMA on the 5-minute chart, which happens to
long.
be around 390, 351 on the SPYs. And on QQQs, the 100 period EMA on the 5-minute chart happens to be near 296. So as long as these levels don't break for me, I'm not worried. I'm okay with scalping these levels constantly. I could have maybe re-added when this pop came in instead of talking about it, but that's the nature of the job. Sometimes you miss some moves because you're talking about some of the positions that we're in, and I can't be having FOMO about that. So if I get an opportunity to load back my 2 or 3 outs that I've already took, I will load back in somewhere close to 296. If I can't, I'm not going to complain about it.
Brad is the futures ETF connoisseur, guys. He's been on that tip lately, and probably more to the downside. I've been checking with some people around the office here,
Check
and really
chat.
nobody has.
Real quick, sorry. Rivian numbers released for the FTSE rebalance. That's the FTSE rebalance? Rivian's listed in London too? No, that's yeah, why is FTSE? Okay, well, FTSE's the London rebalance. 13 million shares on the buy side explains today's move. So if you guys remember the Morgan Stanley rebalance that we were talking about last week, I believe, well, the end of the month of August was the Morgan Stanley rebalance. In there, they weren't really adding Rivian to that, but the FTSE, which is the London rebalance or the Europe rebalance, London rebalance? London
FTSE
rebalance.
is London.
London rebalance is going to be adding 13 million shares of Rivian in their ETF portfolio. So that's most of the reason why this move is coming in.
Yeah, Sean to my right here doesn't seem all that convinced that that's the reason, and you know, it's a sketchy one. But here we go with IC. Broke that the
15?
resistance level that we had. It's approaching 15, but it did break the trend line. So we are going to go long. We're going to go long with half the shares because it is a little extended off here. So we're long there, right at that 15. We'll give it back to the trend line here, which is at that 1480 level or so. This one's a tricky one. I've got burned on it earlier today. I'll probably get burned on it again, probably. But we'll see. Yeah, we're going to give it to, we'll give it to the 50 EMA, which is at that 1472 level. We took half their shares, so we can afford to, take a little bit more risk on this one. Our Rivian position just dipped aggressively against us. Okay, so we had top wick here at 34.68, and that one monster red candle took us all the way down to 34.42. So we're about 5 cents out of the money on this one. We could have averaged down into this position. Just let me get my levels here. That looks like that 34.35 is an interesting level in and around this area. Spread is starting to, seems like it's opening up, or there's some algorithmic buying coming in because I see wicking candles coming back down. Let's add another little position here. Smaller position. Where are we? There we go. At that 50 level. So we'll go ahead and add at this level here, and we'll monitor that. We're still, a couple of cents out of the money on the IC trade, but it is above that trend line that we drew, so we'll give it a little bit of time, and our out, for in case anybody's following us, is at that 1472 level. We're half the shares on this one, guys. So, sorry, go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, I just got really interested in the whole snake oil thing, so obviously I had to Google it. What else am I going to do? Snake oil comes from the 19th century Chinese railroad workers who used medicine made from the Chinese water snake. The stuff worked, rich in omega-3 fatty acids, and yeah, so it did work. So why do Americans call it snake oil?
I don't know.
Look, see, this is what Google comes and helps you with. But if you Google just snake oil, it says a substance with no real medicinal value behind it, or a remedy for all diseases. So it plays both sides of the coins there. But you know, if you're any some of you Indians in chat know like Ayurveda, right? It's like the old Indian way of treating problems, and it still carries on to this day. But some people discredit it, some people do credit it. I look, I'm not a medicine guy, right? So I can't tell you it works or it doesn't work. I'm just trying to relate to you with stuff that I've read or heard about. Anyways, enough snake oil nonsense. We can come back to the market, which is actually very much snake oilish today, man. This market move is very snake oil move. Let's bring this market back to the downside. Stop selling the bulls the copium that they need at the moment. That's what the market's giving. Copium, yes. The market's giving copium over here to all the bulls just for a couple day or two, and then when the market gets ready to pull the rug on everybody, it's gonna be sad. I mean, that's what I'm hoping. At least I'm waiting for the market to rug everyone and then bring it back to COVID levels, which I can't wait to go long on.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Looks like that dip trade on Rivian worked out like a dream. Popping back up, closing in on day's highs. We have a profit taker here for a little bit at that 34.64. So we're like a penny or two away from getting triggered. Let's hope we do get triggered. We're still break even on our IC trade. It's holding above our trend line, which is good, but it's having trouble breaking through that $15
it broke,
level.
But it came back.
Yeah. So keep that on watch, guys. We're having a bit of a fight between the longs and the shorts here at that $15 level. So, you know, this one could move in a hurry. So make sure your finger is on the buy or sell button there, depending on whether you're going long or short. Looks like we're going to get filled here if it can pop up a little bit above 34.64. And there we go. We got the fill. That was a big boy dip trade. You got to have guts to take that. Otherwise, you know, it could go against you. But hey, the trend is your friend. The trend was up. It's up 8% on the day. So, you know, buying the dips is a tried and true strategy. Happy with that one. Looking for now to create a new high a day above 34.70. I think our next profit target will be at that 34.75. We'll take off a piece there. You know what? We'll do that now in case we're not watching it. 34.74. So a penny below 34.75, and then we'll take off that much amount. Let's give it a bit of room in case it pops. There we go. Profit target set. We can go back to our IC trade. IC, yeah, still flirting with that $14.80, $15 level. We're a couple of pennies out of the money on this one. Thankfully, we're half the size we typically take. What else is going on here? Let's see what my board says on the side. GCT kind of holding above VWAP, which is, you know, good going to the afternoon, but it is quite a bit below the high being 23.48, currently trading at 21.77. So that's a bit of a, you know, a hands off for the moment. Here we go. We're going to test that trend line again to the downside. Now, you know, technical analysis tells us that resistance typically acts as support. So if we break below that 50 period moving average, we said we'd be out of this one. So let's get our finger ready. And in case let's, you know, forget about our finger. Let's put in an order here. We're going to put an order at 14.71, or we'll put it at 14.69. What's a few pennies here and there? Come on, let's live a little bit. 14.69, then we're going to give it a couple of pennies in case it moves aggressively on us to 14.66. So that'll be our out there, and that'll be a loser for us, but thankfully only half the size of the loser on that one. Going back to Rivian, yeah, still at that 34.68. It's definitely at high days now. Pumped about that. We're looking for the break of 34.75 to take the next profit level, Brad.
Yeah, I'm just watching IC also just to see where I could take profits while I reload on some of my positions, such as SPY and QQQ shorts. I did mention if we push up to 296 and 394, I'll be looking to reload on my position there. So taking those fills back to the short side and then scalping it right in front of VWAP every single opportunity I get to scalp in front of VWAP. I'm going to continue doing that. Couple stocks that are popping up on the scanners. Sorry, can't talk. FSLR on New York, I believe. FSLR. I typed in FLSR. FSLR on New York. Come on.
I don't even see that.
What the heck? FSLR on NASDAQ. FSLR on NASDAQ. There we go. Finally working. So now finally popping up over here. Yeah, taking out the high days. This is going to be a solar stock or solar stock. Sorry. That's how you properly pronounce it, like polar bear, solar stocks. 128 pre-market high, taking out the pre-market high, launching to the north side, and trying to continue going that way. Let's actually go to check out what the XLE sector is doing. Even though XLE sector is energy sector, not that like FSLR has to be in it because XLE holds your Oxys, your Chevrons, and so on. But something that I'd like to take a look at when I'm looking at any sort of energy stocks is the energy ETF in general, which is down on the day today, but trying to go back up north with the rest of the market, which is market's green. XLE is trying to stay flat / relatively green over here, or relatively flat, sorry, and trying to get back to green. So let's see if we can do so with this move coming in right now.
We got stopped out, guys, of our IC trade. This has been a tough one for me, guys. I haven't been able to read this one that well today, and that's a little bit frustrating because it's one of the stronger small caps on the day. Hey, that's just the way she works, but we took half the size because we weren't sure, so the hit isn't that big, but we're definitely out. We're out at that 1469 level. And yeah, we'll go to Neil now at the big desk, and we'll talk about Rivian when we come back.
Thanks to Sharif. Just a bit of a volume spike there in DWAC, down that 17% obviously because they didn't get that extension voted on. But Donald Trump posting just now, quote, "Truth is doing amazing, the most engaged social media platform anywhere on the internet, and now businesses who want to sell their great products to real people, not bots, can buy localized ads on Truth via Rumble ads." So you're going to see like big volume spike there as it try to take out the 21 level. If you're wondering what try to get through there, it was that Trump post just now. Reversing most of that move, but in the midst of a little bit of a breakout, it found a double bottom here at 20 even after that little rug pull at 23 that happened right after the open. So Truth, DWAC there moving back to the upside after some significant downside selling overnight and of course from those highs at about 940.
Yeah, Donald Trump definitely not disappointing with his inclination for hyperbole there. Never a dull moment with Donald Trump. But yeah, keeping my eye on DWAC here. I've got it on my on the side chart. It's flirting with VWAP. It's around that $21 level currently. But the real talk right now, guys, is Rivian. What is Rivian doing? It blew through our level, so we took a profit out right there. We're gonna wait for. Oh, I think we're all out there. Okay, so I must have mistyped. I must have mistyped the size that I want to get out there. Silly on me because it continued about 10 cents past my last profit target. So yeah, we took our last piece out right there, that 34.75. That dip trade off that 34.45 level was quite good. Took scalped 30 pennies on that one with decent size, not as big as we typically go. I'm seeing 30. I'm seeing 35 in the future here of Rivian, and it may come pretty quickly. Let's see what the market is up to here. It's not really giving Rivian any sort of a push. Market consolidating sideways now around that 39, 35 level, so it's not doing much. I see breaking that 50 level, 50 period EMA decisively now below at 1460. So that one is going to have an interesting trend change. We do have a support level here at that 1455, I want to say, and then probably obviously the $0.50 at 1450. So between 1455 and 1450, you got a little bit of a support zone there. We'll see how it reacts around that level. If it breaks through it aggressively or consolidates or holds, we'll see what it does. But yeah, definitely creating lower highs on this one as evidenced by the trend line here, and not so much lower lows yet until we break through that 14.5. Let's see what else is going on. SHPH, the top of my scanner, it's up 50% since the bell. Not doing a whole lot right now, holding at 18 1/3. It's got 19 3/4 as its high of day. So yeah, definitely off the high days now, but holding VWAP, which is kind of promising. Brad, what's XLE up to?
I just got back, so didn't really check it. Oh, sorry, I just got back. Didn't really get a chance to change my screens over here to something else. So XLE's up. But I'm just having a banter with House Hippo, as you may know him, as Ian. So Ian is saying, oh, you're talking bear smack about my hair products, eh? And I'm like, nah. Listen. It's one of your hair products actually does a lot of the work properly. I think the other one is just snake oil. So I think you got scammed into the little powder, but the other spray stuff actually does a lot of the work. And I think that is picking up the heavy lifting of your hairstyling there, Ian. So the powder is just, that's a snake oil right there, man. I'm going to need a lot more proof to that concept to actually change my mind. But what I don't need proof to the concept for taking profits is this short side on QQQ and on the SPY ETF, baby. Look, as long as that setup keeps on working, which is short in the 100 period EMA on the 5-minute chart, I'm going to keep on doing it. I didn't come here to scream and be bearish about just so I could get wiped out on my shorts, right? Maybe I did, but until we get wiped out on those, we're going to continue putting the damage on the ETFs over here, even though our equities are not really doing what we need them to do, such as XPEV is out of the money, not in the money, out of the money, sadly. IC.NQ, I'm going to close this long now as it's pushing back to my average price. So that was a successful long for me on that side, and now we're going to jump out of that trade. Roblox, which was winning for the most part. Oops, what had just happened? Which was winning for the most part, but now look at Roblox trying to take off past the 100 period EMA. There is a possibility that this market could, stay green and does not want to turn red. We pushed all the way down to, let me pull up the S&P 500 futures chart instead. We pushed all the way down to 3890, breaking 3900, and then struggled to push any more further. On the NASDAQ also, we broke 12K. 12K was a significant level in history. So breaking that 12K level only by about 80 points. 80 points is not anything for the NASDAQ market. It will move around 80 points in a flash, right? So we're only going down 80 points, coming back to 12K, not rejecting 12K, and now pushing well above 12K, almost 120 points above 12K, and forming a nice little base over here. You got to be ready to throw your bearish mentality, your bearish trade setups for the day, because the market may not be providing that for you. So even though I'm here screaming bear, screaming short, screaming bear, I do know where my line in the sand is. I do know where I'm no longer going to be attempting that trade, and I urge you guys to have that set up in your mind too. We're going to be going to the big screen for Neil's Sector Watch.
Welcome, Sector Watch here. Leading the way is the S&P. You had that big early start to the week where everything across the board was strong to that upside, since reversed. NASDAQ slightly turning red, actually trying to battle that right now, but the ES for the most part making some headways back to the north side. You do see a lead here on some defensive parts of the section. You have real estate over there, but more importantly, you've got strength across all of the industrials, with the exception of 3M there, down 2%. So really strong in the industrial sector. Like I said, it's a bit defensive there. And of course, some pharmaceutical names here. Healthcare, pharmaceuticals, pretty strong across the board. One notable name, Moderna, was down 4.5%. Rebounding to about down 2.7%. Still relatively weak in its own space, but showing a little bit of signs of strength. It was red across the board in the financials. Some strength coming back to a few of these names there. The banks still all sitting in the red, unfortunately. Materials looking pretty good. Energy across the board, energy has been down all morning long. We did have OPEC reversing their move made from last week. I'm trying to find you, Netflix. You're still getting crushed over there in the media sector. Netflix was down over 4%. They've now ticked to about 3.8% to the downside. The chips had a pretty big reversal on their own. Market's still trying to decide, but it is today the S&P trying to lead the way as the NASDAQ teeters back and forth on green.
Thanks for that, Neil. Yeah, I want to just address somebody in the chat. Luke 8 FPS saying buying Rivian when you could buy Tesla. I'll never understand. Well, you don't really know if all these people are actually buying Rivian for the long term. It could be, algo trading or day traders just like us.
Username?
Getting into it. Pardon me?
What was the username?
Luke 8 FPS. He's a little bit higher, though. I highlighted it because I wanted to address that. You know, I'll never really understand people buying and holding Rivian or any of these other interesting EVs like XPEV or Elite, and instead of buying BYD is just like blowing up in terms of, and this is not financial advice, obviously, you do with your portfolio as you please, but BYD for me is definitely the better buy. It's more proven concept, and it's also in batteries, guys. So even if their cars flop, people are going to come to them for batteries. And so that's the way I look at it. It's kind of like almost like hedging your position in a way, where if you know your cars are not really received well by the consumer, other car manufacturers who are received well will come to you for batteries, because that seems to be the issue right now, that they can't produce enough batteries en masse. So that's just my take and my 2 cents on things. By the way, I got into IC again just because I like hurting myself in this way. But I'm in at 1474. The reason I got in is because it did double bottom off this support level that we mentioned to you guys. We said between 1455 and 1450 if we're looking for support there. We found the support, it double bottomed, and now it's it's kind of trending up a little bit. I'm going to tread really carefully with this. I took half the size I usually take again. I'm looking to take some profits going into the 15. I probably won't even wait for 15 to take profits on this one because I have been burned by it so many times. I'm going to enter my stop in now because I'm not really going to give myself an option of averaging down or letting it go down further. So we're going to go ahead and put 14.51, and we're going to get out completely 14.48. Just in case, we'll give it a few pennies in case it moves aggressively to the downside there. So we're in that trade. We're holding on to that one. The bad thing about this one is we are coming to a drier time in the day where liquidity dries off a little bit. But these small cap crappers, as I like to call them, sometimes they march to the beat of their own drum. So you could find liquidity midday where small caps are doing nothing. And as I say that, SHPH just made an aggressive move off that 1875 level and top wicked at 2050. So it basically moved $2 in the span of a few minutes here. So let's pull that up on this chart where we have Rivian, SHPH, and I believe it is a NASDAQ stock. Yes, it is. There we go, guys. So look at this move here. Really aggressive. Our volume is not bad. 4.4 million shares on the day for a $20 stock. Yeah, it is showing up on a lot of the scanners. So a lot of people are going to be watching this one here. To be honest with you, I'm not really sure how I would enter this trade. I'm having trouble zooming out of my position here. So let's see, 2150 is top wick. We're at currently almost at 2050, at 2030 or so. So we've got $1.20 to reach high of day. Not the ideal moment to break high of days, but I'm going to continue to watch this one. I may take a baby long on it and try to reach high of day there and scalp a little bit. The spread on it is about, between 8 to 10 cents at times. So tread carefully. There we go. We just broke 21. So a lot of volume. And then we just broke high of day. So we just broke high of day. We just moved $1 while I was talking. Moving back down now. Super wicky and super volatile. This one is making me a little nervous, to be honest with you. And the volume isn't there to support these moves. So it makes me feel like it can go back down in a hurry, and I can get completely wiped out on this one. So if I enter it, it'll be with a small long. Let's go back and have a look at IC. Still holding that position, so we're break even at the moment. Oh my God, what are we going to do with this SHPH, Brad? All the volume's coming in, and we want to go long, and we're getting FOMO. What are we going to do? I'm playing, of course. Pray. Punch and pray. You guys heard it last week. It was the first time I heard it, to be honest with you, but punch and pray is a dangerous way to live, Brad.
Look, I got to live a life on the dangerous side. Otherwise, there's no point, man. You got to get out of your comfort zone. What, you're going to always stay in your little turtle forever and ever and never come out and never see the beautiful world, all the wonders within it? Come on, man. True. You got to live life on the dangerous side a little bit. Speaking about living life on the dangerous side, DWAC, apparently Trump was posting something about it. Truth is doing amazing, the most engaged social media platform anywhere on the internet. And now he did?
Neil covered it.
Okay. So I don't know anything about Truth social media, but I know one thing, that it's not the most active social media out there.
No, you can't even download it in Canada,
There's tons of other social. You can't even download it in Canada, and this man's telling me that it's the most used social media platform anywhere on the internet. If that's not blatantly just lying to your subscribers subscribers and the viewers over here. I don't know what is. So DWAC, man, I'm still a little skeptical about this platform until we can actually download it in Canada. Sharif said we can't even do it. I'm not going to be able to be bullish about it, but the stock today had a little bit of a bullish move off the open, ripped up to the north side, but still down on the day. It looks like down 15% on the day as DWAC. Let me actually go confirm that it's actually down 15% because my platform over here is a little buggy sometimes. Yeah, it is down 15.
And don't forget, Google banned it.
Google banned it?
In the store, yeah, they said it didn't
In
meet.
America too?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then how are you going to come on here and say it's the most used on the internet? Like, how? Do you have any basis for saying stuff like that?
Yeah.
Like how can you just say stuff like that, man? It's so nonsense. But anyways, you're allowed to do what you want. It's your freedom of your speech, right? And he's exercising his freedom of speech the way we do over here on the show sometimes. So SPRO, I'm not sure if Neil covered this one too, did he?
That's on the chat.
Yeah.
But did he cover? No, he didn't cover? Okay, yeah. So SPRO, NQ high a day. Supero, but I'm just going to call it SPRO because that's what Luca would do if he's here. SPRO Therapeutics shares up 10.3% after CO gets positive feedback from, or company gets positive feedback from the FDA for late-stage study in patients with urinary tract infection. So urinary tract infection problems over there. A little bit better news coming out from for people suffering from that. SPRO jumping pretty drastically to the upside. Look at that big volume candle over there, higher than the opening candle itself, higher than any candle for the rest of the day, honestly. So 61% to the north side. SPRO finally breaking $1. Now, if we pull back anywhere close to $1, I think a long off that level would be worth my attempt. We're only 16 cents away from here, but since it's $1 stock, I can't expect it to go much higher from here, right? So I wanted to pull back closer to $1. That way I can take my tens of thousands of shares on $1 stock and then give it that 1 cent, 2 cent wiggle room.
1 cent, 2 cent. It sounds like a two-step or something.
1 cent, 2 cent. Hey, yeah, give it that 1 cent, 2 cent wiggle room, and then if it stops me out, it stops me out. But if it doesn't, then we have that wiggle room all the way back to the high day, making 15 cents, 20 cents for risking 1 penny.
Guys, we are up huge on SHPH. Ooh. What a trade. I'm smashing the counter here because you got to do that. You got to pump yourself up a little bit when you make good trades. God knows we beat ourselves down when we make bad ones, right? So we got in at 22, save and accept a few pennies. Our first out was kind of silly, 22.30. Second out, 22.65. Third out, 22.86. Fourth out, 23. Fifth out, 23.17, and then we got top wick here, guys. This one feels the best, 23.45. So really good trade on SHPH there. We caught the momentum. Buying into momentum has always been trouble for me because I'm like, oh yeah, no, it's gonna pull back. They're gonna pull the rug from under me as soon as I get in. You know, it happens sometimes, but you gotta take your shots. And so far today, we bought into momentum twice, once on SHPH and once on GCT, and it's worked out well for us.
On the bids, eh?
Yeah, there's the tape here is actually quite telling, to be honest with you. I was definitely eyeing that when I was in the trade. Now I'm kind of like, you know, just enjoying my trade at the moment, so not really looking at it all too much.
Why'd you get out then?
I don't know, because I was just scalping, and I got top wick, you know. I always want to leave it a little bit for the dream. One of the floor managers here, Brendan, always has his expression, you know, you always leave a bit for the dream, and maybe I should have, because now it's testing 25.
It's chasing up, my
Now
guy.
it's testing 25, guys. We just made top wick at 25, and our out here at 23,
size on
40.
ask?
There is a little bit of size on the ask,
Did they take
not
that
too
out?
much. There's a little bit at 62 here, and we can see some more, not that much, maybe a little bit at 25. There's not even that much at 25. We have like, I don't know, what is that, 2,000 lots, give or take, at 25. So
yours is actual size, right? So
actual size,
lots
sorry, yeah,
means
it's not even 25. Yeah, 2,000 shares, which is not that much at all for a $25 stock, guys. Let's have a look quickly before we send it back to Prad with IC. We're still break even on IC. It's, you know, holding that 50 EMA like a glove. We are going to give it the level we identified here, which is that 1451 level. We're half the size here, and, you know, it's not moving nearly as much as SHPH. So that's kind of dug us out of the little hole that IC had dug us into, guys. Prad's looking at Rivian now.
I'm
Okay,
still
okay.
looking at Rivian. Rivian about to take out 35. New high a day might be coming in as it breaks out 35 over here. Previously, we've seen this catalyst play out. You know, when the Tesla stock was getting added to the S&P 500 index, it was a big trade on the floor. A lot of people made tons of money. You could have literally made millions and millions of dollars on that day. And I'm actually getting told that we have a news update coming in about a minute or so that we might have to send you over to Neil. So let's send you over to Neil right now for the update.
Just more news coming from Digital World Acquisition. They adjourned their shareholder meeting until September 8th. You'll see here. And, of course, another volume spike. So they're continuing that breakout through VWAP, through 21. Made a bit of a high, pulling back now. But the biggest volume spike of the day is they've adjourned that shareholder meeting till the 8th. Of course, they're looking to get that extension on the closing of the deal over a year, which could secure over $1 billion worth of financing. So DWAC continues to be on the move, seeing some chatter, even people talking about funware here. So between this and between President Trump talking, you have a lot going on for DWAC.
Yeah, DWAC, wow, big volume candle indeed, as Neil mentioned. Right back to the high a day, rejecting pretty much a penny higher than the previous high a day, and then nose diving right back into the 100-period EMA areas. Look, it's understandable for DWAC to have this volume pumps every time Trump says something or Trump even mentions the stock name. But please do not get trapped into the stock. The product is not even ready yet. They're postponing the adjournment of meetings and so on. I cannot take heed to those words saying is doing amazing, the most engagement social media product when it's not even on Google Play, when it's not even on in Canada. So those words have no meaning to me when the product is not even available for more than half the country. So please understand the product, understand the space, understand the type of statements that people are throwing out in order to help themselves in a monetary way, maybe in a political way, maybe whatever way it may be. Just understand that there's always someone trying to benefit off of this. Especially when there is no real substantial catalyst or value behind the trade. So just don't get trapped into it. At the end of the day, it's your trade setup. You do what you want to do, and you put your money where your risk is. I know not to put my money where there's this type of risk behind it. Let's move on to a couple other stocks where positions are moving around maybe. Well, actually, the market's not doing anything. This market has been trading sideways ever since we had that volatile pops up and down. This is why I don't enjoy moves like this on the market. You know, Sharif and I were having a little topic of discussion, which is volatility is good for us. Of course, volatility is amazing for day traders, Sharif, but moves like these suck because whoever was short, honestly, whoever was short, we're in the money. They start covering some as the money starts diminishing, and now they don't even want to be part of the market. So look how much volume has depreciated from this nonsensical move that the market's giving us. If this was a one-directional move, I will promise you it would be more volatile, and it would be more volume into the market. We would not be bored at 12 o'clock. We would still be having fun over here because at 12 o'clock would be the real reversal moves coming in from the low of the ranges instead of us diddling around in the pre-market low and being bored to death. Right? Literally being bored to death. I'm passing out over here, waiting for the market to move into a certain direction. Yeah, I'm 50 cents in the money on SPY. I'm 30 cents in the money on QQQ. But like part of me is already annoyed. I'm literally annoyed by the market. And if I'm thinking this way, there's a million other traders who are annoyed by the market too. And they are ready to get out of the seat right now, go get their hibachi grills with their money they made, or go sell their hibachi grills with the money they lost. And you see the anger in me, like it's not gonna stop. This rage in me from this V-shaped recovery is not gonna stop today.
Well, maybe we'll have another V down.
No, I don't want that. I'm gonna get even more anger, man. Like you don't want another V-shaped down.
I hear you.
That's just gonna make me. You know when Stewie like takes that bird CD. Have you ever watched Family Guy?
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, so Peter plays this song nonstop. Bird. Bird is the word. Bird. And then Stewie and Brian get so angry that they take the CD out to the I don't know, desert, and they beat the city up. That's what I want to do to the SPY ETF today.
That's crazy. Guys, just going to look at the futures here before we go in. This is an interesting area, guys. We've been looking at that 39.25, 39.24 area all day, basically. It's been an interesting support area. And before that, it was briefly a resistance area. And now it's the close on Friday. So we're testing those levels again. Let's see what we do. Do we break them decisively? We broke them a little bit here at the 10:30 time slot, but not by much. We kind of dipped down to that 39.20, and then we rocketed right back up to make a high at 39.42. We're breaking down below it now. Are we going to get a sustained breakdown here? Look for that breakdown below 39.20. That'll be a new low. And then into that 39.15. No, I'm going to take that one back. The level I'm looking at here next would be that 39.05 level, give or take like a couple of points. So interesting to see what the future is going to do going into the illiquid time period. With respect to our IC trade, like I'm really surprised about a small cap doing what it's doing right now. I mean, literally hugging the 50 EMA and really trading in between like a 10 to 15 cent zone here and doing it for the better part of like, let's say almost 20 minutes now. Okay, I'm good with that. I'm still in the money. I've got my out and I've sized appropriately, so I'm happy with that one. Rivian, guys. Pratt is clapping. We'll send it to him in a second, but I just want to mention Rivian bounced off 35, 34.99 is top wick. It's currently at the 50 EMA, 34.61 currently trading at. Maybe possibly moving down with the market because they are corresponding a little bit here. So keep your eye on Rivian. Perhaps this is an interesting dip by Pratt. Go ahead.
Market's nonsense, man. It's nonsense. Like, so nonsense. Like, I'm so annoyed today. I don't know.
Tell us how you really feel, Brad.
Tell us how I really feel. I would
feel.
require 3 keyboards to break on my forehead if you really want me to show you how I feel. Yeah. Anyways, back in the money on the SPY and QQQ. SPY $1.24, QQQ $1, taking profits on both of them. Sadly, Pinduoduo and Baba have not been doing anything fun for me. So Pinduoduo punching all the way up to VWAP, and now I think the market is finally getting ready to go to the downside. Let's see if we can go back down. If this flips back to the north side again, I am actually going to lose it. I am actually going to lose it. Like if this flips back to the north side, I'm going to lose all my brain cells that I have garnered to be on the show today. Like,
I don't know what to tell you, man. You're taking it too personally.
I am taking it personally. I think the market makers are out to get me today, and they're really trying. They're really trying out here to make me look bad on my own show. They're like, no, we're gonna make the market go up, Pratt, so you look like an absolute fool. But we're still here, catching them dubs to the downside on the shorts.
Hey.
It's like people are, it's just a joke that people are saying. It's like Sean and Luca are killing it on the longs, and we go on to the midday show. Here's Pratt with 17 shorts on his board. Part of me starts wondering then maybe I'm on the wrong side. Like if Sean and Luca are killing it on the long side, maybe I'm on the wrong side.
There was a time to kill the shorts this morning. They happened to take the long, which worked for them, so it's okay.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, we're still chilling. We're not really too much into damage areas. We're actually making money over here. QQQs and SPYs are helping us out. ON pulling back down a little bit for us. 40 cents out of the money on ON, and Roblox sadly not working for us. Roblox continuing to go north side. This stock is pretty insane. We had that nasty fall off today, and then it has this rip up. Since I'm only 50 cents out of the money on this position. What is going on here?
Hold on, I want to address a comment in the chat here. Eve I Jiang says, I'll do a $50 super chat to see Pratt smash his keyboard on the desk. I don't know if we want to do that. It's actually a nice keyboard, guys. It lights up and stuff like that. Yeah. He's got like all his keys marked on it, for the different gateways and whatever. So I don't know if he wants to do that, but it is funny for them to kind of like play off your emotions a little bit.
This keyboard basically costs $50. I guess I can do it.
Yeah, so then we'll have to double that because he's got to get some out of it. You know what I mean? It's going to have to be a $100 super chat, Eve. I'm just joking about that. Let's see what's going on in small cap world. Yeah, SHPH after that awesome move up from that 18.5 up to 25 in literally like a few minutes, guys. It pulled back right into 22. Now it's aggressively moving up again into that 23.5. Spread is opening up though. It's about 12. It's between 10 to 20 cents at times. Now it's 20 cents. So careful with SHPH here. You're definitely going to have to wait until the liquidity comes in order to take profits here, especially if you're using the market key or some sort of getting out on the bid, right? Because there is quite a bit of a variance between the bid and the ask here. Just as I say that, it's top wick right at that 24. This one seems to go. I'm not going to get it in. I don't want to give back any of my money. On this one, I'm very happy with where I was. But this is the initial bull flag right here. Could there be another bull flag developing, especially if we break that 25? Technical analysis says usually the bull flag, the second bull flag will be the same height as the first. Not always a hard and fast rule, but something definitely to look out for in terms of having your profit targets out there. So I'm going to look for that 25 break. I got it on my side screen as well as my second screen here. So keeping an eye on that. With respect to our IC trade, I'm having trouble believing it is trading that tightly within a range. Like literally it's within 10 cents and it's been so for like the better part of half an hour. So I'm leaving that one. I got my stop. I'm not doing anything with it, Brad.
Why would I get banned like Delaware? Why will I get grounded? I don't know, chat. I'm pretty confused as to what you guys are talking about. I see my name being tagged, but I don't know what the heck is going on in the chat over there. I see Mark's kid is over here. Is it already bring your kid to work
Isn't
day?
today the first day of school?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is it already bring your kid to work day?
Yeah.
But, no, it's nice to see that, you know, people are going back to school. My mom actually went back to her first day. I don't think kids go back to school today.
No?
It's just teachers to go set up the classes and
I got
everything.
you. Okay.
And at least that's what my mom was telling me. She's like, I go back to school, set up the room, and blah, 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 blah. And I think from tomorrow or from maybe next week is when kids
That's
actually
when it
show
is?
up in
I gotcha.
classes and so on.
Okay.
But that actually reminds me of something extra, which is the bus that I take to work has been canceled for 3 years in a row now because of COVID.
What?
Yeah. So the bus that goes on the highway and I get to work 10 times faster taking that bus. It's finally back on from today.
No way.
I go to the bus stop today and they're like, are you sure you want to go on this bus or the other bus? I'm like, oh no, I want to go on this bus. This is the one that goes through the highway, right? And they're like, yeah. When did this come back? They're like, today because school is back.
It's your lucky day then, man.
Let's
you should
go,
be killing it on the
baby.
market,
And
man.
I am
There you
killing
go.
it. Look at it. Spy now. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
There
When
you
you
go.
got the shorts on the board, drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. You know, $1.90 in
love
the
it.
money on this bad boy.
Attaboy.
And we're taking money on QQQ too. Look, Bear Prad. That's all I got to say.
There you
I
go.
got my
Oh, we broke it
bear gloves
decisively.
to strike it to the downside. I'm striking the market. I did say I'm looking to bully this market back down today. $2 in the money on SPYs, $1.50 on the money on QQQ. XPEV about to start paying me some dividends. Pinduoduo wants to take all my money away for today, but that's fine. We're gonna hold on to a little bit longer. All other shorts are pulling back down. So let's go. The bear is the way to go.
Just as my man Deion Sanders says, prime time, pay the man.
Prime time.
Pay the man.
Prime time Pratty.
Prime time Prad. There you go. Yeah, we broke that level we talked to you guys about, which was at 39.20 level here on the ES. And the next level I'm looking at was the level that I had earlier, and that was the low of day on Friday, which was at 39.03. But today's low of day is at 38.86 level. So I'm looking between those two levels there, perhaps as a demand zone where buyers start stepping in. We'll see. I'm not taking any biases on this one. Debt futures definitely not my forte. Looking at the IC trade here. Now we're starting to open up a bit more aggressively. It looks like we're going to get stopped out if we bounce down any more. We top wicked here at 14.89. Now we're back down to 14.61. We have our stop set on this one. But look how tightly we moved in here, guys. And the volume corresponds with that. The volume dropped off during this really tight period of consolidation. Now it's starting to open up, and the prices are also reflecting that new input in volume. So definitely watching to see what IC does here. It's a little scary. I haven't done that well on it today, but I have a feeling that we are destined more to the upside on this one. It's just a matter, is it going to shake me out before we bust up, or how is it going to work? It's always interesting to see how these plans pay out. SHPH, I see it on my side screen here, about to make new highs. Now we have top wick at 25.01. We're currently trading at 24.50 or so. So look for that break of the $25 level. Super scary stock. I'm not going to initiate a new long on this one. I'm kind of committed to the IC trade, guys.
I was talking to buddy over here. I was letting him know that he looked good with the haircut, you know, fresh to the haircut. We gotta do this real quick. I like your cut, G. I like your cut, G.
Yeah,
but yeah, I was just asking homeboys over there, what do they trade today? And you know, they're learning, they're taking some wins, some losses. What's up, SHPH?
Look at SHPH, guys. We blew through that 25 top. We're at 26.25 now. This stock is monstrous, up 76% on the day. Feeling a little silly that we didn't initiate that new long here on the bottom. We talked about a new bull flag forming. Here it is. Is it going to be as long as the other one?
Is the bull flag to the upside? Yeah, I'm
yeah,
guessing.
of
Okay,
course.
okay.
Yeah. Bear flag is the opposite way.
Okay.
And, you know, my TA book, the one that I read, it basically stipulates that you're more likely than not to have two bull flags in a row, and the second bull flag will be as equally high as the initial bull flag. The reason that's important is that you're looking at your entry and your profit targets. If you know how long the initial bull flag was, you know how long it's expected to be the second one. Does it always play out that way, guys? Nope. But let's see. Let's do some math here. So we broke it out that 1850 level, and we top wicked at 25. So that is basically 6.5, that's 5.5 points, right? So from 1850 to 25, you have 6.5 points, sorry. 6.5 points. Now, we bottom wicked here, and the breakout level would have been 22.50. We topped 27, so we're $1 away from this bull flag being as equally long as the other one. I'm not saying that always works. I want to keep repeating that, but it looks like it's going to work now. 27 break is on the table, Brad.
Yeah, I'm looking at 12,055 on the NASDAQ right now, and the S&P 500, we're looking at 39.16. So we'll see if that can come into play. Look at the size on BABA, 51,100 size on 88.60. So unlike Sharif, mine is actually lot size based. So that means for every number you see, you got to add 2 zeros at the end over there. So 50,700 shares on 88.60 on BABA, when I'm sure that's not something I want to see. So let me take off some size just now, make sure that if that size is going to hold the stock up, I'm getting out in front of it as we are in the money. Okay, they took that size out right away. They either that size got taken out, meaning it's a fake order, or they actually filled all of that orders at once, and it doesn't look like we churned $55,000 or 55,000 shares on that one level. So clearly they were getting filled, they pulled that order, and now we're looking for an even bigger move to the downside, because here's the idea of reading a level 2. If there's an order over here blocking the stock from going down, right, and they pull that order because they're getting filled, it means most likely the stock is going to go even more to the downside as that barrier is no longer there. If they took the whole size, then maybe they're gonna keep on refreshing it and then start going to the high side, and eventually maybe it breaks. So lots of variables over here that you want to focus on. That's just level 2. You got to incorporate level or time of sales reading along with it to see if the size is actually being taken, what size the size is being taken. Is it going on the greens, the yellows, or the reds and blues, or is it happening in the mid prints for the most part when we go to that key inflection point of 88.60? So notice that every time we go below 88.60, we're watching greens come in, and then slightly above 88.60, we're watching buying come in or selling come in. So we want to focus to see if the selling pressure can come in harder into our direction, because the SPYs are now paying us $2.40 in the money. The QQQs are paying us $2 in the money. So market clearly pushing back down. UVIXI is right back in the positive territory for the day. So this is the overall standing of the market. So we're expecting BABA to pay us more dividends, and actually we're 23 cents in the money now. So let's go BABA. Let's send it to Neil for volume leaderboard.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Pratt. And the volume leaders today, I mean, you're going to see across the board for most active volume, it's about the market, really, because you can see the triple Qs, pro shares ultra short and long. So the leverage names both find themselves on that board. We talked about the chip names, getting some details on that U.S. chip bill today. So you will still see SoxL, the 3X bull, on the move as well. Even the SPY making a bit of a move there. Couple of penny stocks. Mullen, yeah, of course, when it's a penny stock, going to do pretty good volume. Same thing with AVCT, but there are two in there. Higher Car, that was on our watch list, our free watch list this morning as a big mover. They got $100 million in financing announced. And then I see you in there, Sharif, trading this name. That's one of the biggest volume leaders over there in the markets, $15 stock. Kind of going sideways here, but the volume is overly impressive in that particular name. Yes, we've had a bit of a V-shaped recovery, but one last thing to note here. Yeah, you're going to see there are far more new lows than new highs being made in the current market, 630 new lows versus only 50 new highs. So yes, we have had a bit of a bounce, but keep in mind, the market started green and then turned very much red, is just sort of battling back into slightly positive territory. So overall, from where we were in the pre-market, market's still looking overly red. I think that's what this board is telling us. But don't sleep on those volume leaders, especially during lunchtime.
Thanks for that, Neil. Yeah, keeping an eye on IC here while Plaid Googles when the Apple event is supposed to be. What did you find out on that, Pratt? Is it tomorrow? Yeah, it is tomorrow, guys. So expect some new Apple products coming out tomorrow. We see some interesting moves in the Apple stock. Let me just double check quick what Big Tech is up to here. Apple trading to the downside now, moving with the market, probably moving the market below 155 currently. I think it's at low. No, it's not low day. Low of day on Apple is in and around that 153.70 area. So we're currently above, $1 and change above that low of day, as the market continues to push to that 3,900 level that we tapped into earlier. Looking at our small cap stuff, geez, SHPH, look what it did, guys. It did what we said we were going to do. It basically is the same length. These two bull flags are the same length. We topped out here at 27.37 or so, I believe, give or take a penny. So really nice moves on SHPH. It's one of those ones that, it looked a lot scary because the way it moves, but very predictable in its movement, because once you see that first bull flag form, you can kind of have a little bit of a bias that a second one will. So if you see the right movement, you punch in. And hey, it looks like we may not be done. We're testing 27 again. We'll leave that one aside for now and come back to our IC chat, which is much less interesting as we still continue to consolidate at that 1475, Brad.
Yeah, this was the video that I was talking about earlier, where they break that surfing bird CD and they completely beat it up. This is exactly the live look of me to the S&P 500 ETF and the QQQ ETF. I'm just beating up the ETF right now. Just that's with my confidence that I had to the short side after that nonsensical V-shaped recovery that this market just trapped people with. Now, let's see when we're pushing back to the downside, are we going to break that 12K level, or are we going to hold at that 12K level? If we hold at that 12K level, then you know what? I'll be a little bit more calmer. But if we break this 12K level and go to down to low of days and we make a new low of day, then why did we have this pop to begin with?
Hard to say, man. Hard to say, but you gotta take what the market gives you.
I told you, if I see a market maker, I'll probably end up in the bin one day, and I'm gonna need some help. I'll probably call you to come bail me out of the bin over there. These things like this really get to me. They mentally upset me. Even though you should keep your emotions out of the trades completely,
yep.
and trade without emotions for the most part. That's probably better for longevity. Someone in the chat, I don't want to mention your username because your username is kind of a little iffy over there. But your question is not iffy at all. Your question was, how are you guys in Canada shorting without trading options? You can short without trading options. Options aren't the only market where you can short with. Options are just an extra market, like the futures market. There's the options market. There's the crypto market. It's just another market. It's a derivative of the equity market. But there is a part of it where options actually sway the equities market. So buying puts or selling puts and buying calls or selling calls moves around the market because people have to hedge their position by buying actual physical shares of the stock in case they get exercised. They have to give said shares to the person exercising it. So options doesn't really mean that's the only way to short the stock. I could sell the stock by without having it, by borrowing it and so on. There's way more mechanics into it. That was the old way, really, where you borrow, you pay the premium, and then you do all that. That's the old way. Now with the whole electronic system, you just let your brokers deal with the failure to delivers and the whole borrows and everything. As long as you can pay for locates, if you need to pay for locates, you're good to go. You don't need options to short the stock.
Yeah, is that something that Canada was known for or something?
No, it's just I think you know, the person, for lack of a better word, might not know the whole thing about options in the market, and they just got introduced to the market about options. I had the same question. Are you okay there?
Yeah, my contact's a little fuzzy, but yeah, you can continue.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why I don't use contacts. They freak me out, man.
Oh, they're good. I'm so used to them, bro. I've had them since I was 16.
But they freak me out. Like, it's like, what if I sleep with it? I'm screwed.
Yeah, it's annoying. You wake up with them all dry. You gotta get up like in the middle of the night, trip over a couple of things, you know, and then like take them off. But yeah, guys, what's not tripping right now? SHPH, new high a day. $28.50. This thing's up $10 since we started talking about it. We talked about it at $18.50. It was on our side screen. Now it's $28.50. It's an $18.50 stock going to $28.50, up 83% of the day. We took our trade on it. I'm not going to take any more trades on it. I'm not giving back any of this money. And that's maybe not the right idea.
No, good stuff.
A lot of the top guys that I see online, you know, they're like, no, I'm not going to let this stock off the hook. And they keep, it's like having like a fighter down. You know what I mean? You got him in the corner. You're jabbing. Now you're throwing some left hooks and stuff. You're not going to let it out. I don't trade like that. Maybe I wouldn't fight like that either. Who knows? But yeah, SHPH for whoever's on this one. Yeah, John B says SHPH is a money machine. Yeah, I guess if you're on the right side of it. But hey, who knows how long that'll last for. Yes, finally starting to make some newer highs on IC. We just got top wick there at 14.93, all the way back down though. So trading within that range still. We're break even. We're going to continue to hold this one. I'm having endless patience with this because I know that we are going to break that 15. And I hate to say that I know, because you know I may be wrong, and then I'll get called out for it in the chat. But my inclination is we break through that 15. We're holding VWAP. We're holding the 50 MA. We're holding everything we need to hold. And the volume's there, guys. We've done 61.76 million shares on IC. Neil mentioned that up on the big board for volume leaders. We'll continue to hold this. I'm not out of the money. I'm 5 cents in the money, and I want more. I'll be frank with you. I want more. I want break through that 15. I want that into that 15.10. I'm only holding half the size I typically hold on this, which is fine, which gives me a bit of room to maneuver. What's Baba up to?
Baba finally working for us, 30 cents, 25 cents in the money, and we have a decent size on the board too. So just waiting for Baba to push a little bit more to our direction. But keep in mind that NASDAQ move I was talking about. Watch out for a 12K bounce on the NASDAQ. NASDAQ did bounce just shy of 12K. Looks like we bounced off of 12.12K and moved right back to the north side a little bit. SPY ETF still paying us our multiple dividends, but I'm taking profits along the way, making sure that if we push back up, I'm not sitting there crying about, oh no, I didn't cover any, no, what am I doing, right? So you don't want to be making those type of noises in the middle of a trading day. You want to make sure you're making the right noises, which is, let's go, I'm never selling. Those are the type of noises I want to be hearing from our viewers. But nothing wrong with you know, just putting a movie on and just zoning out for the day, man. Nothing wrong with doing that. You saw the market whip people around. A lot of whipsaw actions coming in. This shirt has been itching me for all this time, and I was wondering why. So I still have these little clips in there. Finally, I can pull these clips out, and I can it's not suffocating anymore. So much better. Whew. Feels good. Okay, now I can talk without having to touch my face every 2 seconds, finally. Market's pulling back down a little bit more. $2.70 on SPY. QQQ, $2.12 in the money, and the market's pulling back, so we appreciate that. Short sides, let's go. People found that funny. I love that my misery is giving you some entertainment over there, but you know, that's the point of the job. The point of the job is to show you some trades, some setups and provide some entertainment while we're at it. And you know, we have Neil, Sean, and Sharif, Luca, and myself here for the rest of the week, I believe, as Brendo is on vacation. Man, his vacation pictures look amazing. Not sure if you guys have seen it. Well, he posted on Instagram, so I guess I could share it, right? I was going to say maybe I can't show this picture because his wife's in there. But since he posted it on Instagram, I'm sure the whole world has already seen it. But yeah, here's Brendo enjoying his life in Cuba, I believe, right? No, in Greece. He's in Greece and living his best life. Look, it's empty, right? That's beautiful. The beach is empty. He's there by himself and his wife. Living his best life, so congratulations for his vacation time.
Lucky for Brendan, man. I want to be on a beach. Jeez, Woodbine doesn't cut it with respect to Greece beaches. Love Greece beaches, guys. They have like a, well, I don't know, not every place is the same, but the place where I went to, an area in Athens called Vula, Armenia.
Alvua?
Yeah, it's a little bit.
Armenia's in Greece?
No, it's called Vula, Armenia.
Oh,
so
okay.
it's not just Armenia,
Okay,
right?
okay,
It's a little bit, I want to say, east of Athens, but it's like you land in Athens. Guys, private beaches, you pay a couple of euros, 7, 10 euros, whatever to get in. Then you've got like, you know, these like huge umbrellas and there's a button, a call button on them. You hit the call button, the waiter or waitress comes over, you order a couple of drinks, get some food. You can just be as lazy as you want. So that was one of the better experiences that I've had with beaches. Wish we could do something like that here, man. Why can't they have some private beaches in Ontario? Get some of that swag going, but I don't know. I don't see it in our cards. Guys, SHPH, 29.50 we're pushing now. Top wick, 29.50. This stock is just, it doesn't care about how you feel, doesn't care about what direction you want it to go in. It's going to continue to go. We could test 30, guys. Off 18.5, we could test 30. 96% on the day. 97% now. Just broke 29.5, pushing 30. We're about to hit 30. We're printing 29.85 on the ask. This is a monster. Let's see what it does at 30. I mean, there's huge size at 30. It blew right through that. Now we're up at 31. We just blew top wick over 31. We're at 31.22. That was top wick. Currently trading at 30.5. This is a monster. This is an absolute monster, Prad.
Yeah, I just got peer pressure into putting these tabs back into my collar, and I'm trying, and it does not work. So either I'll figure it out later, or I will not figure it out at all. Whatever. Those tabs are out now. I tried. I gave it my best attempt. You guys bullied me into putting them back. It's not working. It's not working. And we're going to move on from there. Let's go look at what the market is doing at the moment. The market is indeed pulling back up to the north side a little bit, struggling to keep on giving me the short profits. But we only have 40% of our size left. If the market does pull back into the 100-period EMA, we'll gladly short it. But keep in mind, the market's now only down 0.25% today, compared to being what I believe was 0.5% or more to begin the day with, right?
I don't recall. I just know the levels.
I think I remember seeing 0.5% or more on a bunch of news articles and push notifications and so on. So now the market being down again, looking a little struggle mode for your Prad. Looks fantastic. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. But let's keep it market related, because when I pull up my head, I want to look at positions that you guys want to talk about. Take profit on the SPY short. I only have 40% left, mate, and I'm $3 in the money. So I think I'm okay with holding the rest of the trade over here, in case I can get a bigger move out of it. Maybe we do get a lower day test again, just so I could blow my brains out with all this confusion move that the market's providing me with. Look, if NASDAQ bounces from 12K, then I'm not going to be angry. I'm really not going to be angry, because that means at least we flushed off. We found buyers around key levels again, or what I think are key levels off of hindsight, after being hindsight Henry. You found some, being hindsight Henry, then you find some key levels, and then you start to justify yourself. You're like, okay, fine. In hindsight, maybe you bounced off of a key level, but then it moved right back up to the north side, and now moving back down, you expect it to create a higher low. You expect it to find buyers at a higher price point than it did previously. If it doesn't, then I think this move was just nonsensical, right? This move was just shorts covering their profits all the way from last week coming into now, as they didn't want to hold it for the whole week, because they're just scared. They just paper-handed their trade over there. That was just a joke. The point is, no one's paper-handed anything. I don't like to use use the whole paper hand and diamond hand thing. At the end of the day, you got to exit to make money. So if anyone who's exiting, I don't know about whole paper hand, diamond hand thing. You're taking profits. Congratulations.
Guys, we just had a bit of a death wish here on SHPH. We just actually went short off that 30 break. We didn't really get a great fill. We got 29.70 or so. We took profits completely at that 29.35. So yeah, a couple of pennies here and there on that one. And good thing I'm out. It wasn't the right idea to do that, to be honest with you. I'm not going to go against the trend, especially for something this strong. There we go. We're making new highs, guys. We're breaking through that 31. So a bit of a gamble on my part. It paid, but I wouldn't do it again, to be honest with you. We're looking through that 31 break. Let's have a look at the daily chart. We haven't looked at the daily on this one to get some better idea of where the level should be. SHPH. Okay, so this was an IPO from last week, right? Yeah. September 1st. Okay, so we went up to, I don't know if, is this accurate? Let me check it on my other platform, SHPH. Yeah. Because it looks like we top wicked at $126 here. I just want to see if that is, what's it called?
Dark pool?
A dark pool
no,
print. Is it? Are
yeah.
you sure? Did you look at TradingView? What did you look at? Yeah, okay. So $126 on this guy. You know, I don't know how many bag holders we're going to have at that level or how many people. Like, let's see, the volume on that day that it made, 126 was, you only had 1.06 million shares of volume. Today, we've had 7.23 million shares of volume. Yeah, I just want to make sure. 7.6 now million shares of volume. So not sure how many people are bag holding from that level, but in any event, it's not unusual that we would continue to move up a little bit. $50 maybe not out of the cards for this guy. The way that this is moving, off 18.5 now 31, $50 may be in play here, and you have to be ready for that, whatever your bias is. So SHPH continuing to be on watch. IC continuing to give us anxiety here as it continues to consolidate between that 1490 and 1460 level. We're long again at 1474. We have our first profit target taker here at 1497. So if it touches that, we'll be out of, like, I think 10%. No, we'll be out of 1/5 of the position there, 20%. So we're waiting for that one. Let's check what big tech is up to here, because I know the market's starting to consolidate sideways, and I wouldn't be surprised if big tech was doing the same. Yeah, so let's bring down our charts here for the viewers to follow. This is our big tech, kind of the big six, I like to call them. Amazon below VWAP, so is Meta, so is Microsoft, likewise with Apple. Google looking the best of the bunch here, just a tiny bit below VWAP, $106.88. VWAP is at 106.95. Tesla, actually, sorry, I got to take that back. Tesla is the best of the bunch here. It's at 273 and VWAP's at 270, 271. So Tesla looking the stronger of the bunch. The other five, looking like they're pulling back a little bit and are moving the market to the downside. Currently, we're at that 39.13 area, looking maybe to test that 3,900 later in the day if the bears get their way, Brad.
No, they won't if it's up to me. That's for sure.
Aren't you a bear?
Oh,
You're
sorry. I thought you said bulls.
No, the bears, man.
Yeah, the bulls are not
I'm
getting.
looking out for you, man.
The bulls are not getting anything if it's up to me, man. Look, if I was a market maker, I'd just drop it right now. But yeah, market's obviously just deciding what it wants to do near key inflection points. That 12K on the NASDAQ is very important. That 3,900 on the S&P 500 is pretty important too, I'd say so, as we are only 100 points away from 4K. That 4K was previously important on the S&P 500. I know the market's waiting for the key variables such as the September 21st date, tomorrow on the Apple iPhone event, whatever. Yeah. Not the iPhone event. What is the event even called?
I think it's just called the Apple event.
The Apple event, yeah, the Apple event where people are expecting the iPhone 14 to be rumored and so on. Sean has had enough of those. What is the thing called? The stock in the streets. He's at the stock in the streets.
Oh, I love that segment.
Where he was talking to people about buying the iPhone 14. I forget who you were talking to. Randy? I forget who. Yeah, maybe it was Randy. Maybe who was talking about buying the iPhone 14. So go check out those videos over there on Stock in the Street sections on YouTube Shorts, on Instagram also, and on TikTok, I believe. But coming back to the point I was getting to is, maybe the market has a little bit of a green day tomorrow as buyers disseminate information from the Apple event and they figure out how many more fangirls are jumping into this company's products and how many fangirls are leaving the company products over here. I know my family members, at least 2 of them, without a fail, are going to buy the new phone as soon as it drops.
Oh, yeah.
Right? I know 2 of them are going to do without fail. And if they're watching me right now, they're probably like, shut up, stop calling us out, blah, 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 blah. Right? So I know there's people like that. That is why I believe in Apple.
Yeah.
There's a reason why I believe in the Apple products, and I'm a Apple shareholder, but I'm never an Apple product user.
Yeah, there's no question about it. It's kind of like dumb to even repeat it. Obviously, Apple has a very loyal following, and they get you into that like ecosystem. When you got your iPad, you got your MacBook Pro, your watch, your phone. The list goes on. And I have Apple TV, and I absolutely love Apple TV. I find it superior, far superior to any Android-based platform or even the Meg boxes. For IPTV, like I have my Fubo on there, I have my DAZN, I got the Netflix, the Amazon Prime, and they work super seamlessly on Apple products, and I think that's what the lure of it is. But I was gonna ask you, I know that Apple phones always have a lot of rumors surrounding them, but I did see a rumor for an Apple flip phone coming out. What would your thoughts on an Apple flip phone be?
Garbage.
You wouldn't be interested in that, eh?
Anything Apple, I'm not interested.
Yeah, you're only interested in holding their stock, I guess, but you're not interested in any of their
Their products suck,
I
man.
wouldn't mind an Apple flip phone if it worked as seamlessly as a regular Apple phone, because they're getting pretty big, and I wouldn't mind a bigger screen, but I don't necessarily want to shove that whole thing in my pocket. So if they were able to make it smaller.
So what you're saying is that iPad folded.
Can I tell you something? This might make me seem a little weird, but there was a point in time where I didn't even want to have a phone. I wanted to have an iPad mini, and I just wanted to use that. Because you speak to everybody online. Numbers are kind of like ancillary these days. People call you. Yeah, sure, they can FaceTime you, though. And if they're not on the ecosystem, they're not worthy. Of course, I'm just joking about that. It's a joke. But yeah, I like the bigger the screen, the better, to be honest with you. That's the way that I see it. And especially with like all these different tools.
You're going to be that guy walking around with a TV and 10 years down the road next to you. Right? Like,
in my backpack.
Yeah, the TV holding it like this. That's
there you go.
Sick.
Yeah, speaking now about some stocks now, look at the huge rejection off that 31 level. We did top wick above it on SHPH, but we really got rejected there off that 31. We're moving down to 26, 25. We're touching that 50 EMA. So big pullback here on SHPH. I don't know if the rug's getting pulled per se. We could make a move back up. That 50 EMA always seems to be quite interesting for these small cap crappers. Let's continue to watch what this one does. Something tells me, it's made its move and it may start stair-stepping back down. But I'm not going to have any. I'm not going to have any biases with this one. Just want to say what's up to Shay, who's a new Trader TV Live member over there. What's up? Good to have you on board, and we're dropping a lot of knowledge today. So stay tuned. Continuing to watch our IC trade, guys. We top wicked here recently at 1490. Our profit taker is at 1497. Still trading within that range. Still above VWAP. Still above the 50 EMA. I like everything about it. I'm 5 cents in the money. I'm not going to get out of this trade until I get my first profit target taken or I get stopped out. That's what I've decided to do. And so help me God on that one. Let's see what the market is up to on this one. A little bit of a double bottom here off that 39.06 and 39.08. Looking to push back towards VWAP. Let's see if this 39.24 or 25 level that we identified as Friday's close acts as a bit of a resistance barrier here. It certainly did act as support when it was consolidating above that time from 1050 all the way to 1210. It was above that price. We broke below it. We hovered a little bit around it on the consolidation area, and then we dipped down to the next resistance level here at 39.06. Give or take a few points on that one. So we're continuing to watch that, and we'll see how the futures or the big tech acts accordingly. What are you cracking about, Brad?
So someone in the chat said McDonald's, so I pulled up McDonald's. I was like, nothing's going on. What's going on over here? So I continue reading the chat, and the next comment is, lunch must be bunk today if Buddy in the back is eating McDonald's. I don't even know what lunch is today. What is lunch today?
Wayne got spotted back
Yeah,
there.
Wayne, you got spotted by the chat, man. What'd you get from McDonald's, bud?
Yeah.
Quarter pounder, okay,
There you go.
Yeah, nice little quarter pounder. You don't get those hidden menu stuff, Wayne? Come on, you gotta get those hidden menu stuff. I forget what those hidden menu stuff's even called. Actually, I know what one of them is called, but I can't say it out loud right now. But those hidden menu stuff's actually pretty fun to try if you ever tried it.
No, I tried it at Starbucks, not McDonald's though.
McDonald's has a hidden menu.
Interesting.
Yeah. Go Google hidden menu. Go hit up a McDonald's and order that stuff. Yeah, there you go. He just told you in your ear a little bit. There you
Can't say that out loud,
Can't say
but
that
that's
one
funny.
out loud. Nope.
Lucas
But yeah,
dropping
McDonald's
some
are Warren Buffett's favorite company in the world over there. Besides Coca-Cola and McDonald's, he's rumored to eat one McDonald's breakfast sandwich every single day, even now.
I heard, yeah.
I don't know if I believe that.
I don't know,
if
man.
I believe that.
How old is he? Charlie
like
Munger's
80,
like
90?
mid-90s.
Yeah.
I know Charlie Munger's mid-90s, right? Warren can't be that far behind.
I don't think he's eating one McFlurry sandwich
That's
every
crazy.
single day. That's way too crazy. I've never heard of this hidden menu, says Sean. Sean, what? Google it. Google the hidden menu, and you will see exactly what 92 for Warren Buffett. 92. Man, he's getting up there, and he's still kicking it, still doing his thing.
92,
more power to my boy Warren Buffett. Let's get back to the market over here as we're pushing back down. So I will only talk when the market's going down, right? Or people actually are now correlating it. They're like, Pratt, just keep on talking because every time you talk, the market goes down. So maybe there is something to that value. But here's the S&P 500 SPY ETF on Amex showing me a red candle on the 5-minute just now as it tickles VWAP and gets ready to maybe push back to the downside. We're still $2 in the money. We took some more profits recently, and now we're also getting ready to take some profits on Roblox, which we are 20 cents in the money. So we're going to take off half of our size over here. Now whatever we're holding is from this area. Our average price is now a way better average price from than before. We're going to do something similar on XPEV also. Only 13 cents in the money on XPEV. The stock has done nothing much for us really all day. So we're going to take some size off the board off of this guy. Pinduoduo now 15 cents. Only 15 cents out of the money, but that's going to be enough for me to cover some of my size because now that's going to put the trade in the profit direction. So now Pinduoduo is in the money 27 cents as soon as we cover the first initial basket of our size. And we're going to do the same thing on ON also. We're going to cover some more on ON. And now we have no negative stocks on the board. We did give back some money, but we still have enough money on the trades over here for us to capitalize. So we're going to keep on doing that.
Some money. Guys, we just took a baby long here for you guys. There we go. Sean throwing it in. There we go. That's far and away my favorite animation. As a fan of the show before I came on the show and before I even joined the firm here, I would always harass Sean in the chat. Please spend the money, Sean, spend the money. Probably annoyed the hell out of him, but hey, you know what? It's for a good cause. We got in at 27.05 and we popped out really quick at that 27.25 area for a baby long on SHPH. I wasn't going to hold it. Not a good idea. Low conviction trade. I do like the fact that it bounced and held that 50 EMA at that $26 level. Going back to that short, it looks like we had the right idea here around 12:37 when we took that short. Just not the right timing because it did go against us quite a bit. Our short entry was at 29.60 and it top wick there at 31. So, you know, that's a little bit for the size that I held there. I would definitely would have wanted to hold it all the way up there. So I would probably been stopped out. But the idea that it was slowing down was there, and you could have taken a $4 win on that one, or even more if you got in at 31, a $5 win. So SHPH in play to the upside and the downside today, guys. Keep that in mind when you're entering this trade. Let's look at our IC trade. About 10 cents in the money on this one. Still moving sideways, not doing anything, holding VWAP. We're gonna wait for this one, Brad.
Tomorrow, I'm going to be like an absolute algo disseminating the Apple information, and I'm only going to be ready for one keyword.
What?
As soon as Apple says augmented or virtual reality, I'm shorting the crap out of Meta platforms because that's going to be the wrap for Meta. That's going to be the wrap for Meta. We already know that Apple's talking about creating an AR, VR headset. It's been in the talks for a while now. They've apparently trademarked the word Reality One as the possible potential name for their augmented reality headset. This has been in talks for a while now. Even in September 11th or another day in September, Facebook has an event, and Facebook plans on showcasing their new headset.
Okay.
Their new headset.
The new Oculus?
The new Oculus of some sorts Zuckerberg was talking about on the Joe Rogan podcast.
Right.
That is has a lot more newer capabilities than the old one. A little bit more portable. Little this, little that, whatever. Right. So if Apple comes out tomorrow, talks about AR, VR capability headsets coming out, that's most likely going to disrupt the space for Facebook and any other companies that already do it. For example, Google, Hive. I know Hive isn't really public, but Google being a public company who is trying to be involved in that business, all of these stocks will be on watch for. Meta platforms mainly on watch because this man really changed the company of the name of the company in order to match this environment.
Yeah.
So Apple coming in and poking their sticks a little bit, disrupting the space, is obviously going to be a fun thing to watch. So tomorrow, my ears are on for AR, VR coming out of their mouth.
You know what's really interesting is that Apple hasn't really said anything about augmented reality headsets or virtual reality headsets. Yet Meta has been basically honking the horn and trying to make that their thing going in. And how bad would it be? How bad would it be? Apple doesn't even make a peep, doesn't advertise for it or anything like that, and all of a sudden they come in and they dominate the segment.
I mean, dude, they can't make it their thing. That's like saying that the Facebook will run the internet. VR is basically going to be the internet. Everyone's going to have their own land that you're going to sign into.
I'm not sold on this thing, man.
Yeah, everyone's going to have their own land you're going to sign into. If you want to play a video game right now, how do you do it? You go open up the launcher for that game platform, and you click on play after you hit on login. If you want to play on a different game, you don't go on the same platform and be like, why can't I play Fortnite now?
No.
Right? You go to Fortnite launcher to play Fortnite. The same thing's going to apply to anything. If you want to go to Apple land, you're going to go to Apple land. If you want to go to Roblox land or Nike land, you're going to go to Roblox land or Nike land. Whatever land you want to go to, each little virtual space is going to be different. They're going to have their own domains. It's going to be the basic existence of internet in another internet now 2D, virtual 3D.
Kind of like 3.0.
No, Web 2.0, Web 3.0, that's all. That can go forever.
Okay.
But basically, the transition from 2D to 3D is what the internet's going to. Right? That's all it is. To think that Facebook's going to run the metaverse is delusional. That's delusional.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that. I mean, especially being, trying to switch from a social media company to kind of like a hardware tech company. Now, it's a bit of an ask. Who knows? I mean, and Apple's kind of the leader in that. Obviously, Google is too. Guys, SHPH breaking down below that 50 EMA. This may be a signal for a prolonged short here, perhaps making our way down to the area that we broke out of, which was 18.5. Now we're at $25, barely holding 25. The break of the 50 EMA was, give 26, give or take a few pennies here. So super interesting short potential on this one. I think you had support at that 50 EMA, but you also had it through the price action as well because it did hold it. Now we're about to test 24.5, moving into that 24 area. So as violently as it moved up, it's going down. I see a lot of red coming in on my tape here on the screen. So careful if this one, if you guys are long, you might need to reconsider that. If you're looking at initiating shorts, this might be a great time. I'm going to stay away from it. Oh, boom. I see through the roof. We got our first profit target there. Let's take a little bit out here. There we go. We're out of that piece as well. We got out at 15.13. Now we're in the 15.20s. Can we get higher? Can we get into the 15.30s? Who knows? Let's see how much we're out of. We're out of almost like half of our position here. So patience pays. I have usually no patience, guys, but this one definitely paid. I want to get my revenge on this stock. It kind of creamed me a little bit in the morning. One paper cut here, another paper cut there. It eventually causes a little bit of bleeding. So I definitely wanted my revenge. I'm looking for that 15.25 break. Let's not even look for it. Let's just put it on. So let's go ahead and put a stop here. 15.24. And then we're going to sell another piece at 15. We'll put 26, and we'll put a little bit there. There we go. So our profit taker is there, and it's ready to go. We're definitely not going to have any losses on this one. Let's go ahead and take off our stop order that we had on this one so that we don't get stopped out if it comes back to the... We don't actually initiate a short if it comes back to the downside there. What are you looking at, Brad?
Looking at stocks that are popping up on scanners. Apparently PNT on NQ, but what is going on over here? Nothing really popping. What? A little confusing. No, my board. Okay, we'll move on from this stock. Looks like it's maybe it's blocked on our platform because it's not really doing any volume. No, it's doing volume. Point Biopharma Global on NASDAQ. PNT on NQ. All right, forget it. Move to the next one. On to the next one. SPRO still popping up on scanners, and this is the stock that. Oh, Neil also mentioned it just now in our work chat. SPRO more highs. So yeah, SPRO continuing to kind of make new high a day every single time. Volume pouring back into the stock too. So for a little bit, volume died off, which is the natural events for the market. You know, market was going into lunchtime from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock, the official lunchtime in the market. Now coming to an end in about 2 minutes or so, the official lunchtime, and then the unofficial lunchtime, if you ask me, all the way up to 2 o'clock. Might just happen today too, because a lot of whipsaw actions in the market today, probably turning people off on the market. You know, people getting annoyed from these moves, people getting people being me, right? People getting annoyed from these moves. They don't want to trade anymore. They just want to take their money that they've made and walk away from the market. Come back tomorrow when they find these levels coming into play again, and then they can short these levels. Watch tomorrow this market pop up to 39.60 around this range high, or even go to 4K and then rejecting 4K and pushing right back to the downside. So some of these levels are going to come into play most likely tomorrow also. We'll be watching it. We'll be tracking these levels. S&P 500 shorts right now, $2.35 in the money. QQQ shorts, $2 in the money. Roblox, 45 cents in the money. BABA, 30 cents in the money. Pinduoduo, 18 cents in the money. ON doesn't really matter because that's one of my worst stock on the day, and it's flat on the position side too, so not doing anything.
Brad giving you those winners, guys, and it doesn't matter if you're long or short. It's a winning day today.
It does matter.
Yeah, well, there you go. I don't mean to bug the bear there, but
Stop poking the bear.
Yeah, stop poking the bear, guys. We're looking for that last out here, or not that last out. One of our last outs at 15.26. We're currently at 15.16 on IC, so we need that 10-cent pop to trigger our profit taker on that one. You know, we're trying to make back some of the money we lost on this one throughout the day, so I'm pretty pumped at that. In case you're wondering, my first out there was $14.99. Second out was $15.12. So looking for that $15.26. Let's leave that one alone, and let's have a look at the great short we could have been in if we had initiated a short on SHPH below that 50 EMA. That 50 EMA held quite nicely for about 10 minutes or so, and then it was, you know, what I like to call a flat bottom breakdown, right? Especially since it was hugging the 50 EMA and the price action followed as well. So any short below that 25.60, 25.50 level, you'd be a couple of dollars in the money right now. So, and you know what? You could even initiate a short going into that 22. You got 22 here. So you don't even need to go all the way back down to 18.15. The next level here, clearly, on the chart and on the indicators is that 22 level. That 22 level looks fantastic. I don't know if it'll make it back down, but if you're looking for a profit target there for your short on SHPH, 22 looks real good. What's IC doing? IC doing flirting with that 15.10, 15.16. We're looking for that pop back up. We need that pop back up. We're super long here, guys, because we're in at 14.75 or 74. What are we? 74. 14.74. It's currently trading at 15.10, so we're well on the money on this one. Don't feel any need to chase this one. I'm going to leave my profit target where it is, and it does what it may. Let's see what SPRO. Neil mentioned SPRO in the work chat. Let's show that to you guys quickly here before we send it back to Pratt. SPRO is a NASDAQ stock. Okay, there we go. It's a dollar stock, guys. Currently trading at $1.39. High day is 144. And you're going to need to size up nicely on this one to make a buck or two. But the beautiful part about it is above the VWAP and the 50-period moving average, and it's hugging the 7-period moving average quite nicely. It's up 89% on the day. And you know, this one didn't show up on my scanner for the better part of the day because I have my scanner filtered to everything above $1. So anything trading below $1, I purposely filter out. So once it breaks above $1, it'll start showing. And at this point, I think it started showing about around 11:30 or so, give or take, because it was flirting with the dollar level there. Back and forth. So SPRO we'll put on our side chart here to replace Rivian, which has started pulling back after having a pretty decent day. Don't count that one out. That could be strong going into the afternoon when the volume picks up. So we'll keep SPRO on our side chart here. Looking at my side chart, I also see IC still at that 1504 level. It momentarily dipped below 15, going down to that 1495 area. We're looking for 1526, and I don't care. I'm not pulling the trigger on this one. I'm looking at it as such. Let me show you. Let me flip the chart here so I can explain what I'm talking about. This area here, that $14.90, $15 level, that was a resistance going back to since 1145. That acted as a resistance several times. It didn't close above that. It wicked above it maybe a couple of times, but it didn't close anything higher than 1489. So we're looking at that as former resistance. That becomes support. I'm long 1474. So I'm not worried about it. If it breaks that support level and closes below it, then I'll be out. But I'm not gonna try to take profits around the 15 teens just because, you know, it's not giving me what I want immediately, Brad.
Yeah, I'm just trolling Luca over there in our group chat. Luca over there pouring knowledge to one of the new traders on the floor, and you know, what am I gonna do? Troll them both, right? That's the natural thing for me to do. Rivian, man, I'm gonna troll both of them. Rivian over here, 7%, man. Insane move for Rivian. Rejecting off that 35 level though. 35 acting as a strong barrier. Let's go, SPY. SPY now $3 in the money. QQQ $2.50 in the money. Roblox 50 cents in the money. All my shorts are paying me a lot of my money back that I gave up. So I'm enjoying this day. Let's go. Looks like we're actually gonna send it to Neil for a quick second. So let's go see what he has for us.
Yeah, just looking here, looks like Altria news here. Juul agrees to pay $438 million to settle state's probe into underage marketing of vaping products. So big volume spike there just a couple of seconds ago as Altria made a break of 45 all the way up to 45.80. So watch out for this. It's come up all the way back in on that spike. So the Juul news just hitting the wire now with Altria. One to monitor. We've seen this happen before. We get a bit of an announcement, and then Altria pipes up. It is now green on the day. It was trending to the downside, but Altria back in the news.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Altria over here. You know, I'm a big Juul user myself. I actually haven't bought a Juul in a long time now. I'll be honest about that. But that's because, you know, there's like tons of other disposable vapes right now that are taking over the market. But yeah, Juul had that issue with law and so on, and now looks like they're just paying off the courts to be able to continue doing what they're doing just in another way. I personally see this as a bullish thing because they get to still continue using their products or selling their products, sorry. So I see that as a bullish thing. Obviously, now we're waiting to see how the market perceives this information. If they see a negative, if they see a positive, S&P 500 pulling back more in the profits territory for me. So I'm going to take some of my money out over here. Now in the money, pop. $3.30 in the money on the SPYs. QQQ, we're also $3 in the money on that bad boy. So let's take some profits on both of them. And I'm going to continue taking profits here while I throw it to Sharif. Yeah,
guys, IC just had the rug pulled from underneath it quite aggressively. Top wick 1526, and then boom! Look at that candle right down from 1495 into that 1470 level. So I put my stop out on this one 10 cents above my entry because I didn't want to give back more profits. So we got out there at 1484. That's fine. You know, I could have got out the majority of the piece here at that 1515 or 1520. I didn't. I tried to hold out for it more at that 1526, but hey, that's how these small caps are. You know, you get the rug pulled from under you, or, you know, you could be elated one moment and really disappointed the next. And that's how these small cappers work, and you got to kind of just roll with the punches on that one. Speaking of rolling with the punches, SHPH approaching that $22 level at VWAP that we talked about. It's 75 cents away from it. It looks super weak off that 31 top that we made there. What a hell of a short that would have been. Didn't have the guts to take it. Maybe I should have taken it with smaller size in hindsight. I'm not really too familiar with this stock, but this is definitely going to be on my watch list for the coming week, especially having topped out at like $100 some odd last week on the IPO.
We gotta cut you off here.
Yeah,
Bitcoin's
Prad's talking
really
about
getting
something here.
liquidated.
Bitcoin?
Yeah, Bitcoin's
Where are
a
we?
lot of
We're about to
selling
break
coming in.
19,
We're about to
eh?
break 19K on this bad
Jeez.
boy. I think we actually broke it for a second. No, we got pretty close to 19K, and then we're now pushing back up a little bit. But look at that big
coin
down
looking
move
at?
coming in on Bitcoin. Chat pointing that out. Thank you, chat, for mentioning that. So maybe we can go look at
Coin,
Coinbase.
yeah.
Is Coinbase moving to the downside along with it?
A little bit.
Is it?
Not great. Like, I mean, it's below VWAP.
Yeah, not really.
Yeah.
Maybe GBTC on pink sheets?
GC down
possible.
2.5% on the day. Yeah, oh, it's more aggressively moving down.
Coin?
No, GBTC.
GBTC,
The move
okay.
is more aggressive. Here's what we're looking at, guys. I just want to bring this down for you. Here's a GBTC. Geez, I can't talk. GBTC chart. Moved down from that 2035 level. We barely touched 12. No, we touched 1201, bouncing back into that 1207. Sorry to interrupt you, Brad.
No, that's all I wanted to mention to the market, to the viewers, that Bitcoin is actually
BITO on the AMEX is
ETF. Yeah.
BITO on the Amex is the Bitcoin ETF, says Sean. So if you guys want to look at that, you can look at or trade cryptocurrencies on the equities markets over here. You can do so directly by going to BITO.am, which also dumped off with the whole cryptocurrency move that we saw just now. AMD is tanking. Apparently, everything is tanking. Big news. What's the news? Do you have any chance? Maybe there could be a catalyst coming in for this market, finally pushing it to the downside. My mic is actually inching its way to a lower price point over here. So let me reclip my mic at a higher level. That way, I have this button blocking it from going too much to the downside. There we go. Looks better now. Hopefully, feels better now. But yeah, baby, this market now, our unrealized is 10 times more, maybe not 10, I'm just throwing a number out there, but way more than what it was originally as the market's pushing back to the downside. SPY now $4 in the money on the SPY shorts. QQQ $3.50 in the money on those shorts. Pinduo Duo, we struggled on that a little bit, but now 50 cents in the money on those. Roblox also 50 cents on Roblox over here. XPEV pretty much did nothing for us all day, but 15 cents in the money on XPEV too. Now the market's finally listening to us, paying us our money that we deserve after struggling for the most part. So let's take out some size over here on ON. Take some money on that bad boy, and leave some size left for a bigger move. Maybe if we can get an overextension to the downside over here. Market finally breaking 12K for NASDAQ NQ/U22. I expect the market to hold off at 12K, but if there is actual news for this market to be pushing right back to the downside, then why would 12K hold, right? That's the only logical explanation. Why would 12K hold? We're expecting this market to push straight to the ground. Let's leer to trade Prad. Not sure what that means, but okay. Market makers came back from lunch and said, dump it. Yeah, that's my boy Bogdanov you're talking about. Bogdanov back in his desk and moving the markets to Prad's direction. Let's go.
I don't want to say this person's username because it's kind of sketch a little bit, but he says, I was listening to a dude named Rick Eldman on the radio on Sunday, and he mentioned how colleges are offering a degree in blockchain. He said that's a good indicator crypto is here to stay. Hey, man, I know a lot. I hear a lot from Kevin O'Leary, who's a guest on the show sometimes here, and he's like fully fledged into crypto at the moment.
I think he said 75% crypto, right? Or maybe less.
I think he's got
Sean.
20 different positions in 20 different cryptocurrencies. That's what he says. I mean, I'm not really sure how accurate that is, but basically the idea is he's backing it, and I think his theory is that it's software based and it can always be improved, and he's here to stay. Now, I don't know if it's going to be a currency or if it's going to be an asset. God knows what it's going to be, but I don't pretend to understand much in that. Definitely not a programmer on my end, guys. IC continuing to make new lows. Now we're at that 14. We just touched 1461 there. So the rug could be pulled on this one. Be very careful. As opposed to SHPH, which made a really nice bounce off that 23, now up to back to 25. We're talking dollars and minutes here, guys. You know, this is a lot of money that could be made or lost here. As I see it, though, I see SHPH possibly making a bit of a head and shoulders pattern here. You know, that you may have to be kind of careful. Here's the left shoulder, here's the head. You could also look at this is the head and this is the left shoulder and that's the right shoulder. But on a bigger picture view, this is the left shoulder and that's the right shoulder. Let's zoom out to the 5-minute chart, see what it shows us. Not much, you know, not much there. What do we got here, Brad? We got, oh, wow, guys.
I've never even heard that team's name.
Guys, Chelsea's already losing to
I've
Dynamo
never heard
Zagreb.
that team's name.
Yeah, of course, Dynamo Zagreb, yeah. They're losing 1-0, so sorry if you're a Blues fan in the chat there. Yeah, and you guys better not troll me, because I know Arsenal lost their first game to Manchester United, despite the fact that we played way better. I thought United capitalized better, and that's what soccer is all about. Soccer is about taking the opportunities given to you, and United took them. But I thought Arsenal played a hell of a game. And look at Abdul A. Arsenal got wrecked. They didn't get wrecked, bro. They lost by 2 goals, mind you, but hey, I think we played really well. Chelsea's down, which is awesome for me. I love that. Moving back to SHPH here, starting to test that 25.50 level, which just happens to also be the 50 EMA, important for me in my trading style. Let's see what it does here. Is this a short to pop kind of situation, or is this a new long? You know, didn't really touch VWAP. VWAP's at 22, kind of stopped at 23, so it's a little bit of short of that target. I'm going to keep watching that. ISE continuing to make new lows at 14.63. Let's see, excuse me, let's see what the scanners are telling us. AVYA popping up on my chart is around $2.21. High of day was $2.30. The VWAP is at $2.03, so it's far above VWAP. I think it's a good play going into the afternoon, but it is a $2 stock and not really my cup of tea. You got to take a lot of sides with these ones, guys, to make any sort of real money.
I feel like I'm being schooled by like all the viewers in the chat, right? The Bears versus Bull giving me a perfect tip. He says, oh, sorry, yeah, rotate my mic upwards. Bears versus Bull basically saying unbutton your top button, and doing that actually helped it a lot. It actually helped it drastically by putting this in. So thank you, Bears versus Bull. Hey, you know, I have way too many fathers in the chat, man. There's people always fathering me around, but you know what? That makes me feel loved. That makes me feel very loved and very appreciative of this community that I have, who are constantly got my back. I know most of you, not all of you. Some of you don't like me, which I'm okay with, you know. I can't be loved by everyone, but for the most part, everyone who is looking out for me, I love you guys. This market's paying us, Sharif. This market's paying us, and I'm trying to like speak over Neil right now because they could probably hear Neil in the background. Yeah. Look, he's shooting a video for the weekend, so make sure you're staying tuned. Ring that notification bell. We actually haven't had the opportunity to talk about that the whole day so far. So let's head over to the favorite section of the show here, which is talking about YouTube. Look at this guy. Look, it's only someone who's making money.
That's perfect still right there.
That's the face of a money maker right there, right? That's the face of a money maker. But yeah, smash that like button. Notice how it's blue for me. For you, it will probably turn black if you don't have a dark mode on your computer like I do. But whatever it is, get that color, right? Get that button, press that button, click that button, smash that button, and the subscribe button too. Hit the subscribe button. If you haven't already, there's about a good 32% of you who are not subscribed, which I don't know why. I don't understand why you're not subscribed. So do us a favor and hit that subscribe button. If you see people in the chat with green names, they're actually members. How do you become a member? You click on this little join button, and then you pay $5 a month, up to cancelable whenever you want, recurring payment. You can listen to Brendo to explain exactly what it entails to being a Trader TV Live member. And last but not least, for those of you who are, we got our store back. Oh, wow, the merch store is back up, baby.
Hey.
Let's go. We got the merch store back. We got the Bang cups. We got the Trader TV Live cups. We got even the masks for those of you who wear them. We got the hat, the hoodies and so on. Luca actually is wearing one of the hoodies today. I believe it's this hoodie right here that Luca is currently wearing. Yeah, this is the one. It says, I'd rather be trading in the back. So if you guys want to support us with some merchandise, our merch store is finally back up. Make sure you buy now before they run out, because last time they ran out and the only thing left was this stupid iPhone case, which you know what? We need an Android case in there for my Google.
Bears versus Bulls says, I received my hat, hoodie, and 2 coffee mugs.
We
Love
actually
them.
saw the picture of that. I'll find it.
Prad's going to find that for you. Shout out to James Murray. Says, I've been tuning into you guys the past week, and you guys are awesome. Thank you, brother. Love the love. I appreciate you. Always tune in for we're always spitting wisdom. We're always spitting, technical analysis, levels. You got it. And we're always focused on the hot stocks. Okay, let's see what we got. We got SHPH. This is still what I'm watching. It's holding the 50 EMA, which to me is a good sign. Now it's flirting with that $25, $50, $26 level. Spread is super wide on this, guys. Sometimes as wide as 30 cents. Currently, right now, it's 19 cents. So be careful taking profit. You could enter on the ask, and you all of a sudden you want to panic sell, and you're getting on the bid. All of a sudden you're down like 19 cents a share. So be careful how you do this one. Here's what I see on this chart. I see a clear support level before at that $26 level here. That support level, I keep reiterating this, is going to act as resistance on the way back up. So a decisive break of that $26 level for anybody with a long bias who wants to take a long through this particular level that we're at. We're at that 26.20, ish area. So perhaps maybe wait till we break that $27 level. Or if you're feeling a bit more rambunctious, take a small size through that 26.5 and into 27, then perhaps add to it. That was my initial move here. You can see my ins and outs on this trade, all profitable. There's these ones here that made the majority of my money. There's this short here. There's this long here. All of them were profitable. And as I say that, we're starting to punch through that 20. We're coming through to that $27 level. It still hasn't really decisively broken this former support, now current resistance level on the chart. So I'm going to want to see some good fall through 27 in order to trigger a new long on this one. But this one is giving you plenty of opportunities to make a lot of money. I mean, we just dipped off 23 here. Now we're already talking about 27 again. That's $4 a share, guys. I mean, if that's not enough for you, then really what is? IC, what's IC up to? IC is like the bane of my existence today, right? Even the good trade we had on it, we had to have it, kind of cut in half by the fact that we got stopped out 10 cents on top of our entry, which is fine. That means we didn't even break even. We made profit on it, but I would have liked to have my 10.26 out here initially that I put my profit taker out. It didn't end up working that way, which is fine. This one's definitely still on my watch list going into the afternoon, but I got to tell you, my concentration is on SHPH.
Hey, we finally got both those tabs in, baby. And if it's annoying me, I'll probably remove it on my ride home, and I won't even tell you guys. That way you guys can bully me about how they're supposed to keep your shirts reprint. But yeah, here's the picture of everyone who was bullying me about my collars. It was actually Bear versus Bull bullying me about it. Made me feel a little insecure, so I had to put it back. No, I'm joking. You didn't. But yo, look at this sick hat, sick hoodie, two mugs. He's double fisted. I wonder what's in that mug though, eh? For sure not coffee if you got 2 mugs going at the same damn time, baby. And he's also got some editing going in. I think this is a little skull of a smoke. I see teeth. I see eyes. Not sure what that skull is supposed to be, but some editing coming in. I see you. You're trying to show us your Photoshop skills and whatnot. But yeah, Bears versus Bull. Go follow our boy Bears versus Bull on Twitter. And he does the Lord's work too, which is remind us of all the super chats we missed. He reminds us of all the well, not reminds us, but he tweets out all the show times and so on. Something that I should be doing, but I don't really have that practice of doing so. And he helps me out with that. So thank you, Bears vs. Bull. Also, a quick shout out to my boy Blind Jedi in the Discord for setting up the auto moderator. My guy's saving so much time for moderators, for himself, for myself in Discord, and also saving our viewers. Previously, we would be spammed in the Discord with the random, scam message about WhatsApp and whatnot. So now all of that being maintained a little bit better thanks to the help of Blind Jedi on the Discord side, and thanks to the help of Bears vs. Bull on the YouTube side. Gotta love our community, man. We have people with great minds, always willing to talk about their trades, their setups. So go join Discord. See how Bears vs. Bull maps out his futures levels. For example, I can actually pull up a picture from his levels today. He shares this in the chat every day, every morning with all of you guys to take a look at. So look at this. You get clean identities of where the levels that he's looking at. You get a volume profile look to for those of you who don't have volume profile availability on your brokerages. Take use of these. You'll only be able to use things like these if you are on our Discord server, which is right here on our Discord server, and share your thoughts with each other, grow as a community, teach each other, and teaching is also a way of learning. If you don't know that, learning is teaching and teaching is learning. And I'm sure this guy just said, thanks for the shout out. Yeah, I knew this guy said thanks for the shout out right even before I click on it, because that's just the type of guy he is. Beautiful, beautiful community that we've been growing out.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more with what Brad just said there. Teaching is learning. I gotta tell you the truth, I often trade a lot better on the show than I do at my desk, and I think that's because it actually helps me speak out the levels. I actually have to give you guys a trading plan. Like, I mean, you guys expect one, right? So where my entry is, where my exit is, where my first profit target is. Sometimes I don't necessarily do that at my desk, and then so you find yourself being a little bit more impulsive than you should be, right? You know, you're like getting gut feelings and instincts, and rather than working off a trading plan. And I think being at the desk here and having so many viewers watching, that kind of forces me to rethink how I would enter or exit a position. And so that I couldn't agree more with that, guys. Definitely, especially with these small cappers, you can find yourself in a whole lot of hurt really quickly as the rug could get pulled. So you got to have a trading plan to get in, to get out. Speaking of trading plans, we don't have one for SHPH here. It's starting to break down a little bit below that 50 EMA. We talked about it breaking above the 50 and holding above the 50 EMA and trying to break through that 27 decisively for us to initiate a new long. We're looking now perhaps even at a breakdown. We talked about head and shoulders pattern possibly forming here. If we can get a pullback into that VWAP area to the 22, it'll definitely look like head and shoulders is forming, and head and shoulders, as you guys will recall, is a reversal pattern. So in this case, it was an uptrend, so the reversal pattern means that it's going to go to the downside. IC making a move back up to that that 1485 level. So at that area where we got out, very, very wavy stock on this one, and the wicks have been quite annoying to deal with. We're profitable on it, thankfully, because we had that nice trade here. This was our initial long right here, guys, at 1474, and here are our outs. But we don't really have much to report other than the fact that they're trading within a range. So we're looking more towards the SHPH breakout over 27 to initiate a new long. Other than that, we're going to sit on our hands. And I just want to mention something. It's not for me. I won't be trading it, but SPRO, high of days, 168 now. It's continuing to make high days. It's a very strong and sustained uptrend there. Save and except for a few minutes at around 1 o'clock where it pulled back. A couple of red candles there on the 1 minute chart, not much. Let's pull that up for you in case you want to follow along. SPRO. It is a NASDAQ stock. Here it is. Let's load. There we go, guys. Very nice move right off that $1 level. That's when it would have come to my attention. Now we're popping into that $1.68 level. It's not my thing. I'm not really a dollar stock kind of trader, but hey, it's up 125%. Who can complain with that?
Yeah, like I said on that stock earlier, if it comes back to $1, I'll be thinking about getting into it, but it would never really pulled back to $1, so no trade for me. But congratulations to anyone who was able to give it that 12 cents of risk and then just take the size that they wanted. Hopefully you got all the size that you actually wanted. Fubo could go nuclear, Disney increasing their holdings. Wow, okay, let's go check out FUBO. Fubo might be moving to the north side a little bit off that catalyst. And Mark Homer in the chat said they have 0 positions open. That's because I just closed all my positions like 30 seconds ago. So you would have seen me close like 7 short positions all in 1 second. That's because we have a thing called flatten button on our thing. And Sharif will be, I can feel Sharif's like glazing at my face and just like, you know, with anger because I tell him to not use that button, and then here I am using the button, right? But look, Sharif, I tell people the right things to do doesn't mean I do them.
Yeah.
Okay? It doesn't mean I practice what I preach.
I hear you.
If I practice what I preach, trust me, I'd be the richest man on earth.
Okay.
I'd be Elon Musk, like legit Elon Musk. It's my problem that I don't practice what I preach. Is what holds me back 90% of the time.
I
right?
hear you, man.
But as long as I'm looking out for you and I don't care about myself, that's all that matters to me. That's all that matters to me, right? But yeah, Fubo apparently might be going nuclear with some sort of a Disney increasing partnership.
What's the price on that? $3? Wow. Do you remember where this stock was?
It used to be like $20, $30.
My God.
Yeah. I mean, what do you expect? What do you expect?
But can I say, as a user of Fubo, I gotta give
Why
them
you have
credit.
Fubo?
Because of the Prem. I told you this already. So Fubo, I like it in that it's quite snappy. If I'm switching between games, there's no lag period. It goes right in and it loads immediately. I can't say the same thing for DAZN, guys. DAZN, you know, it got a couple of more options. I can split screen. I can watch 2 games at a time. I can flip back and forth. They got some more, mature options in there, whereas Fubo is still kind of bare bones. But with respect to streaming, I gotta give them credit, man. It's like far superior to DAZN. So hey, maybe they got something going there. Who knows? Not sponsored by them, obviously not affiliated by them, but giving you my honest opinion on that one.
Okay. So actual Fubo user, you'd be the first Fubo user that I know in my life, that's for sure. And probably the last, man. And no, there'll probably be more. There'll probably be more. People are getting into the extra subscription-based lifestyle now. They're getting used to paying 3 or 4 subscriptions to watch their TV shows and so on. I'm actually getting scammed into that with the HBO Max now. HBO Max got my money because of House of Dragon.
Yeah, I was about to say, I knew it was that.
Yeah, House of Dragons. I actually enjoy House of Dragon. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Okay.
The only thing I will say is, obviously, being a Game of Thrones fan, I wish there was more gore, more violence, and more craziness in the show like Game of Thrones did. But I get it. HBO trying to make it a little bit more family-oriented because the first one had a lot of backlash that I can't even watch with my little baby in the room. Fine, go watch Game of Thrones with your little baby now that they don't have any of the blood or gore or violence like they used to. But just coming to the direction and the set design and everything. I love the fact that they're using some of the old designs that are still there in I forget where they shot the TV show, but yeah, I'm just loving it. I'm loving it. But what absolutely sucks is the new Lord of the Rings show.
Okay.
The new Lord of the Rings show is absolutely dog.
Is that on Prime?
It's on Prime.
Yeah.
It is absolute dog water. R.R. Tolkien
I'm not interested in
he's
either.
rolling in his grave.
Yeah?
The
That
writer
bad?
is rolling in his grave.
Jeez, you don't think Amazon will put their money behind something that bad? Why'd they release it?
I think Amazon did
Should've
exactly
cut
what
it.
Amazon would do, which is have no clue what they're doing and just dump money into projects.
Well, that's the criticism. But is Amazon spreads themselves too thin. They invest in this, they invest in that, and they got no clear direction. So far, it's worked out for them. I guess maybe not so much in this show, right? To be honest with you, I'm not a big fan of Lord of the Rings at all. Never read the books. Never read the books. Not interested in the movies. It's not my thing. Mythical stuff, I like maybe a couple of superheroes here and there. Like I like Iron Man. Other than that, I want to see documentaries. I want to see space documentaries. I want to see that kind of stuff. Like if you tell me about what's that movie, the space movie that everybody loves called?
Star Trek?
No, movie. The one with Matthew McConaughey.
Oh, Interstellar?
Interstellar. Like if
Yeah,
every
yeah.
movie was like Interstellar, I'd watch it, right? That's kind of that's my interest. That's my cup of tea. Fantasy and stuff like that. Not so much. Sorry, the chat's lighting up, criticizing me for not liking that. I don't know. I can tell you the truth. Like, I don't mean to disrespect anybody's taste, but it's just not for me. Hey, somebody's supporting you. I'm the same way, Sharif. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, let's see what we got here. Going back to IC, yeah, still flirting with that 1490 level. I'm not
Because
going
you're a
to.
Scientologist, eh?
I'm not a
That's what the
Scientologist.
chat says. That's what the chat.
No, man, I just like I believe in science. You know what I mean? I don't know about Scientology.
You're a Tom Cruise guy, eh?
There you go. Guys, we're holding that 3900 pretty well on the ES here. We dip below it momentarily to that 3893, right above. This is the resistance level we talked about, that 3903 from Friday. It's acting as resistance after acting as support a little bit here. So another area to keep in mind going into the afternoon. Let's continue to watch what big tech is doing. It's definitely going to be playing off the ES here. But yeah, we'll be focused on the small caps as IC starts to reach towards that $15 level again, Prad.
So an article in our work chat from Neil coming in right now. U.S. auditors risk breaching U.S. accounting rules if they agree to be lead auditors for Chinese Hong Kong companies.
Huh.
Isn't
Really
that a bad
interesting.
news then?
Let's see what Chinese ADRs are doing.
They might be breaking the accounting rules, but I think that is what's required for them to be allowed in the U.S. markets, right? So I don't know. I don't know really how that works out. This just puts more pain on the whole Pinduoduo problem, right? Can you read that properly? I think you are. I didn't even see you here. So this puts more pain on the whole Pinduoduo ideology that people had. Oh, it's going public in America. Oh, that's a hype. That's hype. But we know that the hype behind the Chinese stocks have been going down for a while now, with Didi, Baba, Baidu, and all these other stocks facing fear of removal from the market if the auditors don't play the game properly. So if this rule comes out, doesn't seem like much is moving off those names, though, says Neil. Yeah, not much movement off those names. But I think if that catalyst plays out the way I think it is, then it should be to the negative side for Chinese stocks and positive side to the American stocks. But nothing's really happening, so it doesn't help forming a theory, I guess.
Especially a lot of these hedge funds, they can't sit in cash. So if they're out of their Chinese positions, and I'm going to get to this point in a second, but if they're out of the Chinese positions, where are they going to put their money? So, I mean, it's probably going to be somewhere what they consider safer, which would definitely be American stocks.
Apple,
but
Microsoft,
what the interesting
Nvidia.
part is, like, once you have these delisting concerns, a lot of the big money, like pension funds and like the bigger hedge funds and sovereign wealth funds, they're going to shy away from putting money at least in the American listed exchanges. Maybe they may put it on the Hang Seng or on the whatever else exchange those stocks are listed if they're duly listed. But that's a concern, and that's kind of the same problem you have with crypto, is that big money runs away from it because there are these regulatory concerns on the horizon, and that's always seems to be the issue with these Chinese stocks. And obviously, looking at them from a fundamental perspective, my buddy's a fundamental long-term investor, and he's like, when it comes to PE and value for your money, they're amazing. The only thing holding them back is their Chinese stocks, and there's clearly some tension between America and China. I mean, whether we don't talk politics on the show, obviously, but that's for everyone to kind of know, right? There's obviously a trade war going on, maybe even a socio-cultural war, whatever it is. So you have to be wary of it. Guys, by the way, we took a couple of entries in on SPRO. Looks like we didn't have enough patience on this one because I took a long right here at 162 and I got out at 158. And I should have been more patient with this one because it went. There we go. Now we're about to break high days. We're approaching a $1.75 level. Looks like we're going to add more. Let's see if we break through 175, if we'll have a sustained move into 2. Ideally, we got size that's getting eaten out here, getting eaten up aggressively on the level 2. It is a dollar stock though, guys, so be wary about looking at size here. It means much less than on a $30, $40 stock. Are we going to take a long here? Like, obviously the dip trade didn't work for us. I tried to initiate a long on here as well at 170 and getting stopped out at 161. Thankfully, I only took a few shares on that, so not a big hit to the P&L. Brad.
Yeah, I'm just having a convo with Ian. He thinks I was talking smack about Game of Thrones new series. No, it wasn't the Game of Thrones. It was the Lord of the Rings series that I was talking smack about. Just disappointment, absolute disappointment. But I only saw 2 episodes. We'll wait for more episodes to come out to form the full opinion of how absolutely disappointing it's going to be in the near future. By that, I mean my opinion is already formed, so we're just going to wait for more episodes to come out to reaffirm our opinion on that side. Coming back to the market, though, people talking about crypto markets a little bit. I'm expecting that's because Bitcoin is under 19. No, not yet. We touched 19 by 23 points or so, and then we never really broke 19 for BTC markets. But Ethereum, actually, I woke up today to people sending me screenshots of LUNC. Is that Luna?
I don't know. LUNC, what do you got there?
LUNC, USDT, I don't know. Something about LUNC, I think, is going up to the north side today. It was up. Let me see if someone in the chat can help me pull this up, maybe. LUNC USD, maybe? Yeah, this was the one right here. People sending me screenshots of this move coming in today and how a lot of money was being poured into this market because of this. Cryptocurrencies were up also. This is Terra Classic. So Terra Classic, Luna Classic, launched up to the north side, but now obviously red a little bit, taking the rest of the markets to the red too for the cryptocurrencies. At one point, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and all of these were green at one point today, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, they were.
They were all green, and then they immediately turned red. So LUNC might have been the catalyst for them being green, and then it just turned red based off of that. But people in the chat who probably know more about cryptocurrencies can help me out for conversations on LUNC and so on. Yeah, people are saying it's Luna Classic.
Yeah, up
Bitcoin
400%
isn't going anywhere.
7 days.
Sorry?
Someone saying, David Patrick saying LUNC up 400% in the last 7 days. Is that accurate?
It could be. I can't tell you.
Yeah.
But like in the last 7 days?
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be.
Is that
I mean,
daily?
LUNC USD. So if you go here,
oh wow,
yeah, in the last 7 days, it was up pretty drastically, right?
Yeah, that's aggressive. What's the cost of that? Oh wow,
it's like a sub dollar. Yeah.
Okay. Reminds me of Doge.
Yeah, that's basically what it is.
Oh god. All right, what do we got, guys? We're still looking at the same stuff here. Let's check back with SPRO. Yeah, making higher lows on SPRO, definitely a good thing. Trying to break it through that top of day of 175. We're gonna initiate a baby long because I'm sick and tired of getting cut up on this one like we did on IC. So let's wait here. Let's see what we're gonna do. Are we gonna continue to make higher lows? That's what I'm looking for. I want to take it through that 175 level, but if we're gonna break 165 here, then I'll have to think again on this one. Let's put a stop. That way we're not sitting here staring at the screen. Let's go put a stop for $1.72, and we'll initiate a long at $1.72 for There we go. Let's see, did we get that one? Yeah, there we go. So now the stop is ready and our order is ready. Having a look at SHPH, bounced beautifully off VWAP. If you took that VWAP trade off that 2250 up back to that 2450, you were a couple of bucks in the money, and you would have made that money within 3 minutes, guys. These are 3 1-minute candles from that bottom to that top. Looking like it's going to test VWAP again, so you would have had to scalp that in and out pretty quickly. But this one looks like it's continuing to make lower highs and lower lows. A bit of a tricky one, but if you're scalping in, it's moving dollars at a time. So plenty of money to be made or lost on this particular one. We'll watch this one on our side screen for another dip into VWAP and see how it reacts. If it bounces back up, we may initiate a new long. Otherwise, let's focus on the SPRO trade. And we didn't get filled on SPRO. I don't know. I didn't give it any room. I only gave it 1 penny, and it broke through and it made a new high. Obviously not by much, because we're still below the high of day, trading at 175. That's what's frustrating, guys. So just a little tip for you guys. If you're setting up a stop limit order, try to leave a little bit of room, especially for volatile moving stocks, between your stop trigger price and how much you're max willing to pay, which is your limit price. So I didn't leave any there thinking it's a dollar stock, it'll definitely stop at 173. No, I was wrong. Now it's up to 183 and I'm not part of it. So a bit of a tactical error on my part. I hope you guys don't repeat the same mistake if you're trading this stock, Brad.
Yeah, I'm just talking to Neil over there, telling him to just save yourself some time and don't even bother watching that show, man. Just don't. Just save yourself some time. But I have all the time in the world, because I had nothing better to do. You're watching SPRO rip, and I'm watching Rivian go to the other direction. Rivian go to the downside. That 35 area on Rivian, ended up being a pretty hard barrier and not allowing itself to go any much further than that. Look at that reversal straight back to the downside on Rivian. You shorted Rivian? 34? Let's go 34.80s. So yeah, on the back through a 35 shorted Rivian, 34.80s for Sean, and is still holding that, I believe, as we are near the 100 period EMA. Part of me punched out of all of my trades because I thought the market would actually hold QQQ. I anticipated, I didn't participate, so that's going to be my fault on the exit over here. But look, still a clean exit to the downside on QQQs and on the SPY ETF. So I'm not going to be upset about punching out where I did, because I think the market's not going to break the low of day today. If the market breaks the low of day, then I get to really be happy that me being Bear Prad was right on the market's move. I didn't believe in this nonsensical long moves. I felt like it was a trap. People got trapped. I warned some people. You know, I do cry wolf a lot, but sometimes maybe you need to listen to it.
Yeah, no, I hear you. We're more frustrated with ourselves that we didn't get filled at that 172 or 173, because now we just made top wick at 190 on SPRO with some good size. That would have been a nice little winner there. We're not going to chase it into that $2 level. We're going to wait for a sustained pullback here to give us a nice entry at a dip position, maybe at that 176 or 175 area if you can get down there. But hey, it may go without us, and that's just part of the game here, guys. Up 155% on the day. Wasn't even on my scanner until it passed $1. So I'm just taking notice of it now. And I don't like these dollar stocks. They're frustrating. What else we got? We got Rivian moving down nicely after that. Look at, I gotta bring this up, man. Oh my God. People here need to see this chart. Let's switch from IC to RIVN. Come on now. There we go. RIVN. It is a NASDAQ stock. There we go. Let's maximize this chart. So look at this. Look at this. Let's zoom out a tad here. Huge move up from 32. We top wicked at 35, and now it looks like we're going to get back everything we made. I mean, there is a little bit of support here at this $33.20 level. You had two tops here created by that, and then you had a bit of a pullback to make a new high. But we'll see if there is any demand at this 33.20 area. We're not far away from it, 33.33, so 10 cents or so away. Keep an eye out on that. If it breaks through, maybe a good confirmation that the short is continuing down to perhaps that 32.20 level, which is kind of where we started the day at. Rivian, hell of a stock today. I can't understand why it was up, and now I don't know why it's selling off either. Perhaps it's being mentioned on Wall Street Bets or some sort of popular chat room. I don't know. The catalyst to me didn't seem like it would move it up. I think it was up almost 8%, 7.5% on the day at its highest point. So super interesting on that. Let's see what SPRO is doing. Now we're looking for that bounce trade off that 175, 176 level. A nice little top created there. There was a bit of a double top. Let's go ahead and put that order in for 176. We'll take half the shares we usually take because we have been burned on this one already twice today, and we don't want to give back any more of our profits, especially on a dollar stock, which I don't like trading. Looking at my side screen here, I see SHPH double bouncing off VWAP. Off that, so VWAP on SHPH is 2260, double bounced. Nice. I think if it breaks that $24.50 or maybe even $25 level, will be an interesting long. There is some resistance at that $24.50 level from a previous peak. So we'll have to keep that one on watch too. Let's see, do we have another screen that we can put it on? Yeah, let's put a SHPH on this one. We want to initiate a new long on this, especially going into the more liquid time of day, that 2 o'clock time slot. The volume starts coming back in. You never know. This one could pop right back up to 31. I wouldn't put it past it, Brad.
Yeah, don't put past it, baby. Rivian will drop a lot more today, says Sandra. Well, Sandra's got the crystal ball, so I'm expecting it to drop a little bit more. Let's see if Rivian can go down. I think someone also in the chat said Rivian and Ford has recalls. I'm not sure if we actually see that news article anywhere. I mean, what is Rivian going to recall? They have 0 cars out. What are you recalling?
They don't have
right?
0 cars.
There's 0 cars on the street. What are you recalling? The dreams that you're making? You're recalling the promises that you gave out to people?
Oh,
I don't know what you're recalling over
guys.
there.
Shots fired.
I don't know what you're recalling over there. But at the end of the day, if there is a recall coming in, then obviously that's not a good sign for Rivian. Ford, which was previously invested in Rivian, pulled out a long time ago, if I remember correctly. They did pull out, right?
I pulled out right after the blackout date, I believe.
Ford did.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ford's pullout game too strong. They just pulled out and gunned it. They said, we don't want to hold the stock to $0. It's going there. So yeah, obviously be a little careful. Not sure if that recall news is real that someone put in the chat, but if they did, then obviously that's going to hurt them a little bit more than they already have been hurt for so far. Are we enough to play my buddy to bring himself into down? Okay. Sweet.
While you're reading, I just want to update the viewers. I took an SHPH long above this peak right here. We told you that 2450, 2440 peak would be an interesting break, especially off the double bottom of VWAP there, showing that it was a clear support level. So I took the long there at 2486. I got out the first piece at 2534, and I got the second piece out at 2575. So a nice, very good winner. So I'm 4 for 4 on SPH, guys. Obviously, I wish I would have held more. We're breaking that 2650 level, but this one is a banger. Love this stock. I'm going to keep watching it the rest of the day. Up 81%, Prad.
What is up 81%?
SHPH, baby.
Yeah, that stock
big
has
dub.
been on
Big
a
dub.
monster rip, baby. Monster
It's
rip.
continuing. Guys, 2750 just got blown out too. Well, I'm really wishing I would have held more on this one. That 2450 break was gold. Was gold.
Yeah, watching Rivian still push to the downside. Now $33 coming into play. You know, Sean is still holding a short from 34.80s, and all you have to do is give it that risk of high a day of 34.98. So it didn't even break 35 today. So that resistance near 35 still coming into play. BTC apparently breaking 19K just now. So if BTC
Really?
break 19K, but it's at 19K. It broke 19K to 18,962 and pulled back above to 19K. So obviously BITO on Amex. That's your Bitcoin Amex ETF. The Bitcoin ETF on the Amex side tracks Bitcoin currency for the most part. Not sure if there's one for Ethereum too. Maybe there's an EITO. I'm just gonna guess over here. No, there isn't. But BITO is what you want to keep on watching as it moves around. Luca is talking about SPRO Spros moving.
Yeah.
That's because he just had a Spro on him. So you had some Spros and you're watching Spros move and you're having a Sproful day, baby. Luca loving his trades at the moment, and I am glad that this market has been providing opportunities for the Bears and the Bulls today.
Yeah, I wish Luca would do really well on Spro, because it'd just be so apropos the fact that the Spro God does well on the Spro. So he'll probably do a lot better than I did on it. I got paper cutted a lot on it. I'm long at 176. I'm looking for that break of 185. Yeah, I always call him a Spro God. Yeah, 185. I'm looking for that 185. I've got an out at 168. I'm not taking any more paper cuts on this. I don't want to give back any of my SHPH profits, and we're up really good on that one today. So looking for that 185 break if we can. We'll take a little piece off there, and then hopefully into 2 before the show's over, guys.
Yeah, so Neil actually coming in the chat and saying the recall news is real. So the Ford and Rivian, sorry? Oh, I was gonna say that. It's recall news is real, but it's yesterday's news, so it's not something new. So that Rivian pump up, man, could have honestly been the fact that FTSE wants to add Rivian to their portfolio, which doesn't make any sense why, but they want to, more power to them. 33 on the way down actually has size of 15,000 shares. 15,300 shares on 33. Let's see if we can use that as a barrier to stop going down now on Rivian. Rivian with 17 million shares traded today. 15,000 shares aren't anything. But how much is 15,000 shares? Hello, what did I just do? How much is 15,000 shares on the notional value? So 15,300 times $33 is $500,000. So there's $500,000 worth of notional value on $33 on Rivian. No, not a million. $500,000.
I'm not gonna say it like that. That sucks.
It's not a million. It's $500,000.
Original Lil Wayne song,
here, I'm
man.
a $500,000 millionaire.
I used to have a girl back in when I was in school. Her name was Millie, so we always harassed her with that song. We're like, a Millie. Okay, guys, we're really annoyed with SPRO. I just really want this one to break above 180. Pratt's dropping lines, guys. Neil's not the only one that can do that around here, I guess, right?
Venereal disease like a menstrual bleed to the...
Yeah, we're gonna have to censor that one.
That's a good. That's
No,
not
I'm
a
playing, of
sensible
course, I'm
word.
playing,
Yeah. I didn't
obviously.
cuss. Any cuss parts, I blanked it out already. Any curse parts, I blanked it out.
Yeah, so watching, let's see what SPH, oh wow, SHPH, geez, this thing got no breaks, man. It's gonna break through 28.50 now. Our last out on it was 25.75. This one's got no breaks, all gas. So let's see if we can get to that 31, I wanna say 31.50-ish, but it's a little bit below that. Top wick is a little bit below that. I don't see it. I don't put it past it that we make new highs on this one, especially with the volume coming in. Look at these volume bars down here, guys. We're starting to pick up to the same kind of volume that got us the high of day, and that is around 190,000 shares per minute here. That's a hell of a rate to go at. We're already at 11.5 million. Not as much as SPRO, obviously, or some of the other, or IC. I think is at 70 million, but definitely the movement on this one. You're getting dollars and minutes on this one. What's up, Brad?
Someone said Tate's speech on CFVI on Rumble. So last time Tate News Catalyst came up on CFVI, it actually went up quite a bit. But
Who's
I'm not
Tate?
sure. Tate, Andrew Tate.
Oh God, okay.
Yeah,
I
that
didn't know you
moron.
meant him. Yeah.
Yeah. That absolute moron of a human being. But yeah, CFVI over here.
Why? What's CFVI got to do with him?
It's Rumble. CFVI is a Rumble SPAC.
Got it.
Yeah, it's Rumble SPAC. CFVI actually today bumped up on a Joe Rogan rumor, but Joe Rogan, Spotify, until that deal actually falls through, I will not believe a single word from Rumble coming out that, oh, Joe Rogan's going to team up with us, Joe Rogan's going to team up with us. They waved that card around so much already that I'm bored of that card.
Spotify like deals with Joe Rogan like with white gloves. They give him a lot of what he wants, and that's in a cancel culture.
They give him what he wants.
Yeah,
they
know what
give
I
him
mean?
exactly what
and
he wants.
And he gets interviews that mainstream media can't get. Like Zuck spent how many hours with him?
3 hours?
When did Zuck ever give a 3-hour interview? He gave James Cramer like barely 15 minutes in that like metaverse thing that they had there, which was super weird. I mean, this guy, Joe Rogan, can pull. He can pull big.
But the idea is like, why would Joe Rogan move to a lesser level when he's literally getting everything he wants on Spotify?
Absolutely agree.
Unless he really gets canceled on Spotify, then maybe he moves to Rumble. So I'm not believing that whole Rumble Joe Rogan hype until it actually plays out. When it plays out, then obviously I can't do anything other than shutting my mouth and actually taking that trade. Then
when it
the
happens,
trade
it
is
happens.
actually there.
When it happens,
but
it
it's
happens.
not there now. I'm sorry, but that trade is not there now. It's not actually happening now. And in terms of Tate, I don't really care about the Tate news much. I don't think that news has any catalyst behind it or volume behind it. When that news actually has a volume coming behind it, then we can trade it. But trust me, that Tate news has no value.
Someone, Tron, saying that soon this show will be on Rumble. What do you have to say about that? I don't know. I think YouTube's dealing with us pretty well right now, but hey, I'm not involved in that part of the show. Got no idea. Let's see what we up to. Okay, Spro. We got stopped out of Spro again. That's it for me. I'm done with Spro. It's obviously my timing on it is off. Thankfully, I've been taking really small size here, so my L's on it are not accumulating to anything significant. I think that the better play here going into the afternoon is definitely going to be SHPH, especially with the volatility with which it moves. We're moving dollars at a time here, guys. We're only moving pennies at a time on SPRO, so you got to take insane size to actually make a little bit of money on that one. SPH, geez, 100 shares, 50 shares, 25 shares, you're making good coin on this one, I'm not going to lie. What's the chat up to? It says, people actually listen to Tate? Dear God, brain cells. Okay. Well, I'm not going to respond to that. Joe Rogan said weekend on podcast they offered $100 million to join, but he said it would never happen. Not sure the accuracy of that, but that's interesting if that's true. CFVI is up huge since Andrew Tate began speaking on it. They were also #1 trending app when he announced. That's interesting. So, hey, man, if Rumble starts picking up, whether you're politically against it or not, if the stock moves, we'll be trading it. That's just the way it works around here. We got no political affiliations or political biases, and whatever's going to make us money, we're going to trade. Right, Brad?
Yeah, I think Greg over there in the back listening to the whole Sproman conversation. So he, I think you know who this is, right? Marcus Stroman, I think is his name.
Marcus Stroman.
Is it Marcus Stroman?
Stroman, yeah, it's a picture.
Yeah, he took the Stroman, he took the T and he
That's
put
great,
a P
bro. You gotta
in
get
there.
yourself that what's it called? A persona, the Sproman.
Lucas Sproman, the number
That's
6,
awesome.
baby. Lucas Sproman. So yeah, let's go, Lucas. Not Lucas, sorry, Luca. Someone beat you to the joke, bro. Someone already made the picture.
Sproman,
Yeah, you already cut it up and
Marcus Sproman, Lucas Sproman.
Lucas
Oh my
Sproman. I
God.
like it. I like it.
Do you have a mean slider, bro? Because that's what he had. He had a mean slider.
He's got a mean slider, but trust me, it's not the slider that you think. He's got a mean slider, right?
Yeah, okay.
But the CFBI, the Rumble, baby, is what we're talking about. Like Sharif was talking about it. Look, when the volume shows up, we'll be there to take advantage of the trade, take advantage of the move, and so on. But without that, can't really do much but to share my opinion. And my opinion would always be anti-Andrew Tate. And always, I'm a big Joe Rogan fan, so I'll always be pro Joe Rogan. And I'm a big Elon Musk fan, so I'll be Elon Musk. I'm entitled to my opinion the same way you are, right?
Yeah.
So let's just leave it at that, not have arguments in the chat because I don't think that's worth having any point. We'll just move on from here. Rumble, if volume comes into Rumble, we will for sure address it. There is no volume right now.
No question.
SPY and Amex are still struggling to go to the downside and either upside too. NASDAQ cannot get above 12K right now. We're slightly under 12K by 5 to 6 points on the NASDAQ over here, and S&P 500, which is the ES, pretty much doing the same, struggling. Not sure where the market goes to, but we're back in the red.
Yep. I wanted to address the futures really quickly before we send it off to the big kahunas, but that 3903, 3905 area has been a nice little resistance area ever since we broke below it around 1 o'clock, 1:10 or so. So an interesting area to keep an eye on. That it had acted as earlier resistance at around 10:30 as well, not for as long, obviously, but that's Friday's close. The level is continuing to be in play. I just put it that way. I mean, whether you're looking at a support or resistance, it's definitely a level to keep an eye on for the rest of the day, going into the afternoon and see what big tech is up to. But yeah, I don't know if I'll be trading much of that. I think I've set my day already, Brad.
Yeah, man, this day has for sure come to an end for the time being for us both. But you guys have the rest of the day to watch with the Lucas Sproman, Lucas Sproman, and we also got the main man, the people's trader, Sean, coming on too. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Sadly, though, the show does come to an end for Sharif and myself today. We will be back tomorrow in the hot seat yet again, 11 o'clock, as always, without fail. But make sure when you're going to the closing show to smash the like button on that show too. For those of you who smashed it on this show already, we appreciate it. Do you have anything you want to say before?
I don't.
You can wrap it up
I'm
for
excited
us.
to see you guys tomorrow. I hope you guys have awesome trading going to the afternoon. Make sure you always have a trading plan and try not to be impulsive, guys.
Yeah, and no impulse, no diddling in the middle, right? And the market's getting ready to go back into the middle ranges. Let the market whip to an extreme corner, and then you can look for your executions. Don't diddle in the middle. We will catch you tomorrow, 11 o'clock. Peace out.
Peace out.
Welcome to the closing show. For the first time, it's going to be not as well dressed as the midday guys. Looking sharp, boys. But the market is not looking sharp at all. We are still to the downside after starting the morning, gapping up. We are back in the red. The S&P down 0.5%. The Dow 2/3. The NASDAQ just less than 1% to the downside. You'll see crude oil reverse some earlier gains, down 0.5% as well. Ethereum's basically